Story 1. My wife called me pathetic for getting jealous of her work husband, then posted Instagram stories of them at dinner with hearts and he gets me captions. When I asked about it, she laughed on our group chat and said, "Imagine being this insecure." Her friends all agreed I was toxic. Now she's texting that she's willing to forgive my trust issues if I can handle dating a catch like her. She has no idea what I found on her laptop. Look, I need to tell someone this story because if I don't, I think I'm going to lose my mind. And maybe you'll think I'm the villain here, maybe I am, but I need you to understand what really happened before you judge me. My wife Sarah called me pathetic 3 weeks ago. Not during a fight, not when we were both heated and saying things we didn't mean. She said it casually, like she was commenting on the weather, right after I mentioned feeling uncomfortable about her new work husband Marcus. "You're being pathetic, David," she said, not even looking up from her phone. It's 2025. Adults can have friendships. That word, pathetic, it hit different. Sarah had never talked to me like that before. We'd been married 4 years, together for 7, and she'd never looked at me with that particular mixture of disgust and pity. Like I was something small she'd found under a rock. But here's the thing that really messed me up, she wasn't wrong to call me insecure. I was being insecure. Marcus was everything I wasn't: tall where I'm average height, effortlessly charming where I have to work at social situations, successful in that obvious way that makes people notice. He drove a Tesla, I drove a Honda. He worked in tech sales making probably 3 times my teacher's salary. And Sarah lit up around him in ways that made my chest feel hollow. So when she started posting Instagram stories of their work dinners, close-up shots of fancy cocktails with heart emojis, pictures of Marcus laughing with captions like he totally gets my sense of humor, I felt that familiar knot in my stomach. The same feeling I'd had in middle school when the cool kids would whisper and laugh, and I was never sure if it was about me but always suspected it was. I made the mistake of bringing it up in our group chat with her college friends. You know, the kind of group chat where everyone pretends to be supportive but really they're all waiting for drama to unfold so they can screenshot it later. "Hey, maybe we could do dinner dates too?" I wrote, trying to sound casual. "Feels like you and Marcus have been hanging out a lot lately." The response was swift and brutal. Sarah, "Imagine being this insecure," smiley face emoji. Rachel, "Yikes, controlling much?" Jessica, "Red flag behavior honestly." Megan, "Sarah deserves better than this energy." I stared at my phone screen, watching the messages pile up, each one another small knife. These were people who'd been at our wedding, who'd celebrated with us, who I'd considered friends. Now they were dissecting my marriage like amateur therapists, and I was the patient everyone agreed was beyond help. The worst part? I started believing them. Maybe I was being controlling. Maybe I was insecure and toxic and everything wrong with modern masculinity. Maybe Sarah really did deserve better than a high school English teacher who got nervous at parties and preferred staying home to going out. That night, Sarah came home late, again, and found me sitting at our kitchen table, still staring at the group chat. "So," she said, setting down her purse with deliberate precision, "are we going to talk about your little meltdown today?" I wouldn't call it a meltdown. What would you call publicly humiliating me in front of my friends? The question hung in the air between us. Our kitchen suddenly felt too small, too bright under the overhead fluorescent light that made everything look harsh and unflattering. "I just asked about dinner," I said quietly. "You questioned my integrity. You implied I was doing something wrong by having a friendship with a colleague." Her voice had that teacher explaining to a slow student quality that made me feel about 2 inches tall. "That's not asking about dinner, David. That's controlling behavior." I wanted to argue, wanted to point out that their friendship involved late-night texting, inside jokes I wasn't part of, and Instagram posts that looked more like dating announcements than work relationships. But the words died in my throat because, honestly, what if she was right? What if I really was the problem? "I'm willing to forgive your trust issues," she continued, and I noticed she'd switched to the tone she used when she was being generous, bestowing a gift. "But you need to understand that you're married to a catch. Other people are going to be drawn to me. That's not my fault, and it's not Marcus's fault. It's just reality." A catch. She called herself a catch like she was explaining basic math to a child. And you know what the really twisted part is? I felt grateful. Grateful that she was willing to forgive me, grateful that she wasn't leaving, grateful that someone like her had chosen someone like me in the first place. I actually thanked her. "Thank you for being patient with me," I said, and I meant it. She smiled then, the first real smile she'd given me in weeks, and for a moment everything felt normal again. "I'm going to take a shower," she said, kissing my cheek. "Why don't you make us some tea? We can watch that documentary you wanted to see." It felt like a peace offering, and I grabbed onto it with both hands. But here's where the story takes a turn, and I need you to stay with me because this is where everything I thought I knew started falling apart. Sarah went upstairs, and I heard the shower start. I was in the kitchen, putting the kettle on, when I noticed her laptop sitting open on the counter. She'd been working on something earlier, Probably lesson plans, she taught 3rd grade, and hadn't closed it. Now, I want to be clear, I'm not the kind of person who goes through someone else's things. I respect privacy. I trust people until they give me a reason not to. But something on the screen caught my eye as I walked past. A message notification had popped up in the corner. From Marcus. Can't wait for tonight. David has no idea what he's missing, winking face emoji. I stopped walking. Read it again. Felt my stomach drop into my shoes. The rational part of my brain started working overtime. Maybe it was innocent. Maybe they were planning a surprise for me. Maybe there was context I wasn't seeing. Maybe. But my hands were already moving toward the trackpad. I know what you're thinking. This is where I became the villain, right? This is where I violated her privacy and became everything she said I was: insecure, controlling, toxic. And maybe you're right. But I need you to understand something. When someone you love calls you pathetic for feeling uncomfortable about their relationship with another person, and then that other person sends a message like that, your world starts tilting sideways. The laptop was still logged into her messaging app. I could see months of conversation history with Marcus, and the most recent messages were from today. Marcus, dinner was incredible last night. You looked amazing in that dress. Sarah, you're sweet. David didn't even notice when I got home. Marcus, his loss. Still can't believe you're married to someone who doesn't appreciate what he has. Sarah, don't get me started. I'm trying to be patient, but honestly? Sometimes I wonder what I was thinking. Marcus, you deserve someone who sees you for the amazing woman you are. Sarah, you always know exactly what to say, romantic face emoji. I kept scrolling, and with each message, the picture became clearer and more devastating. This wasn't just a work friendship. This wasn't innocent banter between colleagues. This was emotional infidelity at minimum, and probably much worse. There were messages about how boring I was, how predictable our relationship had become, how Marcus made her feel alive again. There were inside jokes about my teaching job, my clothes, the way I got excited about books and movies. Things I'd shared with her in private, intimate moments, now being used as ammunition to mock me with another man. But it was the messages from 2 weeks ago that really broke something inside me. Sarah, he's getting suspicious. Asked about our dinners in the group chat. Marcus, what did you tell him? Sarah, called him pathetic. The girls backed me up. He actually apologized for questioning me, smiley face emoji. Marcus, poor guy has no idea what's coming. Sarah, part of me feels bad. He's not a bad person, just not enough anymore. Marcus, you can't help outgrowing someone. It happens. Sarah, true. I just need to figure out the cleanest way to end things without looking like the bad guy. I read that last message 3 times before it really sank in. She wasn't just having an emotional affair. She was planning to leave me. And she was strategically making me look like the problem first, so when she finally pulled the trigger, everyone would think it was justified. The shower was still running upstairs. I had maybe 5 more minutes before she came down. I took pictures of the messages with my phone. I know that sounds calculating, but my teacher brain had kicked in, the part that knew documentation mattered, that evidence was important. Even in my emotional free fall, some rational part of me understood I might need proof later. Then I kept reading, and it got worse. Much worse. Marcus, hotel reservation confirmed for Friday. Presidential suite. Sarah, can't wait. It's been too long since I've been with a real man. Marcus, your husband working late again? Sarah, every night this week. Perfect timing. He's so buried in his students' essays he wouldn't notice if I disappeared for a week. Marcus, lucky me. Though I have to ask, any second thoughts? Sarah, about what? Marcus, cheating on your husband. Some people might call that morally questionable. Sarah, is it really cheating when the marriage is already over? I'm just expediting the inevitable. Marcus, I like your logic. Cold, but practical. Sarah, I learned from the best, kissing face emoji. The presidential suite. Friday night. That was tomorrow. I closed the laptop carefully, exactly how I'd found it, and walked back to the stove on legs that felt like they belonged to someone else. The kettle was whistling, a sharp, urgent sound that matched the ringing in my ears. Sarah came downstairs 20 minutes later, hair damp and smelling like her expensive shampoo, wearing the robe I'd bought her for Christmas 2 years ago. Tea ready? She asked brightly, like nothing in the world was wrong. Almost, I managed. She settled onto the couch, patting the cushion next to her. Come sit with me. I want to apologize for earlier. I joined her, trying to keep my expression neutral, trying to process what I'd just learned while she talked about her day at school, about the documentary we were going to watch, about weekend plans that I now knew didn't include me. You know, she said, curling up against my side, I've been thinking about what you said earlier. About feeling insecure. Yeah? Maybe we should work on communication. Make sure we're both feeling heard in this relationship. Her hand found mine, fingers interlacing. I don't want you to ever feel like you can't talk to me. The irony was so thick I could taste it. Here she was, talking about communication and trust, while planning to betray everything we'd built together. And the worst part was how good she was at it, how sincere she sounded, how easily the lies rolled off her tongue. I squeezed her hand. That sounds great, Sarah. I really appreciate that. Good. She kissed my temple. I love you, you know that, right? I love you too. And the terrifying thing was, I meant it. Even knowing what I knew, even having read those messages, some part of me still loved her. Still wanted to believe there was a way to fix this, still hoped I'd misunderstood something crucial. We watched the documentary, something about ocean conservation that I'd been excited about for weeks, and I sat there next to my wife, holding her hand, watching her laugh at my commentary about the narration, and feeling like I was observing my life through glass. When we went to bed that night, she curled up against me like always, her breathing evening out into sleep within minutes. I lay awake staring at the ceiling, planning what I was going to do. Because here's what Sarah didn't understand about me, what none of them understood: being quiet doesn't mean being weak. Being thoughtful doesn't mean being passive. And underestimating someone, calling them pathetic, treating them like they're too stupid to see what's happening right in front of them, that's a dangerous mistake. I'd spent 4 years learning everything about Sarah. Her schedule, her habits, her tells when she was lying. I knew she bit her bottom lip when she was nervous, touched her hair when she was flirting, and got a little crease between her eyebrows when she was concentrating on crafting the perfect lie. More importantly, I knew she'd underestimated me completely. She thought I was just some boring English teacher who would never suspect anything, never fight back, never be anything more than a convenient placeholder until something better came along. She was about to learn otherwise. The next morning, Sarah announced she had to work late, parent conferences that would probably run until 10 or 11. She was a good liar, I'd give her that. The right amount of annoyance in her voice, the perfect frustrated sigh, even the detail about which parents were going to be difficult. Don't wait up, she said, kissing me goodbye. These things always run long, and I'll probably need to decompress afterward. Of course, I said. I'll probably grade papers anyway. Take your time. After she left, I called in sick to work. I'd never used a personal day for anything like this before, but desperate times and all that. I spent the morning researching private investigators, divorce lawyers, and asset protection. I opened a separate bank account and transferred half our savings, legally mine as much as hers. I changed the passwords on our shared accounts that she'd probably need access to later. Not to be vindictive, just to protect myself. But mostly, I planned. Sarah thought she was so clever, orchestrating this whole thing to make me look like the bad guy. She'd spent weeks building a narrative where I was the insecure, controlling husband and she was the victim of my toxic masculinity. When she finally left me for Marcus, everyone would nod and say they saw it coming, that she deserved better, that I'd driven her away with my jealousy. It was actually brilliant, in a sociopathic kind of way. But Sarah had made one crucial error: she'd done all of this through digital communication. Messages that could be screenshotted, times that could be verified, lies that could be documented and cross-referenced. And she'd made a second, bigger mistake: she taught me exactly what manipulation looked like by using it on me for weeks. At 6 p.m., I drove to the Marriott downtown. The same hotel where we'd spent our first anniversary, actually. The irony wasn't lost on me. I didn't go inside. I just waited in the parking lot, listening to a podcast about medieval literature and trying to stay calm. At 6:47, Sarah's car pulled into the lot. At 6:51, Marcus's Tesla joined it. They walked into the hotel together, his hand on the small of her back in a gesture I'd seen him use dozens of times in her Instagram stories. The same protective, possessive touch that had made my stomach churn weeks ago when I first noticed it. I took pictures from a distance. Not for revenge, not to hurt her, but because I knew that in a few hours, she was going to come home and lie to my face about where she'd been. And when this all came out, when the divorce proceedings started and she tried to paint me as the villain, I wanted to be able to prove what had really happened. I waited until 8:30, then drove home. Sarah had said she'd be out until 10 or 11, which meant she'd probably get home around midnight and expect me to be asleep. Instead, I was sitting at our kitchen table when she walked in at 12:17 a.m., looking slightly disheveled and smelling like expensive cologne that wasn't mine. "Hey, baby," she said, dropping her purse by the door. "You're up late." "Couldn't sleep," I said. "How were the parent conferences?" "Exhausting." She came over and kissed the top of my head, the same casual affection she'd shown me thousands of times before. The Johnsons were impossible, just like I predicted. And Mrs. Chen wanted to discuss every single assignment from the past month. The lies flowed so easily. She even had specific details, probably crafted during the drive home. For a moment, I almost admired the skill involved. That sounds frustrating, I said. It was. I'm going to take a quick shower and go to bed, okay? I'm completely drained. Of course. She headed upstairs, and I heard the shower start again. Same routine as always, washing away the evidence of her evening. I sat in that kitchen for a long time, thinking about the person I'd married versus the person who'd just lied to my face with such casual expertise. Thinking about how she'd called me pathetic for feeling uncomfortable about her relationship with Marcus, knowing full well she was planning to sleep with him. Thinking about how she'd turned our friend group against me, making me apologize for having instincts that turned out to be completely accurate. When she came back downstairs in her robe, I was still at the table. "You okay, honey?" she asked, genuine concern in her voice. "You seem off tonight." And that's when I realized something important. I wasn't angry anymore. The rage that had been building for weeks, the hurt and confusion and self-doubt, all of it had crystallized into something much colder and more focused. Clarity. "I'm fine," I said. "Just thinking about some stuff." "Want to talk about it?" "Not tonight. But maybe soon." She smiled, leaning down to kiss me goodnight. "I love you, David. You know that, right?" "I know exactly what you love about me, Sarah." Something in my tone must have caught her attention because she paused, studying my face. For just a moment, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing. I'm just tired. Go to bed." She hesitated, still watching me, but eventually headed upstairs. I heard her moving around up there for a while, then silence. I stayed downstairs until 3 a.m., making final preparations. The next week was probably the most surreal of my life. Sarah went back to her normal routine: work, gym, dinner with Marcus that she called team building, late nights that she blamed on lesson planning. She was extra affectionate with me during this time, probably easing her guilty conscience, and I played along perfectly. I complimented her new dress, the same one Marcus had mentioned in their messages. I asked about her work projects with innocent interest, listening to her describe fictional collaborations with colleagues who didn't exist. I even suggested she should invite Marcus over for dinner sometime, just to watch her scramble for reasons why that wouldn't work. "He's pretty busy with his own family stuff," she said, not meeting my eyes. "That's too bad. He seems like a nice guy." "Yeah, he's great." The crease appeared between her eyebrows. She was trying to figure out if I knew something or if I was just being my usual oblivious self. Meanwhile, I was documenting everything. Screenshots of her location data when she said she was at school but was actually at Marcus's apartment. Photos of restaurant receipts in her purse from places she'd never mentioned going. Records of phone calls that lasted hours, placed at times when she claimed to be grading papers. I also started working on my counter-narrative. See, Sarah had spent weeks making me look like the villain, but she'd made a crucial error. She'd done it all in writing, in front of witnesses, in ways that could be verified and fact-checked. I began reaching out to people, carefully, strategically. Not to gossip or spread rumors, but to establish a timeline that would make sense later. "Hey, remember last month when Sarah said I was being controlling in the group chat?" I texted Rachel. "I've been thinking about that. You were right to call me out. I don't want to be that kind of husband." Rachel, who'd been one of the most vocal critics of my jealousy, was suddenly very supportive of my growth mindset and commitment to being better. I had similar conversations with the other friends, acknowledging my mistakes, thanking them for their honesty, asking for their patience as I worked on myself. They ate it up. By the time I was ready to make my move, I'd successfully reframed the entire situation. Instead of being the jealous, controlling husband, I was now the mature partner who'd recognized his flaws and was actively working to improve. Which would make what came next much more impactful. The confrontation happened on a Thursday night. Sarah had been texting Marcus all evening. I could tell by the way she kept smiling at her phone, and she just finished telling me about her plans to work late the following day. "Actually," I said, setting down my book, "I was hoping we could talk about something." "Sure, what's up?" I pulled out my phone and opened the photos I'd taken of her laptop screen 2 weeks earlier. "I need you to help me understand these messages." The color drained from her face so quickly I thought she might faint. She stared at the phone screen, her mouth opening and closing without sound, and for the first time in weeks, I saw the real Sarah, not the confident manipulator, but the person caught in a lie so big she couldn't think her way out of it. "David, I can explain. Can you? Because I've been trying to understand this for 2 weeks, and I keep coming back to the same conclusion." I scrolled through the screenshots slowly, methodically. "You've been planning to leave me while simultaneously making me think I was crazy for feeling uncomfortable about your relationship with Marcus. It's not what it looks like. It's exactly what it looks like, Sarah. You called me pathetic for having accurate instincts about my wife's affair. You turned our friends against me for questioning behavior that was, objectively, questionable. You made me apologize for being right." She was crying now, but they weren't tears of remorse. They were tears of panic, of someone realizing their carefully constructed plan was falling apart. "I never meant for it to happen," she said. "It just developed naturally. Marcus and I connected in ways that you and I don't." "Stop." The word came out sharper than I'd intended. "Just stop with the lies. I've read all of them, Sarah. Every message. I know about the hotel. I know about your exit strategy. I know you've been planning this for months while pretending to love me." She was quiet for a long moment, and I could practically see her mind working, trying to find an angle that would give her back some control. "Okay," she said finally, wiping her eyes. "Okay, you're right. I've been seeing Marcus. But David, our marriage was already over. We both know that. I was trying to find a way to end things that wouldn't hurt you." The audacity of it was breathtaking. Even caught red-handed, she was trying to reframe her betrayal as a kindness to me. By making me think I was losing my mind? By helping you see that we wanted different things. That we'd grown apart. "No, Sarah. We didn't grow apart. You decided you wanted something else and then spent months gaslighting me into thinking I was the problem. There's a difference." She straightened up, and I saw a flash of the woman who'd called me pathetic with such casual cruelty. "Fine. You want honesty? Here's honesty. I did outgrow you, David. You're a good person, but you're not enough anymore. Marcus makes me feel alive in ways you never could. I tried to let you down easy, but maybe that was a mistake." There it was. The truth she'd been hiding behind months of manipulation and lies. "Thank you," I said. "For what?" "For finally being honest. It makes this much easier." I pulled out a second phone, one she'd never seen before, and showed her the recording app that had been running for the past 20 minutes. "What is that?" "Documentation. See, for weeks you've been building a narrative where I'm the controlling, jealous husband and you're the victim of my insecurity. But now I have you on record admitting that you've been lying, cheating, and manipulating the situation from the beginning." The panic was back in her eyes. "You can't record me without my consent." "Actually, I can. One-party consent state. Look it up." She stared at me like she'd never seen me before, and I suppose in a way, she hadn't. She'd been so busy seeing what she expected to see, boring, passive, predictable David, that she'd missed what was actually there. "What do you want?" she asked quietly. "I want you to leave. Tonight. Go stay with Marcus, go stay with your parents, I don't care. But I want you out of this house. This is my house too. It's in my name. You insisted on that when we bought it, remember? For tax reasons." I pulled out a folder of papers. "I've already filed for divorce. You'll be served officially tomorrow, but I wanted to give you a heads up." She flipped through the papers, and I watched her realize how thoroughly I'd prepared for this moment. "The cars, the bank accounts, the evidence of your affair, it's all documented. Your lawyer will explain what that means for asset division, but I suspect you're going to be disappointed in your settlement. You can't do this to me." "I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah. I'm protecting myself from what you already did to me." She was quiet for a long time, reading through the divorce papers, probably realizing that her perfect plan had not only failed but backfired spectacularly. "I never meant for things to happen this way," she said finally. "Yes, you did. You meant for every bit of this to happen exactly the way it did. You just meant for me to be too stupid to figure it out." She packed 2 bags and left that night. She texted me the next morning asking if we could work things out, if we could go to counseling, if I could find it in my heart to forgive her. I didn't respond. 3 days later, Rachel texted me, "Hey, just wanted to check in. Sarah said you two are having some problems?" I sent her a screenshot of Sarah's confession from our recorded conversation, along with a few select messages from the laptop. "Problems is one way to put it," I replied. The response was immediate. "Oh my gosh, David, I am so sorry. I had no idea. I feel terrible about what I said in the group chat." Similar conversations happened with the rest of our friend group over the next few days. Suddenly, everyone could see what had really been happening, and the narrative shifted completely. Sarah tried to control the story, of course. She posted vague Instagram stories about growing apart and mutual decisions and remaining friends. But when people started asking questions, when the timeline didn't add up, when mutual friends began sharing their own interactions with me, the truth came out. Marcus, it turned out, was married too. His wife found out about the affair through some mutual connections and wasn't nearly as understanding as Sarah had expected me to be. Last I heard, he was fighting for custody of his kids and facing some serious financial consequences of his own. Sarah moved in with her parents. She kept her job at the elementary school, but the principal had some conversations with her about maintaining professional boundaries and representing the school's values. Turns out, having an affair that becomes public knowledge isn't great for someone who works with children and families. The divorce was finalized 6 months later. She got less than she'd hoped for, more than she deserved, and exactly what the law dictated for someone who'd committed adultery with documented evidence. She tried reaching out a few times, birthday texts, holiday messages, the occasional "I miss you" at 2 a.m. I never responded. Not out of cruelty, but because there was simply nothing left to say. I kept the house. I kept the car. I kept most of our mutual friends, which I think surprised her. But when someone spends weeks publicly humiliating you and then it comes out that they were lying the entire time, people remember that. They remember how quickly they turned on you, how easily they believe the worst, and they feel guilty about it. That guilt translated into loyalty, which was nice, but honestly, I didn't need their validation anymore. The thing about being called pathetic is that it forces you to examine whether it's true. And after months of reflection, of therapy, of rebuilding my sense of self, I realized something important: being hurt by betrayal isn't pathetic. Wanting honesty from your partner isn't controlling. Having instincts about deception isn't toxic masculinity. What's pathetic is destroying someone's trust in their own perceptions because it's easier than being honest about what you want. What's controlling is manipulating everyone around you to create a reality that serves your interests. What's toxic is gaslighting someone into believing they're the problem while you systematically dismantle their life. I'm dating someone now. Her name is Emma, she's a librarian at the university, and she thinks my dedication to my students is admirable rather than boring. She's never made me feel like I need to apologize for being thoughtful, or careful, or interested in books and documentaries about medieval literature. Most importantly, she's never made me question my own perceptions of reality. We took things slow. I was upfront about what I'd been through, about my trust issues, about the fact that I might be a little gun-shy about certain behaviors. Her response was to be more transparent, not less. She shows me funny texts from her male friends, includes me in work gatherings, introduces me to people as her boyfriend with obvious pride. It's not that she's proving anything to me. It's that she understands that trust is built through consistency and transparency, not through demanding blind faith while maintaining secret relationships. Sarah texted me last month. Just once, late at night, I saw on Instagram that you're dating someone. She seems nice. I hope you're happy. I stared at that message for a long time, thinking about everything that had happened, everything I'd learned about myself and about human nature and about the difference between love and manipulation. Finally, I typed back, I am. And you know what? I meant it. The weird thing about betrayal is that it teaches you things you never wanted to learn about people, about relationships, about yourself. It shows you that someone can look you in the eye and lie with perfect sincerity. That they can turn your friends against you while playing the victim. That they can call you pathetic for noticing what they're desperately trying to hide. But it also teaches you that you're stronger than you thought. That you can document truth even when everyone around you believes lies. That you can rebuild your life from the ground up when someone tries to burn it down. That being underestimated isn't always a disadvantage. Sarah thought she knew who I was: boring, predictable, passive David who would never see it coming and never fight back. She was wrong on both counts. I saw it coming because I paid attention. And I fought back because no one deserves to be called pathetic for wanting honesty from someone they love. These days, I tell my students that the most dangerous characters in literature aren't the obvious villains. They're the ones who convince you that you're the problem while they systematically destroy everything you care about. The ones who make you apologize for being right. They nod and take notes, thinking I'm talking about Iago or Lady Macbeth. I don't correct them. But sometimes, late at night, I think about that word, pathetic, and how it was used as a weapon against me. How it was designed to make me small, to make me doubt myself, to make me grateful for scraps of affection from someone who was planning my destruction. And I smile, because there's nothing pathetic about refusing to be destroyed. There's nothing pathetic about fighting back. And there's definitely nothing pathetic about winning. But here's something I haven't told you yet, something that happened 6 months after the divorce was finalized. Something that made me realize just how deep Sarah's manipulation had actually gone. I was at the grocery store, mundane Saturday afternoon, buying ingredients for dinner with Emma, when I ran into Jessica from our old friend group. You remember Jessica, one of the people who'd called my behavior a red flag in that group chat. "David," she said, a little too brightly. "How are you? You look good." I could tell she was nervous, probably remembering her role in the whole disaster. "I'm doing well, thanks." "That's great. That's really great." She shifted her weight, clearly wanting to say something but not sure how to approach it. "Listen, I know this is awkward, but I've been wanting to talk to you about something." "Okay." "It's about Sarah. About everything that happened." I waited. Emma was picking out vegetables a few aisles over, and I could see her occasionally glancing in our direction, probably picking up on the tension. "The thing is," Jessica continued, "Sarah called me last week. She's been struggling, I guess. Financially, emotionally. Her parents kicked her out, and she's staying in some studio apartment across town." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Are you?" The question came out sharper than she probably intended. "Because she seems to think you're the reason her life fell apart." I felt that familiar tightness in my chest, the same feeling I'd had during those weeks of gaslighting. Even now, even after everything, Sarah was still trying to control the narrative. What exactly did she tell you? That you recorded her without permission. That you manipulated the evidence to make her look worse than she was. That you turned everyone against her when all she wanted was to end an unhappy marriage. The audacity was breathtaking. Even in defeat, Sarah was rewriting history to make herself the victim. And what do you think, Jessica? She looked uncomfortable. I don't know what to think. I mean, we all saw the messages, we know she was cheating. But recording someone without telling them? That feels illegal? It's not. I checked with 3 different lawyers. But it feels wrong. Manipulative. I studied her face, trying to figure out if she genuinely believed what she was saying or if she was just carrying water for Sarah out of some misplaced loyalty. Jessica, can I ask you something? Sure. When Sarah was systematically destroying my reputation in that group chat, calling me pathetic and controlling, encouraging all of you to see me as the villain, was that manipulative? She didn't answer immediately. When she was lying to me every single day for months, telling me she was at work when she was actually at hotels with another man, was that manipulative? That's different. How? How is it different? Because she was trying to protect you. She didn't want to hurt you. I laughed, and it came out harsher than I intended. She didn't want to hurt me? Jessica, she spent weeks making me question my own sanity. She had me apologizing for having accurate instincts about my wife's affair. She turned every single one of our mutual friends against me while she was actively betraying everything we'd built together. How exactly was that protecting me? Jessica was quiet for a moment, and I could see her trying to reconcile the narrative Sarah had fed her with the reality of what had actually happened. But recording her saved my life. Do you understand that? If I hadn't documented what really happened, Sarah's version would be the only version anyone heard. I'd be the controlling husband who drove his wife away with toxic jealousy. She'd be the innocent victim who just wanted out of an unhappy marriage. Maybe that's closer to the truth than you want to admit. The words hit me like a slap. Here we were, a year later, with documented evidence of Sarah's lies and manipulation, and Jessica was still carrying water for her. You know what, Jessica? You're right. Let me tell you what really happened. I pulled out my phone and opened the voice recording app. What are you doing? Documenting this conversation. For my protection. Because apparently, even with overwhelming evidence of what Sarah did, people are still willing to believe her version of events. You can't record me without one-party consent state. Same law I used with Sarah. If you're not comfortable being recorded, you're free to walk away. She stared at me like I'd grown a second head. This is exactly what Sarah was talking about. This obsession with documentation, with control. Stop right there. My voice was calm, but I felt something cold and sharp settling in my chest. You want to know about control? Let me tell you about control. I took a breath, choosing my words carefully. Control is spending months convincing someone they're crazy for trusting their instincts. Control is turning a person's friends against them while you systematically betray them. Control is calling someone pathetic for feeling uncomfortable about behavior that was, objectively, worth being uncomfortable about. Jessica shifted uncomfortably, but I wasn't finished. What I did, documenting lies, protecting my assets, recording admissions of guilt, that's not control. That's self-defense. There's a difference. But you destroyed her life? No, Jessica. I didn't destroy her life. I revealed the truth about what she was doing to mine. Sarah destroyed her own life by making choices that had consequences. I just made sure those consequences were proportional to her actions. Emma appeared at my elbow then, grocery basket in hand, and I could tell from her expression that she'd overheard enough to understand what was happening. Everything okay here? She asked quietly. Jessica was just leaving, I said. But Jessica wasn't done. You know, Sarah was right about one thing. You are different than you used to be. Colder. More calculating. Maybe she did outgrow you, but maybe you've become something worse in response. The accusation hung in the air between us, and I felt Emma's hand find mine, a gentle reminder that I didn't have to respond to every provocation. Maybe I have changed, I said finally. Maybe having your reality systematically dismantled by someone you trust will do that to a person. But you know what I haven't become? I haven't become someone who lies to people I claim to love. I haven't become someone who manipulates situations to avoid accountability. And I haven't become someone who calls people pathetic for wanting honesty in their relationships. Jessica's face flushed. That's not fair, isn't it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like Sarah is still manipulating all of you. Still playing the victim, still rewriting history, still making other people do her dirty work for her. And you're all still falling for it. I stepped closer, and Jessica instinctively stepped back. Here's what I want you to think about, Jessica. In all the time you've known me, 7 years of friendship, barbecues, game nights, birthday parties, have I ever lied to you about anything significant? She didn't answer. Have I ever manipulated you or anyone else to get what I wanted? Still nothing. Have I ever betrayed someone's trust while making them think they were crazy for questioning me? Jessica's silence was answer enough. Now ask yourself the same questions about Sarah. Really think about it. Think about how quickly she turned all of you against me. Think about how easily she lied to my face for months while planning to leave me. Think about how she's still, right now, trying to make you believe that I'm the real villain in this story. Emma squeezed my hand gently, and I realized my voice had gotten louder, more intense than I'd intended. The person you used to know is still here, Jessica. But I'm not going to apologize for learning how to protect myself from people who want to hurt me. And I'm not going to feel guilty for refusing to be gaslit by someone who spent months systematically destroying my sense of reality. Jessica looked like she wanted to say something else, but she just shook her head and walked away. Emma and I finished our shopping in relative silence. It wasn't until we got to the car that she finally spoke. That looked intense. Sarah's still trying to rewrite history. Still making herself the victim. And Jessica believed her? Wanted to believe her. There's a difference. I started the car and pulled out of the parking lot. It's easier to believe that I became some kind of monster than to accept that they all participated in something really cruel based on lies. Emma was quiet for a moment. Does it bother you? What Jessica said about you being different? I thought about it as we drove home, past the elementary school where Sarah still worked, past the restaurant where she'd had one of her fake work dinners with Marcus, past all the landmarks of a life that felt like it belonged to someone else now. Yeah, it bothers me. Because she's not wrong. I am different. Different how? I used to give people the benefit of the doubt automatically. I used to assume good intentions until proven otherwise. I used to think that love meant trusting completely, without reservation. I turned into our driveway, mine and Emma's now, though we'd only been living together for 3 months. And now? Now I verify. Now I pay attention to patterns instead of just words. Now I document things that matter because I've learned that people's memories can be flexible when it serves their interests. We sat in the car for a moment after I'd turned off the engine. Do you think that's a bad thing? Emma asked. I don't know. It's a necessary thing, I think. But I worry sometimes that I've lost something important. Some kind of innocence or faith in people that made life easier, even if it made me more vulnerable. Emma turned to face me fully. David, can I tell you something? Of course. When we first started dating, you told me about what happened with Sarah. About how she manipulated you and made you question your own perceptions. Do you remember what scared me most about that story? What? Not that she did it. People do terrible things to each other all the time. What scared me was how long it took you to trust your own instincts. How easily you let her convince you that you were the problem. I looked at her, surprised. The man I fell in love with isn't someone who blindly trusts everyone. He's someone who learned to protect himself without becoming cruel. Someone who learned to verify without becoming paranoid. Someone who learned to set boundaries without becoming controlling. She reached over and took my hand. Jessica thinks you became colder and more calculating? Good. That means you learned something from what Sarah did to you. That means you're less likely to let someone destroy you like that again. We went inside and made dinner together, moving around each other in the kitchen with the easy familiarity of people who'd learned to communicate clearly, to check assumptions, to say what they meant without hidden agendas. While Emma chopped vegetables, I found myself thinking about something Sarah had said during our final confrontation. You're not enough anymore. At the time, those words had cut deep, confirming every insecurity I'd ever had about myself. But now, watching Emma laugh at something stupid I'd said about the recipe we were following, I realized something important. I wasn't not enough for Sarah. I was too much for her. Too honest for someone who needed to lie. Too trusting for someone who needed to manipulate. Too stable for someone who needed drama to feel alive. Too real for someone who preferred fantasy. Sarah hadn't outgrown me. She'd been intimidated by the person I actually was underneath the self-doubt she'd cultivated in me. The person who paid attention, who asked questions, who wanted genuine connection instead of performance. That person had been there all along. Sarah had just spent so much time convincing me he was pathetic that I'd almost lost sight of him entirely. But he was back now, stronger and wiser and much harder to fool. And that, I realized, was exactly what Sarah had been afraid of all along. The next morning, I did something I hadn't done in months. I blocked Sarah's number. Not out of anger, not out of spite, but because I finally understood that as long as she could reach me, she would keep trying to rewrite our story. Keep trying to make me the villain, keep trying to avoid accountability, keep trying to pull me back into her web of manipulation and lies. I'd spent 1.5 years proving that I wasn't pathetic, that I wasn't controlling, that I wasn't the problem. It was time to stop relitigating a case I'd already won. Emma found me that afternoon in my study, grading papers with more enthusiasm than I'd felt for the job in years. You seem lighter today, she said, curling up in the reading chair by my desk. I feel lighter. What changed? I set down my red pen and really looked at her, this woman who'd never made me feel small, never made me question my own perceptions, never called me pathetic for wanting honesty and respect in a relationship. I stopped letting dead people vote, I said. What does that mean? It means I stopped letting Sarah's voice in my head have a say in how I see myself. Stopped letting her version of events compete with reality. Stopped caring whether people who participated in hurting me think I'm a good person. Emma smiled. And how does that feel? Like freedom. And it did. For the first time since Sarah had called me pathetic in our kitchen that night, I felt completely, genuinely free. Free to be honest without worrying about being called controlling. Free to trust my instincts without second-guessing myself. Free to love someone without constantly proving I was worthy of love in return. Free to be exactly who I was, thoughtful, careful, attentive David, without apologizing for taking up space in the world. That night, Emma and I watched a documentary about ocean conservation. The same one I'd been excited to see with Sarah over a year ago, the one we'd watched while she was planning her betrayal. This time, I actually got to pay attention to it. And it was even better than I'd hoped. Story 2. You're broke now, loser. My wife sneered after emptying our joint account of $58,000 and running off with her divorce lawyer. When I asked about our son's medical bills, her lawyer grinned and said, "Thanks for the free upgrade, oh, and your startup, we'll let you keep that in the divorce but take everything else. And keep your filthy son to yourself." I didn't reply, just smiled and nodded. That was 6 months ago. Yesterday, I watched their faces drain of color during mediation when they realized that worthless startup had just been acquired for $87 million. You know how some people say revenge is a dish best served cold? Well, they're wrong. Sometimes it's best served at exactly room temperature, in a sterile conference room, while watching two greedy faces turn the color of old milk. Let me back up. 6 months ago, I thought I knew what rock bottom felt like. Turns out, I was still floating somewhere in the middle of the lake. You're broke now, loser. Sarah had screamed, waving her phone like a victory flag. She'd just finished draining our joint account, all $58,000 of it. Every penny we'd saved for Tommy's surgery, every dollar I'd scraped together from freelance coding gigs while building my startup in our garage. Gone. Hope you enjoyed playing entrepreneur while I did all the real work. The real work. Right. Her real work consisted mostly of complaining about how I spent too many hours coding and not enough time making real money. Funny how quickly that tune changed once she started sleeping with Marcus Fleming, her divorce lawyer and the kind of man who wears $1,000 suits to grocery stores. I remember standing in our kitchen that morning, staring at the empty account balance on my phone screen. Tommy was upstairs, probably wondering why mommy was yelling again. 7 years old and already used to it. That thought hit me harder than the missing money. What about Tommy's medical bills? I'd asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The kid needed another round of treatments, specialized therapy that insurance wouldn't fully cover. That's when Marcus stepped out from behind Sarah, straightening his silk tie like he was adjusting a crown. The guy had this predatory smile, all teeth and no warmth. "Thanks for the free upgrade," he'd said, gesturing around our house like he already owned it. "Oh, and your startup, we'll let you keep that worthless little hobby in the divorce. Take everything else though." His eyes had gotten colder then, if that was even possible. "And keep your filthy son to yourself." I should have punched him. Should have screamed. Should have done something other than what I actually did. I smiled and nodded. Sarah looked confused for a second. She'd been expecting fireworks, drama, maybe some begging. But I just stood there, hands in my pockets, grinning like an idiot. "That's it?" she'd snapped. "No fight? No pathetic speech about how you'll win me back?" "Nope," I'd said, still smiling. "Sounds fair to me." Marcus had laughed then, this ugly sound like breaking glass. Finally, some sense. "Don't worry, champ, we'll send you the paperwork." They'd walked out together, Sarah's heels clicking against our hardwood floors one last time. I'd watched through the window as they climbed into his BMW, probably heading to some expensive restaurant to celebrate their victory. I should mention something here, I'm not naturally a calm person. Ask anyone who knew me before all this started. I'm the guy who once threw a keyboard across the room because a single line of code wouldn't compile. I'm the guy who yelled at referees through the TV during Tommy's Little League games. But something about that moment, watching them drive away, hearing Marcus call my son filthy, it flipped a switch somewhere deep in my brain. Not the angry switch. The other one. The one that makes you smile while planning exactly how you're going to destroy someone. The first week after they left was rough. Tommy kept asking when mommy was coming home, and I kept making up excuses. "She's on a work trip, buddy. She'll call soon." The lies tasted like sawdust in my mouth. Nights were worse. After putting Tommy to bed, I'd sit in the garage, staring at my computer setup, 3 mismatched monitors, a tower I'd built from spare parts, and walls covered with sticky notes containing half-formed ideas. My worthless little hobby. ChronoSync had been my pet project for 2 years. Enterprise-level data synchronization software that could handle massive databases in real time. I'd started building it after getting frustrated with existing solutions at my day job. The concept was solid, but the execution had been slow going. Working nights and weekends while raising Tommy and dealing with Sarah's constant criticism hadn't left much time for optimization. But now I had something I'd never had before, uninterrupted focus and pure, crystalline motivation. I started working 18-hour days. Tommy would go to school, I'd code until my eyes bled, pick him up, help with homework, make dinner, tuck him in, then code until dawn. I lived on coffee and spite, which turned out to be surprisingly nutritious. The breakthrough came 3 weeks after Sarah left. I was debugging a memory leak in the synchronization engine when I accidentally discovered something beautiful, a way to compress data streams that was roughly 40% more efficient than anything currently on the market. I stared at the screen for a full minute, afraid to believe it was real. Then I started laughing. Not happy laughing, the kind of laughing you do when you realize life has a twisted sense of humor. I spent the next month stress testing the compression algorithm, running it through every scenario I could imagine. It held up. Not only did it hold up, it consistently outperformed industry standards in ways that made my coffee-addled brain wonder if I'd accidentally broken the laws of physics. By week 8, I had a working beta that could make enterprise IT departments weep with joy. By week 12, I'd filed 3 separate patent applications and started reaching out to potential clients for testing. The first company to respond was Meridian Industries, a data management firm that handled logistics for half the Fortune 500. Their CTO, Janet Morrison, agreed to a demo mostly out of curiosity. She'd seen a lot of revolutionary software over the years, she explained over the phone. Most of it was garbage wrapped in fancy marketing. I remember sitting in their conference room, me in a wrinkled polo shirt, Janet and 2 other executives in pristine business attire, feeling like I was about to take the most important test of my life. "Show us what you've got," Janet had said, settling back in her chair with the expression of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. 20 minutes later, all 3 of them were leaning forward, asking rapid-fire technical questions and exchanging looks that ranged from impressed to mildly terrified. "This is real?" one of them asked. "The compression rates, the synchronization speeds, all of it?" "All of it," I'd confirmed, trying to keep my voice steady. "And it scales. The more data you throw at it, the more efficient it becomes." Janet had been quiet for a long moment, staring at the performance metrics on my laptop screen. Finally, she'd looked up at me with something that might have been respect. "We'd like to run a pilot program. 6 months, full integration with our core systems. If it performs like this in real-world conditions." She'd paused, calculating something in her head. "Let's just say you'll be hearing from us." That was 3 months ago. Yesterday, Janet called with news that made my knees literally buckle. "We want to buy it," she'd said without preamble. "The whole thing. Exclusive licensing, your patents, everything." The number she mentioned made me sit down hard in my desk chair. Then she mentioned that Meridian had partnered with 2 other major corporations for the acquisition, and the number got bigger. "Much bigger. Are you serious?" I'd asked, because my brain had apparently stopped processing reality somewhere around the second comma. "Dead serious. Our board approved it this morning. We've seen what ChronoSync can do, and frankly, we can't afford not to own it. The competitive advantage alone." She'd gone on about implementation timelines and integration strategies, but I'd stopped listening after she confirmed the final acquisition price, $87 million. $87 million. I'd thanked her, hung up the phone, and then sat in my garage for 20 minutes, staring at the wall where I'd taped Tommy's drawing of our family, back when we were still a family of 3. Then I'd started planning my outfit for today's mediation. The thing about family court is that it always smells like industrial disinfectant and broken dreams. I'd been there twice before, once for temporary custody arrangements, once for preliminary asset division. Today was supposed to be the final settlement conference, where Marcus would graciously allow me to keep my worthless startup while they divided up everything that actually mattered. I arrived 15 minutes early, dressed in the same khakis and polo shirt I'd worn to every previous hearing. Can't fix what isn't broken, right? Sarah was already there, looking like she'd stepped out of a magazine. New haircut, new clothes, probably new everything. Marcus sat beside her in another $1,000 suit, scrolling through emails on his phone like he had somewhere more important to be. "Gentlemen, lady," said Judge Patricia Holbrook as she settled behind her desk. She was in her 60s, with silver hair and the no-nonsense expression of someone who'd seen every possible variation of human greed. Let's get this wrapped up efficiently. Mr. Fleming, I believe you have a proposed settlement? Marcus stood up with the fluid confidence of a man who'd never lost at anything that mattered. Thank you, Your Honor. My client is prepared to be extremely generous in this settlement. He slid a document across the table to me and my lawyer, a court-appointed attorney named David Chen who specialized in hopeless cases. Mrs. Patterson will retain the marital home, valued at $400,000, both vehicles, and primary custody of the minor child. Mr. Patterson will be responsible for child support in the amount of $1,200 monthly, plus medical expenses. Marcus paused for dramatic effect. In exchange, he keeps his computer business. The way he said computer business made it sound like I collected bottle caps for a living. Judge Holbrook looked at me expectantly. Mr. Patterson? Any objections to these terms? This was it. The moment I'd been planning for months. I glanced at David, who gave me a tiny nod. We discussed the strategy yesterday, though I hadn't told him everything. Actually, Your Honor, I'd like to request a brief recess. Some new information has come to light regarding the valuation of my computer business. Sarah rolled her eyes. Marcus actually chuckled. New information? Marcus said. Like what? Did someone finally offer you $50 for your little app? Something like that, I said, still sitting calmly in my chair. David, would you mind sharing those documents we received yesterday? David reached into his briefcase and pulled out a manila envelope. The acquisition agreement from Meridian Industries, complete with certified copies of the signed contracts. Marcus was still smirking as David slid the papers across to Judge Holbrook. Your Honor, Mr. Patterson's startup, ChronoSync Technologies, was acquired yesterday by Meridian Industries and their consortium partners. The smirk started to fade from Marcus's face. Sarah looked confused, glancing between me and the papers in the judge's hands. Judge Holbrook studied the documents for what felt like an hour but was probably 30 seconds. Her eyebrows climbed steadily higher as she read. Mr. Patterson, she said slowly, is this acquisition amount correct? Yes, ma'am. $87 million. The silence that followed was beautiful. Pure, crystalline silence that seemed to stretch and bend like taffy. Sarah's mouth fell open. Literally fell open. I could see her dental work. Marcus went through what I can only describe as a spectrum of emotions in about 3 seconds. Confusion, disbelief, horror, and then something that looked like physical pain. That's impossible, Sarah whispered. Then louder, that's impossible. It's just some stupid computer program he's been messing with in the garage. Judge Holbrook set the papers down carefully. Mrs. Patterson, according to these documents, your husband's stupid computer program is now worth considerably more than your marital home. Marcus finally found his voice, though it came out about 2 octaves higher than usual. Your Honor, we had no knowledge of any pending acquisition. This changes everything about asset division. I'm sure it does, Judge Holbrook said dryly. Mr. Patterson, when did you first become aware of acquisition interest? About 4 months ago, Your Honor. Right around the time my wife emptied our joint account and moved out. Another beautiful silence. I could practically hear Marcus's brain trying to calculate exactly how badly he'd just messed up. Your Honor, David said, consulting his notes, we should also mention that Mr. Patterson used his personal savings, approximately $47,000, to fund the final development of this software after Mrs. Patterson withdrew all marital funds without permission. Sarah was staring at me like I'd grown a second head. You knew? You knew this whole time and you didn't say anything? I shrugged. You never asked. You were too busy calling it worthless. Marcus was frantically shuffling through papers now, sweat actually beading on his forehead. Your Honor, we request immediate postponement to reassess asset valuations and, Mr. Fleming, Judge Holbrook interrupted, did you or did you not recommend that your client allow Mr. Patterson to retain his business interests in exchange for waiving claims to other marital assets? Marcus's face was now the color of week-old lettuce. Yes, but we were operating under the assumption that said business had minimal value. An assumption you made without conducting proper due diligence. The judge's tone could have frozen helium. Mr. Patterson, I assume you'll be seeking modifications to the proposed settlement? Just one modification, Your Honor. I'd like to retain primary custody of my son. Mrs. Patterson is welcome to reasonable visitation, but Tommy's medical needs require stability, and I'm now in a position to provide that. Sarah shot to her feet. You can't do this. Tommy is my son too. Tommy is also the child you abandoned when you emptied our accounts and ran off with your lawyer, I said quietly. The child whose medical bills you left me to handle alone. The child your boyfriend called filthy to my face. Judge Holbrook looked at Marcus with the expression of someone who'd just found something unpleasant stuck to her shoe. Mr. Fleming, did you refer to the minor child as filthy? Marcus opened his mouth, closed it, then opened it again. No sound came out. Apparently, his brain had finally caught up with the magnitude of his error. There may have been some inflammatory language used during a heated discussion. That's a yes, I translated helpfully. Mr. Patterson, Judge Holbrook said, given the substantial change in financial circumstances and the concerning statements regarding the minor child's welfare, I'm inclined to grant your custody modification request. However, I want to ensure this is truly in the child's best interests. How do you plan to use these newfound resources? I've been prepared for this question. First, Tommy's medical treatments, full coverage, no restrictions. Second, a stable home environment where he won't have to worry about adults screaming at each other. Third, a college fund that will let him pursue whatever makes him happy. I paused. And maybe a better gaming computer. He's been asking for one, and I think I can finally afford it. Despite everything, Judge Holbrook almost smiled at that last part. Mrs. Patterson, she continued, do you have any objections to these arrangements that don't involve claiming ignorance about your husband's business prospects? Sarah was crying now, not the pretty, delicate tears you see in movies, but the ugly, mascara-streaking kind that happens when your world implodes in real time. This isn't fair, she sobbed. I deserve half of everything. I was married to him for 8 years. You were also married to him when you committed adultery and abandoned your child, Judge Holbrook pointed out. California is a no-fault divorce state, Mrs. Patterson, but abandonment of a minor child is a factor I can consider in custody determinations. Marcus had given up trying to look professional. He was slumped in his chair like a deflated balloon, probably calculating exactly how much money he'd just cost himself by being a smug idiot. Your Honor, he said weakly, we'd like to request. Mr. Fleming, Judge Holbrook cut him off, at this point, I'd suggest you focus on limiting the damage rather than maximizing your fee. Mr. Chen, does your client have a counterproposal? David smiled, the first genuine smile I'd seen from him in months. Mr. Patterson is willing to offer Mrs. Patterson a settlement of $200,000, to be paid over 5 years. In exchange, he retains his business assets, primary custody of their son, and the marital home. Mrs. Patterson would have supervised visitation rights pending completion of family counseling. $200,000. Out of $87 million. It was more than fair, considering she'd tried to take everything and leave me with nothing. Sarah looked like she was about to argue, but Marcus grabbed her arm. For once, he was smart enough to recognize when he was beaten. We'll need time to consider. Take all the time you need, I said, standing up for the first time since the hearing began. But this offer expires at 5 o'clock today. After that, I'm perfectly happy to let a jury decide how to split things up. I'm sure they'll be very interested to hear about Tommy's medical bills and that joint account. I walked out of that courthouse feeling lighter than I had in months. Not because of the money, though I'll admit the money was nice. Because for the first time since this whole mess started, I felt like I could give Tommy the life he deserved. My phone buzzed as I reached my car. Text from an unknown number, you planned this whole thing, didn't you? Sarah. I thought about it for a moment, then typed back, no. I just never stopped working while you stopped caring. The response came immediately, I hate you. I know, I replied. That's what made this so easy. I drove home to find Tommy waiting on the front porch, still in his school uniform. 7 years old and already too smart for his own good. Dad? Mrs. Henderson said Mom and her friend were at the courthouse today. Are you in trouble? I sat down next to him on the porch steps. No trouble, buddy. Actually, I have some good news. Remember that computer program I've been working on? The one that kept me up late sometimes? He nodded solemnly. Tommy had always been patient with my late-night coding sessions, even when I was too tired to help with homework the next day. Well, some very important people decided they liked it so much they wanted to buy it from me. For a lot of money. His eyes went wide. How much money? Enough to fix your ears properly. And enough for that gaming computer you wanted. And enough to make sure you never have to worry about anything ever again. Tommy hugged me then, with the fierce intensity that only 7-year-olds can manage. Does this mean Mom's coming home? That was the question I'd been dreading. No, buddy. Mom's going to live somewhere else now. But you'll still get to see her sometimes. And it's going to be okay, I promise. He was quiet for a moment, processing this with the same serious expression he used for complicated math problems. Dad? Are you still going to work in the garage? I laughed, really laughed, for the first time in months. Maybe not as much. I think I can afford a proper office now. Can I help you set it up? I'd like that very much. We sat there on the porch as the sun set, Talking about gaming computers and proper offices and maybe getting a dog now that we had space to take care of one. Normal father-son conversations about a future that suddenly looked bright again. My phone buzzed one more time. Another text from Sarah, "This isn't over." I showed Tommy how to delete text messages, then handed him the phone. "Want to help me with something?" He hit delete with the same serious concentration he brought to everything else, then handed the phone back to me. "All gone, Dad." "All gone," I agreed. Some people say success is the best revenge. They're wrong too. The best revenge is when your success makes your enemies' greed destroy them more completely than you ever could have managed on your own. Marcus called the next day to accept the settlement offer. Apparently, Sarah had spent the night researching California divorce law and discovered that trying to hide an $87 million asset from the court was slightly more illegal than she'd hoped. The transfer happened 2 weeks later. Tommy came with me to the bank for the wire transfer, mostly because I didn't trust that this was really happening until I saw all those zeros in my account with my own eyes. "Dad," he said as we walked out of the bank, "what do rich people do?" I thought about it for a moment. "I don't know, buddy. I guess we'll figure it out together." But I had a pretty good idea where to start. That evening, I called the children's hospital where Tommy had been receiving treatment and set up a fund for kids whose families couldn't afford proper care. Anonymous, of course, I wasn't looking for recognition. Some wounds heal better in the dark. I kept the garage office, by the way. Turns out, after spending 2 years building a fortune surrounded by scattered tools and oil stains, fancy offices felt too clean. Too impersonal. Besides, Tommy likes helping me organize the chaos. Says it's like solving puzzles. He's right. Life is just one big puzzle, and sometimes the pieces don't fit together until you stop trying to force them into someone else's picture. The mediation settlement was finalized last month. Sarah got her $200,000 and moved to Nevada with Marcus, who somehow managed to avoid disbarment despite spectacularly failing his professional obligations. They sent Tommy a postcard for his birthday, a generic desert sunset with "having fun" scrawled on the back. He put it on his bedroom wall, right next to the photo of us at his last Little League game. The one where I'm teaching him to swing a bat properly, both of us grinning like idiots. Some pictures are worth more than others. I still get texts sometimes, usually late at night when Sarah's had too much wine and started thinking about all that money she walked away from. The messages range from pathetic, "I made a mistake, can we talk?" to vindictive, "You stole my life," to completely unhinged, "That money should be mine." I don't respond anymore. Tommy and I learned how to block numbers together, another life skill they don't teach in school. Yesterday, I got a call from a venture capital firm. They'd heard about ChronoSync's acquisition and wanted to discuss funding my next project. The caller mentioned something about revolutionary potential and changing the industry landscape. I listened politely, then explained that I was taking some time off to focus on my son's baseball season. "Maybe next year," I said. Money wasn't really a priority right now. The silence on the other end of the line was almost as beautiful as the one in that courthouse. Some victories are measured in dollars. Others are measured in little league batting averages and bedtime stories and the sound of a 7-year-old laughing at his own jokes. Tommy's ears are healing perfectly, by the way. The specialist says he might not need any more surgeries. Just regular checkups and maybe some physical therapy. When I told Tommy the news, he hugged me tight and whispered, "Thanks for not giving up on me, Dad." I whispered back, "Thanks for not giving up on me either, buddy." But life has this funny way of not letting you enjoy your victories in peace. About 3 months after the settlement, just when Tommy and I had settled into our new routine, life decided to test exactly how much I'd learned about fighting dirty. It started with a phone call from Janet Morrison at Meridian Industries. The same Janet who'd made me $87 million richer was now calling with a problem that made my blood run cold. "We've got a situation," she said without preamble. "Someone's claiming they co-developed ChronoSync. They're threatening patent litigation unless we settle for $30 million. I nearly dropped the phone. "Who?" "I developed everything myself. I have documentation going back 2 years. Marcus Fleming," she said. "Your ex-wife's lawyer. He's claiming he provided essential consultation and financial backing during development. Says he has emails and documentation proving his contribution." The room started spinning. I sat down hard, trying to process what I was hearing. That's impossible. Marcus never had anything to do with my work. He barely knew what I did for a living. He's got a surprisingly detailed filing, complete with what looks like legitimate email chains and financial records. Our legal team is concerned. Even if his claims are frivolous, litigation could tie up the technology for years. After hanging up, I sat in my garage office staring at the wall where Tommy's drawings were taped. My mind was racing through every conversation I'd ever had with Marcus, every document he might have seen, every possible angle he could be playing. Then it hit me. Sarah. Sarah had access to my computer during our marriage. She'd seen my development notes, my planning documents, my correspondence with potential clients. She could have copied anything, everything, and handed it all to Marcus after they ran off together. But copying my work was one thing. Proving he'd contributed to it was something else entirely. I called David Chen, my lawyer. David, I need you to dig into something for me. Marcus Fleming is claiming he helped develop ChronoSync. I need to know exactly what evidence he thinks he has. I'll make some calls, David said. But if he's willing to risk a perjury charge, he must think he has something solid. The next few days were a special kind of torture. I tried to maintain normal routines with Tommy, homework, dinner, bedtime stories, while my brain churned through worst-case scenarios. If Marcus somehow succeeded in his claim, I could lose everything. Not just the money, but the technology itself, the patents, even the right to work on my own creation. Tommy noticed something was wrong, of course. Kids are like emotional radar systems, they pick up on adult anxiety even when you think you're hiding it perfectly. Dad, he said one evening while we were building a Lego spaceship, are you worried about something? I looked at his serious little face and made a decision. No more lies, no more protecting him from reality. He'd been through enough adult drama to handle some honesty. Yeah, buddy. I am worried. Remember Mom's friend Marcus? He's trying to say he helped me build my computer program. He wants some of the money those people paid me for it. Tommy frowned, the same expression he made when working through difficult math problems. But he didn't help you. He was never even in the garage. I know that, and you know that. But sometimes grown-ups lie to get things they don't deserve. That's stupid, Tommy said with the brutal honesty of childhood. Can't you just tell everyone he's lying? It's not that simple. He might have papers that make it look like he helped, even if he didn't really. Tommy was quiet for a moment, methodically clicking Lego pieces together. Then he looked up with an expression that reminded me uncomfortably of myself when I was planning something. Dad, do you still have that security camera in the garage? The one you set up when you were worried about burglars? My heart stopped. The security camera. I'd completely forgotten about the motion-activated camera I'd installed 18 months ago, back when there'd been break-ins in our neighborhood. It had been recording everything in the garage automatically, storing footage to a cloud server. Everything. Including every single hour I'd spent working alone on ChronoSync. Tommy, I said slowly, you might be the smartest kid who ever lived. I spent the next 3 hours diving through archived security footage, my excitement building with every timestamp. There it was, months of documentation showing me working alone in the garage, often until 3 or 4 in the morning. Hours of footage of me coding, testing, debugging, celebrating small victories and cursing at setbacks. Most importantly, there wasn't a single frame showing Marcus Fleming anywhere near my work. But as I dug deeper into the footage, I found something even better. Something that made me lean back in my chair and start laughing, that same unhinged laugh I discovered 6 months ago. 3 weeks before Sarah left me, the camera had captured something interesting. Sarah, alone in the garage at 2 in the morning, photographing my whiteboard notes with her phone. Then methodically going through my file cabinet, photographing documents. Finally, copying files from my computer while I slept upstairs. She'd been planning this betrayal for weeks, gathering intelligence for Marcus to use against me later. The footage showed her taking pictures of everything: development timelines, client communications, technical specifications. Everything Marcus would need to build a convincing fake case. But here's the beautiful part: the timestamps proved she'd stolen the information after I'd already developed the core technology. Marcus could claim collaboration all he wanted, but the security footage showed that any evidence he had came from theft, not partnership. I called David immediately. I found something that's going to end this fast, I told him. Can you meet me tomorrow morning? And bring someone who understands digital forensics. The next morning, David arrived with a woman named Dr. Patricia Williams, a digital forensics expert who looked like she could intimidate hackers just by staring at them. Show me what you've got, she said, settling in front of my computer. I walked them through the security footage chronologically. Dr. Williams took notes, asked technical questions about timestamps and file metadata, and occasionally made sounds that suggested Marcus had picked the wrong fight. This is airtight, she finally said. The timestamps are verified by third-party cloud storage, the footage is continuous and unedited, and it clearly shows theft of intellectual property. More importantly, it proves that any documentation Mr. Fleming has came from materials stolen after the technology was already developed. David was practically grinning. This is better than I hoped. We're not just defending against his claims, we can file criminal charges for industrial espionage and theft. Can we go after Sarah too? I asked. She's the one who actually stole everything. Oh yes, Dr. Williams said. Theft of trade secrets is a federal crime. She's looking at potential prison time. That afternoon, David delivered our evidence package to Marcus's office. Along with it came a simple message: withdraw the patent claim within 24 hours, or face federal criminal charges. Marcus called me directly that evening. His voice was shaky, desperate. Look, there's been a misunderstanding. Maybe we can work something out. No misunderstandings, I interrupted. You tried to steal my life's work using information your girlfriend burglarized from my home. The only thing we're working out is whether you prefer to withdraw quietly or explain to a federal judge how you built an extortion scheme around stolen documents. You don't understand the position you're putting me in. If I withdraw the claim, I lose credibility with other clients. My reputation? Your reputation? I laughed. Marcus, in about 6 hours, every major law firm in California is going to know you tried to commit federal crimes for money. Your reputation is already gone. The only question is whether you want to add convicted felon to your resume. The line went quiet for a long moment. When Marcus spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. What do you want? I want you to disappear. Withdraw the patent claim, issue a public apology admitting you made false statements, and then never contact me, my son, or anyone associated with my business ever again. And if I do that, you won't file criminal charges? I thought about it for exactly 3 seconds. No deal. I'm filing charges regardless. You pick this fight, you get to live with the consequences. The only thing your cooperation affects is whether I push for maximum sentencing. Marcus made a sound like a wounded animal. You're destroying my life. You tried to destroy mine first. I'm just better at it than you are. He hung up. 20 minutes later, David called to confirm that Marcus had filed withdrawal papers with the court. But I wasn't done. Not even close. The next morning, I drove to the offices of Fleming & Associates, Marcus's law firm. I'd done some research and discovered that Marcus was a junior partner, not the senior attorney I'd assumed. His boss, Robert Fleming, no relation, despite the name, was a 60-year-old former prosecutor with a reputation for ethical practice. Mr. Patterson, Robert Fleming said, shaking my hand in his conference room. I understand you have concerns about Mr. Marcus Fleming's conduct? I'd prepared a comprehensive package: the security footage, expert analysis, documentation of the patent fraud attempt, and recordings of Marcus's threatening phone calls. Robert Fleming's expression grew darker as he reviewed each piece of evidence. When he finished, he set the papers down and looked at me with something approaching horror. Mr. Patterson, I want you to know that this firm had absolutely no knowledge of Mr. Fleming's actions. What you've shown me represents a complete violation of legal ethics and potentially criminal behavior. I understand that, sir. I'm not here to cause problems for your firm. I just want to make sure Marcus can never do this to anyone else. He won't, Robert Fleming said grimly. I'm terminating his partnership immediately and reporting him to the State Bar Association. This is exactly the kind of conduct that destroys public trust in our profession. As I left the law office, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You've ruined everything. I hope you're happy. Sarah. I thought about responding, then decided some messages deserve the silence they earned. But the story doesn't end there. Because life has layers, like those Russian nesting dolls, and just when you think you've reached the center, there's always one more surprise waiting. 2 weeks later, I got a call from the FBI. Special Agent Lisa Kowalski wanted to discuss irregularities in financial transactions related to my case. Apparently, when they investigated Sarah's theft of my intellectual property, they discovered something much bigger. Mr. Patterson, we need to ask you about your ex-wife's financial activities during your marriage. Specifically, we're looking at possible money laundering and tax evasion. It turned out Sarah hadn't just been stealing from me. She'd been stealing from everyone. The joint account she'd emptied? That $58,000 included money from her employer's client trust fund, money she was supposed to be managing for estate planning clients. Elderly clients who'd trusted her with their life savings. The FBI had been investigating her for months, ever since one of her clients' families noticed discrepancies in financial reports. My divorce had just provided them with additional evidence of her pattern of theft. We're going to need you to testify about the timeline of her financial behavior, Agent Kowalski explained. Your security footage and financial records help establish her methods and motivations. 3 months later, I found myself in a federal courtroom, explaining to a jury how Sarah had systematically stolen from her clients while simultaneously draining our family's accounts. The prosecution painted a picture of someone who viewed other people's money as her personal emergency fund. Marcus was there too, testifying about his own role in the scheme. Turns out, his expensive lifestyle wasn't funded by legal fees, it was bankrolled by Sarah's theft. His cooperation with the FBI had earned him a reduced sentence, but he was still looking at 2 years in federal prison. Sarah herself looked nothing like the confident woman who'd walked out of our house calling me a loser. Federal custody had stripped away her designer clothes and professional makeup, leaving behind someone who looked small and frightened. When she took the stand in her own defense, she tried to blame everything on emotional distress from our failing marriage. She claimed she'd been driven to desperate measures by financial pressure and my neglect. The prosecutor's cross-examination was surgical. Mrs. Patterson, you testified that financial pressure drove you to take money from client accounts. Can you explain why this financial pressure didn't prevent you from purchasing a $30,000 car 3 weeks after leaving your husband? That was different. I needed reliable transportation purchased with money stolen from an 80-year-old woman's retirement fund? I didn't think of it that way. How did you think of it, Mrs. Patterson? What did you call it when you took money that didn't belong to you? Sarah's voice became barely audible. I called it borrowing. Borrowing. I see. And when exactly did you plan to pay back Mrs. Chen's retirement money? After you spent it on designer clothes? After you spent it on expensive dinners with Mr. Marcus Fleming? Or after you emptied your husband's accounts and fled the state? The jury deliberated for less than 4 hours. Guilty on all counts. Sarah was sentenced to 6 years in federal prison. Marcus got his 2 years as promised, but lost his law license permanently. I testified at both sentencings, not for revenge, I'd moved past that, but because the other victims deserved to see justice. Sarah had stolen from people who couldn't afford to lose anything, elderly clients who'd trusted her with their futures. After Sarah's sentencing, I was approached by Mrs. Chen, the 80-year-old woman whose retirement money Sarah had stolen. Mr. Patterson, she said, gripping my hand with surprising strength, thank you for helping them catch her. I thought I'd lost everything. I learned that the FBI's asset recovery had only reclaimed about 40% of what Sarah had stolen. The rest was gone, spent on the lifestyle she'd been maintaining with Marcus. That night, I made another anonymous donation, this time to a fund for elderly victims of financial fraud. It felt like the right way to close that particular circle. Tommy took all of this in stride, with the resilience that kids somehow manage when adults can't. He asked practical questions about why people steal, whether his mom would come home, and if we could still get that dog we'd talked about. Dad, he said one evening while we were working on homework, are you sad about Mom going to jail? I thought about how to answer that honestly. I'm sad about the people she hurt. I'm sad that she made choices that led her there. But I'm not sad that she can't hurt anyone else anymore. Are you sad about her being gone? That was the harder question. Sometimes. Not because I miss her the way she was when she left, I'm sad about who she used to be before she became someone who would hurt people. Tommy nodded solemnly. Like being sad when someone's favorite toy breaks, even if they stopped playing with it. Kids understand things in ways that cut straight to the truth. Yeah, buddy. Exactly like that. The dog, by the way, is a golden retriever named Newton. Tommy picked the name because he's good at fetching, like how math helps you find answers. 7-year-old logic is flawless. Newton has proven remarkably good at detecting when either of us needs comfort. He has this sixth sense for difficult days, appearing with his favorite tennis ball whenever the weight of everything threatens to become too much. The first time Tommy got a letter from Sarah in prison, Newton immediately stationed himself between Tommy and the mailbox, as if he could sense potential emotional danger. Smart dog. Tommy decided he didn't want to read the letter. Can you read it first, Dad? And tell me if it's something I should know about? The letter was exactly what you'd expect, self-pity mixed with attempts at emotional manipulation, with a heavy dose of blame shifting thrown in. I made mistakes, but your father destroyed our family by being selfish with his computer work. Standard narcissist playbook stuff. I told Tommy the letter was mostly his mom saying she missed him but wasn't ready to take responsibility for her choices yet. He nodded and went back to building a Lego city with Newton supervising. Will you tell me when she's ready to take responsibility? He asked. If that day comes, you'll be the first to know. 6 months ago, I thought rock bottom was watching my wife empty our bank account and leave with her lawyer. Turns out, rock bottom was just the beginning of the descent. The real bottom was discovering that someone you'd loved and trusted was capable of stealing from elderly people, of building a relationship on criminal behavior, of trying to destroy your life when their schemes collapsed. But here's the thing I've learned about rock bottom, it's also where you find out what you're actually made of. I'm made of 18-hour coding sessions fueled by determination and spite. I'm made of patent applications filed at midnight while my son sleeps upstairs. I'm made of security cameras that capture truth even when I'm not looking for it. I'm made of the kind of patience that lets me smile and nod while someone hangs themselves with their own greed. Most importantly, I'm made of the kind of love that gets up every morning to make breakfast for a 7-year-old boy who deserves better than the adults in his life have given him so far. These days, Tommy and I have routines that work. School, homework, dinner, bedtime stories, weekend adventures with Newton. Simple things that feel revolutionary after months of chaos and uncertainty. I've started taking on new clients, carefully selected projects that challenge me without consuming my life. The money from ChronoSync means I can be picky, choosing work that interests me rather than work that pays the bills. Tommy wants to learn programming, so we spend Saturday mornings in the garage with 2 computers, working through basic coding concepts. He's good at it, with the same methodical problem-solving approach that helped him survive his parents' marriage. "Dad," he said last Saturday, "when I grow up, can I work with computers like you?" "You can work with whatever makes you happy, buddy. Computers, music, sports, art, whatever you love doing." "What if what I love doing is helping people like you help people?" I stopped typing and looked at him. "What do you mean?" "Your computer program helps companies work better, right? And that helps them help their customers better? So really, you help people by helping other people help people." 7 years old and already understanding something that took me years to figure out. "That sounds like a pretty good way to spend your life," I told him. He grinned and went back to his code, tongue poking out slightly in concentration. In that moment, watching him work through a problem with determination and joy, I realized something profound. I'd won. Not because of the money, though the financial security was nice. Not because of the revenge, though watching Sarah and Marcus face consequences for their actions had been satisfying. I'd won because I'd protected what mattered most. Tommy was safe, healthy, and surrounded by people who genuinely cared about his well-being. He was learning that hard work pays off, that integrity matters, and that sometimes the best response to betrayal is simply to keep building something better. He was learning that when life knocks you down, you don't have to stay down. And sometimes, if you're smart and patient and willing to do the work, you can build something so much better than what you lost that the loss becomes a gift in disguise. Because that's the thing about rock bottom, sometimes you have to hit it before you realize you know how to swim. And sometimes, if you're really lucky, you discover you've been holding the keys to the surface all along. You just had to wait for the right moment to use them. But the most important thing I learned is this: the right moment isn't when your enemies are weak. The right moment is when your son is watching, and you want him to see what it looks like when good people refuse to give up. That's a lesson worth $87 million. That's a lesson worth everything. Story 3. At our rehearsal dinner, my drunk fiancée laughed with her college friends and announced, "I finally found someone stupid enough to pay off all my credit cards." Everyone chuckled, thinking it was a joke. I just smiled and said, "Funny thing about that, I had my lawyer run a credit check this morning. $89,000 in debt you forgot to mention?" Her maid of honor's jaw dropped as I pulled out the report. The room went silent as my fiancée's face drained of color. She stuttered. "Look, I need to tell you about the night that turned my entire life upside down, because honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened. You know how they say you never really know someone? Well, that's complete nonsense. You can know someone perfectly, it's just that sometimes they're really, really good at being someone else entirely." At our rehearsal dinner, my then fiancée Sarah laughed with her college friends and announced, "I finally found someone stupid enough to pay off all my credit cards." Everyone chuckled, thinking it was a joke. I just smiled and said, "Funny thing about that, I had my lawyer run a credit check this morning. $89,000 in debt you forgot to mention?" Her maid of honor's jaw dropped as I pulled out the report. The room went silent as my fiancée's face drained of color. She stuttered, "Matt, I can explain. But here's where this story gets really twisted. Because what happened next wasn't just about money. It was about discovering that the woman I thought I loved had been playing a game so elaborate, so calculated, that it made chess look like tic-tac-toe. Let me back up. 6 months earlier, I was that guy, you know the type. Successful enough to feel confident, naive enough to believe that love conquers financial planning. I built my marketing consultancy from nothing, and at 32, I was finally comfortable. Not rich, but comfortable. The kind of comfortable where you can buy organic groceries without checking your bank balance and maybe splurge on a nice bottle of wine for date night. Sarah she was magnetic. Auburn hair that caught light like it was personally blessed by some deity of gorgeousness. She had this laugh that made everyone in the room turn their heads, not because it was loud, but because it sounded like pure joy distilled into sound waves. We met at a coffee shop. How's that for original? When she accidentally grabbed my latte. Instead of the awkward fumbling you'd expect, she turned it into this whole comedy routine about coffee theft being a gateway crime to identity fraud. Next thing you know, I'll be wearing your clothes and answering to your name, she said with this grin that should have been registered as a lethal weapon. I was hooked immediately. Sue me. For 8 months, everything felt perfect. She was finishing her master's degree in social work, already scored points with my mother for choosing a helping profession. She talked about wanting to work with at-risk youth, about making a difference. Her eyes would get this passionate gleam when she described her dream of opening a community center someday. Looking back, I realize I never questioned why someone so passionate about helping people always seemed to need help herself. It started small. Her car broke down, needed $1,500 for repairs. Her laptop died during finals week, another $800 for a replacement. Each time, she was genuinely apologetic, promised to pay me back as soon as her student loans came through or her part-time job at the university gave her more hours. I hate asking, she'd say, curling up against me on my couch, her voice small and vulnerable. It's just temporary. You know I'm good for it. And I believed her. Because when you love someone, you want to be their hero, right? You want to swoop in and fix their problems. It feels good, being needed like that. It makes you feel important, valuable, protective. 3 months before the wedding, things escalated. Her grandmother got sick, needed surgery that insurance wouldn't fully cover. Sarah came to me in tears, genuinely distraught. She practically raised me, Sarah sobbed into my shoulder. I can't let her suffer because of money. But I don't have $12,000 just lying around. So I helped. Because that's what you do for family, and she was about to be family, right? I liquidated some investments, took a small hit on the early withdrawal penalties. It hurt my portfolio, but seeing Sarah's relief, the way she kissed me and whispered how grateful she was, it felt worth it. Except her grandmother made a miraculous recovery remarkably quickly. When I suggested visiting her in the hospital, Sarah always had excuses. She was sleeping. The doctors said limited visitors. She was being transferred to a different facility. That should have been my first real red flag, but love makes you stupid in very specific ways. You start explaining away inconsistencies instead of questioning them. You become an expert at creative rationalization. The second red flag was her phone habits. Sarah was always on her phone, but she'd flip it face down whenever I came near. When it buzzed during dinner, she'd glance at it with this expression I couldn't quite read, not annoyed, but calculating? Just work stuff, she'd say, but her part-time university job didn't typically require evening emergency consultations. The third flag was the credit cards. I started noticing them everywhere, slipping out of her purse at restaurants, stacked on her nightstand, tucked into books. When I'd joke about her having enough plastic to build a small fort, she'd laugh it off. I'm just building credit history, she'd say. You know how important that is for our future. Our future. She was always good at making her problems sound like our problems, her needs sound like our needs. But the real warning bell started ringing 3 weeks before the wedding, during what should have been a routine conversation about combining our finances afterward. I suggested we sit down with all our statements, get a clear picture of our financial landscape. Sarah went pale. Not like oh no, I forgot to pay the electric bill pale. More like I just realized I'm standing in quicksand pale. Can't we just figure it out as we go? She asked, forcing brightness into her voice. I mean, we're getting married. Isn't that what marriage is about? Figuring things out together? That's when I realized I'd never actually seen any of her financial documents. In 8 months of dating, including planning a wedding, I'd never seen a bank statement, a credit report, or even a utility bill with her name on it. She was always handling her own stuff and would get everything sorted out after the wedding. Which is exactly when my lawyer friend Jake entered the picture. Jake's one of those guys who sees disaster coming from 3 states away and isn't afraid to mention it, even when it makes family dinners awkward. Dude, he said over beers 2 nights before the rehearsal dinner, you need to know what you're walking into. I'm talking full financial disclosure. Credit reports, bank statements, debt-to-income ratios. The whole shebang. Come on, Jake. That's a little paranoid, don't you think? Jake fixed me with that look he usually reserved for clients about to make spectacularly bad decisions. Matt, I've seen enough divorce proceedings to know that financial surprises are marriage killers. You wouldn't buy a house without an inspection, right? Well, you're about to legally bind yourself to someone's financial situation for potentially the rest of your life. He had a point. A harsh, unromantic, but valid point. Look, Jake continued, if she's got nothing to hide, she'll appreciate your transparency and responsibility. If she does have something to hide, well, Better to find out now than during divorce proceedings 3 years from now. So I did it. I had Jake run a comprehensive background check. Credit history, financial records, even social media deep dive stuff that I felt guilty about requesting but couldn't quite talk myself out of. The report arrived the morning of our rehearsal dinner. $89,000 in credit card debt across 17 different accounts. Maxed out lines of credit with 3 different banks. A defaulted student loan that had gone to collections. 2 previous addresses I'd never heard of, including one that showed a 6-month lease overlap with our current dating timeline, meaning she'd been maintaining a separate apartment our entire relationship. But the real kicker? A social media investigation that revealed posts from just 4 months ago, tagged at locations across the country during a time when she'd told me she was visiting her sick aunt in Ohio. Photos of her at expensive restaurants in Miami, designer shopping in Vegas, spa weekends in California. All with captions like living my best life. And sometimes you just have to treat yourself. I sat in my car outside the rehearsal venue for 20 minutes, staring at those pages. My hands were shaking, not with anger yet, but with this weird combination of disbelief and dawning recognition. Like when you're looking at one of those optical illusion pictures and suddenly the hidden image pops into focus, except the hidden image is that your entire relationship has been a carefully orchestrated financial scam. The venue was beautiful, of course. Sarah had expensive taste, and I'd been happy to accommodate it. String lights draped between oak trees, mason jars filled with wildflowers, a rustic barn that cost more per hour than most people spend on rent. Looking at it now, knowing what I knew, every detail felt like evidence of manipulation. I walked in and immediately spotted Sarah holding court near the bar, surrounded by her college friends. She was wearing this flowing navy dress that I'd watched her agonize over buying, $700 at some boutique downtown. At the time, I'd encouraged the purchase. You only get one rehearsal dinner, I'd said. Get something that makes you feel beautiful. She'd kissed me and said I was the most understanding fiancé in the world. Now I watched her laugh and gesture animatedly, and I realized I was studying her like I'd never seen her before. Was that laugh genuine? Were those gestures natural? How long had she been performing for me? Her friend Jessica leaned in conspiratorially, and I caught the tail end of their conversation as I approached. Seriously though, you've got it made. Matt's totally wrapped around your finger. I know, right? Sarah's voice carried that particular tone of gleeful satisfaction. I finally found someone stupid enough to pay off all my credit cards. The group erupted in laughter. Good-natured, tipsy rehearsal dinner laughter. The kind of laughter that assumes everyone's in on the joke. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. Not rage, not yet. Something calmer and more dangerous. Clarity. I walked up to the group, smile firmly in place, and slipped my arm around Sarah's waist. She leaned into me automatically, still giggling. What's so funny? I asked, keeping my voice light and curious. Oh, nothing, Sarah said, patting my chest affectionately. Just girl talk. Sounded like you were talking about credit cards, I said. Funny thing about that, I had my lawyer run a credit check this morning. The laughter died. Not gradually, but like someone had flipped a switch. Sarah's friends suddenly found their drinks very interesting. Sarah herself went very still against my side. $89,000 in debt you forgot to mention? I continued conversationally, reaching into my jacket pocket. Her maid of honor's jaw dropped as I pulled out the report. I wasn't exaggerating. Jessica's mouth literally fell open, her martini glass frozen halfway to her lips. The room didn't go silent all at once. Conversations died in ripples as people sensed something happening, like animals sensing a predator. Within 30 seconds, our little corner of the reception had become the center of unwanted attention. Sarah's face drained of color. All that healthy, sun-kissed glow I'd fallen in love with just vanished. She looked gray, like someone had adjusted the saturation settings on a photograph. Matt, she stuttered, I can explain. Oh, I'm sure you can, I said, still maintaining that friendly, conversational tone. You've been explaining things beautifully for 8 months. The car repairs. The laptop. Your grandmother's surgery bills. I looked at her friends, who were now actively trying to blend into the wallpaper. Tell me, has anyone here actually met Sarah's grandmother? The one who needed that $12,000 surgery? The silence was deafening. Jessica cleared her throat nervously. Sarah. What's he talking about? That's when Sarah's mask finally slipped completely. The vulnerability, the sweetness, the apologetic helplessness, it all evaporated, replaced by something cold and calculating that I'd never seen before. You hired a private investigator? She hissed. What kind of psychopath does a background check on their fiancé? The kind who's been lied to for 8 months straight, I replied. The kind who just discovered his fiancé has been running financial scams while planning their wedding. The kind who's been paying for a lifestyle he didn't know he was subsidizing. Matt, please, let's not do this here. Where should we do it, Sarah? In private, so you can spin another story? Come up with another emergency? Find another way to make me feel guilty for questioning you? I turned to address the growing audience of wedding guests and family members who were pretending not to eavesdrop while obviously hanging on every word. For anyone wondering about tomorrow's wedding, I announced, my voice carrying across the now silent venue, it's cancelled. Turns out my fiancé has been treating our relationship like a personal ATM with benefits. My mother gasped audibly from across the room. Sarah's parents, who'd flown in from Colorado, looked like they were considering diving under the nearest table. You're embarrassing me, Sarah said, her voice low and furious. This is supposed to be our special night. I'm embarrassing you? I laughed, and it came out harsher than I intended. Sarah, you've been living a double life. You maintained a separate apartment for 6 months while dating me. You've been taking luxury vacations and posting about them on social media while telling me you couldn't afford basic necessities. I pulled out my phone and started reading from the screenshots Jake had included in his report. Quote, Miami Beach vibes. Sometimes a girl just needs to disappear for a weekend and remember what she's worth. Posted 4 months ago, the same weekend you told me you were helping your sick aunt in Ohio. Sarah's composure cracked completely. You have no right to invade my privacy like that. Privacy? I stared at her. We're supposed to get married tomorrow. We were supposed to be building a life together. When exactly were you planning to mention the nearly $100,000 in debt? After the honeymoon? After I'd legally bound myself to your financial disasters? That's when her friend Jessica, clearly drunk and lacking any sense of self-preservation, decided to jump in. Look, Matt, maybe Sarah wasn't totally honest, but she loves you. And it's not like you can't afford it, right? I mean, you've got that successful business. The audacity was breathtaking. I turned to Jessica slowly. Are you seriously suggesting I should be grateful to be financially manipulated because I have the means to absorb the damage? That's not what because that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying that because I work hard and manage my money responsibly, I should be okay with being treated like a walking bank account. Sarah grabbed my arm. Matt, stop. Please. We can work this out. I was going to tell you everything after the wedding. I was just scared about how you'd react. After the wedding, I repeated. When it would be legally complicated for me to walk away. That's not. I love you, Matt. This doesn't change that. I looked at her, really looked at her, and for a moment I saw flashes of the woman I'd fallen for. The laugh, the passion for helping people, the way she'd curl up against me on Sunday mornings. But now it all felt contaminated, like finding out your favorite childhood memory was actually a recurring nightmare. Do you? I asked quietly. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you love what I can provide. My bank account. My willingness to fix your problems. My apparent inability to ask the right questions. That's not fair. What's not fair is lying to someone for 8 months. What's not fair is manipulating their emotions to cover your financial irresponsibility. What's not fair is planning to walk into a marriage with nearly 6 figures of secret debt. The venue had gone completely silent now. Even the catering staff had stopped moving. It was like being in a movie where someone had hit pause, except the movie was my life and I was the only one who seemed to know the plot. Sarah's mother finally approached, her face a mask of mortification and maternal damage control. Matthew, honey, maybe we should all take a step back? Mrs. Chen, I said, trying to keep my voice respectful despite everything, did you know about Sarah's debt? She glanced at her daughter nervously. Well, we knew she was having some financial challenges, but we assumed you two had discussed. Discussed what? The 17 maxed out credit cards? The defaulted student loans? The secret apartment she's been maintaining? Sarah's father stepped forward, looking like he wanted to disappear into the floor. Sarah, is this true? And that's when Sarah finally dropped the last pretense. Her voice went flat and cold. Yes, it's true. I have debt. I made some mistakes. But that doesn't mean I don't love Matt, and it doesn't mean we can't work through this together. Mistakes? I felt my calm facade finally starting to crack. Sarah, this wasn't a mistake. Mistakes are accidental. This was systematic deception. You've been running a long-term con on someone you claim to love. I never conned you. Then what would you call it? Because from where I stand, you identified someone with financial resources, crafted a persona designed to appeal to them, manufactured emergencies to extract money, and planned to legally bind them to your financial disasters before revealing the truth. The words hung in the air like a challenge. Sarah's college friends were actively backing away now, suddenly finding reasons to be anywhere else. Her maid of honor had set down her drink and was staring at Sarah like she was seeing a stranger. "I think," said Jake, who'd been quietly observing from the edge of the crowd, "that maybe we should wrap this up. Matt, you've made your point. Sarah, you might want to consider how you want to handle tomorrow's cancellations." Sarah whirled on him. "This is your fault. You poisoned him against me." "I provided factual information," Jake said calmly. "Matt made his own decisions about what to do with it. And that's when Sarah did something that, even after everything, surprised me." She laughed. Not her beautiful, magnetic laugh that had first caught my attention. This was something altogether different, bitter and sharp and a little unhinged. "You know what? Fine. You want to know the truth, Matt? You're right. I did target you. I saw a successful, lonely guy who was desperate to be needed, and I gave you exactly what you wanted. Someone to rescue. Someone to fix. Someone to feel important around." The honesty was somehow more shocking than the deception had been. "And it worked, didn't it? For 8 months, you got to be the hero. You got to swoop in and save the day. You got to feel needed and important and generous. So don't act like you got nothing out of this arrangement." The room was so quiet I could hear the ice settling in people's drinks. "The difference," I said slowly, "is that I thought I was helping someone I loved build a life with me. You knew you were running a scam. A scam that made you feel good about yourself for 8 months. I stared at her, this woman I'd been planning to marry in 12 hours, and realized I had no idea who she actually was. The Sarah I'd fallen in love with, vulnerable, passionate, apologetic Sarah, might never have existed at all. "You're right," I said finally. "I did want to feel needed. I did enjoy being able to help you. But the difference is, I would have helped you anyway. If you'd been honest about your debt, about your struggles, about needing support while you got back on your feet, I would have worked with you. We could have figured it out together." "Really?" Her voice was skeptical. "Really? Because that's what you do for someone you love. You face problems together. You don't manipulate them into solving problems they don't even know exist." Sarah's expression shifted, and for a moment I saw something that might have been genuine regret. But it passed quickly, replaced by defiance. "Well, it's too late now, isn't it?" "Yeah," I said quietly. "It is." What happened next was predictable and anticlimactic. Sarah stormed out, followed by her increasingly mortified parents. Her friends scattered like startled birds. My family gathered around me with the kind of supportive awkwardness that happens when someone's life implodes publicly. The venue manager appeared with clipboard and worried expression to discuss cancellation policies. Jake handled most of those conversations while I sat at a corner table, picking at a plate of appetizers I couldn't taste and trying to process what had just happened. My mother sat beside me, rubbing my back like I was 12 years old again. "I'm sorry, honey," she said softly. "I know this hurts." "The weird thing is," I said, staring at the engagement ring Sarah had left behind on the bar, "I don't know what I'm mourning. The relationship I thought I had, or the person I thought she was." "Both, probably," Mom said. "But you did the right thing. Better to find out now than after you'd legally bound yourself to her problems." Which was true, but it didn't make the hollowness in my chest feel any less real. The next day should have been my wedding day. Instead, I spent it fielding phone calls from confused relatives, returning wedding gifts, and trying to cancellation vendors with 24 hours notice. The financial hit was substantial: deposits lost, cancellation fees, vendor contracts that couldn't be broken without penalty. Ironic, considering I'd been trying to avoid financial damage by calling off the wedding. But here's the part that still messes with my head. 3 months later, about 2 weeks after the rehearsal dinner disaster, I got a call from an unknown number. It was Jessica, Sarah's maid of honor. "Matt? I hope it's okay that I'm calling. I got your number from the wedding planning group chat before Sarah deleted it. What can I do for you, Jessica?" I wanted to apologize. For what I said at the rehearsal dinner, and for not seeing what Sarah was doing. Or maybe for seeing it and not saying anything. "What do you mean?" Jessica was quiet for a long moment. "We weren't as surprised as we should have been. When you pulled out that credit report, I mean. Sarah's been living beyond her means since college. She's always been good at finding guys to help her out when things got tight." "Guys? Plural?" "There was David during junior year. He paid off her car loan. Then Marcus after graduation. He covered her security deposit and first month's rent when she moved to the city. Before you, there was someone named Tom who helped with her student loans. I felt that cold clarity settling over me again. How many of us knew about each other? That's the thing, none of you did. Sarah was really good at keeping her life compartmentalized. We all thought you were just the latest in a pattern, but we figured. I don't know, maybe this time was different. Maybe she actually loved you. Did she? Another pause. Honestly? I think she loved the idea of you. The stability, the security, the way you made her feel taken care of. But I don't think she ever saw you as a real person with your own needs and feelings. You were more like a solution to her problems. That conversation answered a lot of questions, but it raised even more. How long had Sarah been doing this? Was I really just the latest mark, or had there been something genuine in what we'd shared? I'll never know for sure, and I've made peace with that uncertainty. What I do know is that I learned some valuable lessons about love, trust, and the difference between helping someone and being used by someone. These days, I'm more careful. Not cynical, I don't want to become the kind of person who sees manipulation behind every request for help. But I'm more aware of patterns, more insistent on transparency, more willing to trust but verify. I still wonder sometimes what would have happened if I'd confronted Sarah privately instead of at the rehearsal dinner. Whether she might have been genuinely willing to change, to work together to fix the damage she'd caused. Whether public humiliation was really necessary, or if I'd been motivated more by hurt pride than by justice. But then I remember her laugh when she told her friends she'd found someone stupid enough to pay off her credit cards, and I know I made the right choice. Because that laugh, cruel, calculating, contemptuous, that was the real Sarah. Everything else had been performance. The woman I'd fallen in love with had never existed at all. 3 months later, Jake told me he'd heard through professional networks that Sarah had moved to Seattle and was engaged to a software engineer she'd met through a dating app. Apparently, she'd learned from her mistakes. This time, she was being more subtle about the financial extraction, more careful about maintaining her cover story. I felt sorry for the guy, but mostly I felt grateful. Grateful that I'd discovered the truth before I'd legally bound myself to her chaos. Grateful for friends like Jake who care enough to ask hard questions. Grateful that I'd learned the difference between love and manipulation before it cost me even more than it already had. And weirdly, I felt grateful to Sarah too. Because she'd taught me something valuable about myself, that my desire to help and protect could be used against me, but that it didn't have to be a weakness. It just had to be balanced with wisdom, tempered with discernment, and protected by healthy boundaries. These days, when I'm dating someone new, I pay attention to different things. Not just how they make me feel, but how they respond when I can't immediately solve their problems. Not just whether they need help, but whether they're willing to help themselves. Not just whether they appreciate my generosity, but whether they reciprocate it in their own ways. I'm looking for partnership now, not performance. For someone who wants to build something together, not someone who wants me to fix what they've broken. But the story doesn't end there. Because about 6 months after the rehearsal dinner disaster, I got another call that made everything even more twisted. This time it was Tom. Remember Tom? The guy Jessica mentioned who'd helped with Sarah's student loans before me. Turns out, he'd been doing some detective work of his own. Matt? This is going to sound crazy, but I think we need to talk. In person. We met at a coffee shop downtown, not the same one where I'd met Sarah, because I'm not a masochist. Tom turned out to be exactly what you'd expect, successful, well-meaning, and carrying that same shell-shocked expression I'd been wearing for months. How did you find me? I asked. LinkedIn, he said, sliding a manila folder across the table. After I heard about your wedding getting called off, I started digging. Turns out, we're not the only ones. The folder contained printouts, screenshots, and what looked like a comprehensive timeline. Tom had been busy. There are 7 of us, he continued, that I've found so far. 7 guys over the past 4 years who've had eerily similar experiences with Sarah Chen. I opened the folder, and my blood ran cold. Photos of Sarah with different men at different events, all tagged from her social media accounts. Credit reports showing her debt climbing steadily over the years. Bank records, how he'd gotten those, I didn't want to know, showing regular large deposits from different sources. Look at the pattern, Tom said, pointing to a spreadsheet he'd created. She targets successful men in their late 20s to mid-30s. Usually guys who've been single for a while, often workaholics who don't have much experience with serious relationships. The accuracy was uncomfortable. How long were you together? 10 months. She needed help with medical bills for her sick mother. Tom's laugh was bitter. $12,000 for experimental treatments. Only later did I find out her mother died when Sarah was 16. My hands were trembling as I flipped through the documentation. David, who'd paid off her car loan, except she'd never owned the car she claimed to be paying for. Marcus, who'd covered rent and security deposits for an apartment she'd used as a second base of operations. 3 others who'd contributed to various emergencies, family crises, and educational expenses. The really sick part, Tom continued, is how good she is at it. She doesn't just take the money and run. She builds genuine relationships, creates real emotional connections. I loved her, Matt. Even knowing what I know now, part of me still loves the person I thought she was. So what happened? How did it end with you? Tom rubbed his face tiredly. I started asking questions about the medical bills. Wanted to send flowers to her mother, maybe visit the hospital. Sarah got defensive, then angry, then just disappeared. Blocked me on everything, moved out of her apartment overnight. I never got closure, never got answers. Just suddenly found myself alone, wondering if any of it had been real. I thought about my own ending, the public confrontation, the humiliation, the clear break. In some twisted way, I'd been lucky. Why are you telling me this? I asked. Because she's escalating. Tom pulled out another sheet of paper. Look at the timeline. With me, it was 12,000 over 10 months. With you, it was what, 30,000 over 8 months? The amounts are getting bigger, the timeline's shorter. And according to my research, the guy before you, there was someone between me and you that Jessica didn't mention. He lost 45,000 in just 6 months. 45,000? How? Investment opportunity. Sarah convinced him she had insider knowledge about some startup. He gave her the money to invest on his behalf, and surprise, the company was fake, the investment was non-existent, and Sarah disappeared with a convenient story about the market crash wiping out everything. The room felt like it was spinning. You're talking about fraud. Real, prosecutable fraud. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Tom leaned forward. And here's the kicker, I reached out to the guy in Seattle, the software engineer. His name's Ryan. Guess what emergency Sarah's dealing with now? I was afraid to ask. Her father's having heart surgery. Needs 50,000 for a procedure that isn't covered by insurance. Tom's expression was grim. Her father who, according to public records, died in a car accident when she was 22. The coffee shop suddenly felt too small, too warm. I needed air. We have to stop her, I said. That's what I was hoping you'd say. What followed was 3 weeks of the most surreal detective work I'd ever been involved in. Tom had already done most of the heavy lifting, tracking down Sarah's previous marks, documenting the pattern of fraud, even identifying the fake identities she'd used for some of her cons. Turns out, Sarah Chen wasn't even her real name. Her birth name was Sarah Wolf, and she'd been running variations of this con since college. The social work degree? Real, but she'd never used it professionally. The passion for helping at-risk youth? Pure fiction, designed to appeal to the kind of men she targeted. She's like a chameleon, explained David, the guy who'd paid off her fake car loan. We were all meeting together now, 5 of Sarah's ex-marks sitting around Tom's dining room table like the world's most pathetic support group. She becomes whatever version of herself she thinks you'll fall for. Marcus, the one who'd covered her rent, was scrolling through old text messages on his phone. Look at this, he said, showing us a screenshot. She sent me the exact same I hate asking for help, but I don't know where else to turn message that she sent to David. Word for word. We'd all received variations of the same scripts, the same sob stories, the same carefully crafted emergencies. The only things that changed were the details, the amounts, the timelines, the specific crises that required our intervention. It's like she had a playbook, said James, victim number 4. A step-by-step guide to emotional manipulation. But the more we dug, the more complicated the picture became. Because Sarah, or whatever her real name was, wasn't just running random cons. She was systematic, professional, and disturbingly good at what she did. Tom had managed to trace some of her financial records, and the numbers were staggering. Over 4 years, she'd extracted nearly $300,000 from various marks. But here's the weird part, she wasn't living some lavish lifestyle with the money. Look at this, Tom said, spreading out bank statements. She's got the money, but she's not spending it on cars or jewelry or expensive vacations. Most of it's just sitting in accounts under different names. So what's the endgame? I asked. If she's not spending the money, what's the point? That's when Jake, who'd been consulting on the legal aspects of our investigation, offered a theory that made my skin crawl. What if the money isn't the primary objective? He said. What if she's doing this for the psychological satisfaction? Some people get addicted to gambling, others to substances. Maybe Sarah's addicted to the manipulation itself, the thrill of convincing someone to trust her, to love her, to give her everything. The idea was nauseating, but it made sense. Sarah had seemed genuinely excited during our relationship, but not necessarily about me. She'd been excited about the game she was playing, the performance she was giving, the challenge of maintaining her cover story. That's psychopathic, said Marcus. Yeah, I said quietly. It is. We decided to contact Ryan, the software engineer in Seattle, but we were too late. When Tom called, Ryan's roommate answered the phone. He's in the hospital, the roommate said. Had a complete mental breakdown 2 days ago. Sarah disappeared with $50,000 and left him a note saying she'd never loved him, that he'd been pathetic and easy to manipulate. The cruelty of it was breathtaking. It was one thing to steal money, that was criminal but comprehensible. But to systematically destroy someone's ability to trust, to love, to believe in genuine human connection? That was something else entirely. We're calling the police, Tom said after we hung up. This has gone way beyond civil matters. She's running an organized fraud operation, and she's escalating. But when we tried to report it, we hit a wall. Fraud across state lines was federal jurisdiction, but the FBI agent we spoke to seemed skeptical about our claims. You're talking about multiple victims willingly giving money to someone they were in relationships with, Agent Williams said during our meeting. That's not necessarily fraud in a legal sense. People give money to romantic partners all the time. But the relationships were fraudulent, I protested. She was using fake identities, fake emergencies, fake personal histories. Can you prove the identities were fake? Can you demonstrate that the emergencies were manufactured rather than exaggerated? Can you show that she entered these relationships specifically to defraud rather than simply taking advantage of opportunities that arose? The legal bar was higher than we'd expected. Having documentation of the pattern wasn't enough, we needed evidence of criminal intent, proof that she deliberately set out to commit fraud rather than simply being an opportunistic manipulator. What about the fake investment scheme? Tom asked. That one has potential, Agent Williams admitted. But it's one incident, and the victim isn't cooperating. He's embarrassed and doesn't want to press charges. We left the FBI office feeling frustrated and helpless. Sarah was out there, probably already working on her next mark, and there wasn't much we could do to stop her through official channels. That's when Jake suggested a different approach. What if we warned people instead? He said. Created some kind of alert system. Social media posts, dating app warnings, maybe even a website documenting her methods. It was ethically questionable. We'd be essentially doxing someone based on behavior that, while reprehensible, might not be strictly illegal. But the alternative was letting her continue to destroy people's lives. We compromised. Tom created a private blog documenting Sarah's pattern of behavior, but without using her real name or photos. We called it the Romance Scam Chronicles and focused on educating people about the warning signs rather than targeting Sarah specifically. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Within weeks, we were getting emails from people who'd had similar experiences, not necessarily with Sarah, but with other romance scammers operating similar schemes. I thought I was the only one, wrote Jennifer from Portland. My ex-fiancé convinced me to co-sign a loan for his business startup and then disappeared. I've been paying it off for 2 years. She told me she was a nurse working overseas, wrote Michael from Chicago. Needed money for her visa renewal so she could come visit me. I sent $3,000 to someone I'd never met in person. The blog became an accidental support group for victims of romance fraud. People shared their stories, warned others about red flags, and slowly began to heal from the psychological damage these scammers had caused. But our real breakthrough came from an unexpected source. About 2 months after we'd started the blog, I got a call from someone named Lisa. I saw your blog about romance scammers, she said. I think the woman who scammed me might be the same person who scammed you. But I have something you don't, video evidence. Lisa had been more paranoid than the rest of us. When her girlfriend Sarah had started asking for money, Lisa had secretly recorded their conversations using her phone. I was already suspicious, Lisa explained when we met. Sarah claimed to be straight, but she was dating me. Said she was experimenting and that I was special enough to make her question everything. It felt too convenient, like she was telling me exactly what I wanted to hear. Lisa's recordings were devastating. In them, Sarah could be heard coaching herself between calls, practicing different emotional inflections, even laughing about how desperate her marks were. The hardest part, Sarah's voice said on one recording, is remembering which sob story I told to which guy. I should start keeping a spreadsheet. There was evidence. There was proof of deliberate deception. There was Sarah, in her own words, describing her victims as marks and her relationships as cons. Agent Williams was much more interested when we brought him the recordings. "This changes things," he said. "We've got clear evidence of fraudulent intent. I can work with this." The investigation moved quickly after that. Sarah, who was indeed using multiple fake identities, was arrested in Seattle just as she was preparing to disappear with Ryan's money. The search of her apartment revealed the spreadsheet she'd joked about on Lisa's recording, a detailed database of marks, including their financial information, psychological profiles, and customized approaches for manipulation. She'd been treating fraud like a business, complete with customer relationship management and profit optimization strategies. The trial was surreal. Sitting in that courtroom, listening to the prosecutor describe Sarah's systematic exploitation of romantic relationships for financial gain, I felt like I was hearing about someone I'd never met. Sarah's defense attorney tried to argue that she genuinely cared about her victims, that the relationships had become real even if they'd started as cons. But the evidence was overwhelming. The recordings, the database, the testimony from 7 different men who'd all experienced identical patterns of manipulation. She was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison in order to pay restitution to all her victims. The money was still sitting in those bank accounts Tom had discovered, so most of us actually got repaid, with interest. But the money wasn't really the point anymore. The point was stopping her from hurting anyone else, and maybe finding some closure for the psychological damage she'd caused. After the sentencing, I found myself thinking about what Jake had said about addiction. Because watching Sarah in that courtroom, I saw something that looked almost like withdrawal. She wasn't angry or defiant or even particularly sad. She just looked empty. Like someone who'd been cut off from their primary source of stimulation. Maybe she really was addicted to the manipulation itself. Maybe the money had just been a convenient way to keep score in a game where the real prize was power over other people's emotions. I don't know if that makes what she did more or less forgivable. But it helped me understand how someone could be so systematically cruel while still managing to create moments of genuine connection. The rehearsal dinner that ruined my wedding turned out to be the night that saved not just my life, but possibly the lives of dozens of other people who might have become Sarah's future victims. These days, I'm more careful about dating, but I'm not cynical. I've learned to trust but verify, to listen to my instincts, and to pay attention when someone's story doesn't quite add up. And if that makes me suspicious or overly cautious, well, I'm okay with that. Because the alternative is being someone's stupid enough person again, and I've learned that love shouldn't make you feel stupid. It should make you feel valued, respected, and seen for who you actually are, not just what you can provide. Sometimes the worst thing that happens to you turns out to be the best thing that could have happened. I just didn't know it at the time. Story 4.
Dad's fortune is ours now. My half-siblings cheered at the reading of the will, high-fiving each other while I sat quietly in the corner, the same child who'd bathed, fed, and cared for our father every day for 3 years while they visited only when they needed money. My stepmother leaned over and whispered, "I always told him you were just after his money too." I said nothing, just clutched the envelope Dad had pressed into my hands 3 days before his death. That was yesterday. This morning, their celebration turned to stunned silence as my father's lawyer explained the fortune they'd inherited was actually $3.7 million in hidden debt, while my envelope. My name is Sarah, and until 48 hours ago, I thought I was the biggest fool in the family. The sucker who gave up her 20s to play nursemaid to a sick old man while his real children, Marcus, Diane, and precious little Trevor, lived their fabulous lives in different states, sending Christmas cards and showing up when they needed to refinance something. Dad got sick when I was 22. Pancreatic cancer, they said. 6 months to live, they said. That was 3 years ago. I remember the family meeting after his diagnosis. We all gathered in his study, the same mahogany-paneled room where yesterday's will reading took place. Cheryl, my stepmother of 15 years, dabbed her eyes with tissues that somehow never seemed to disturb her makeup. Marcus, 35 and perpetually unemployed despite his MBA, immediately started talking about getting Dad's affairs in order. Diane, 33 and married to money she was rapidly spending, kept checking her phone. Trevor, the baby at 28, just looked bored. "Someone needs to be here for Dad," I said, because apparently I was the only one thinking about actual care instead of asset management. "Well, you're the only one without a real job," Diane said, not looking up from her phone. "I was substitute teaching and working on my master's degree in education, but sure. Not a real job." "Sarah's always been good with Dad," Cheryl added, and I couldn't tell if she meant it kindly or dismissively. With Cheryl, the line was always blurry. So I moved home. Postpone my degree. Learn to cook soft foods and manage medication schedules and help a proud man shower without losing his dignity. My friends got married, started careers, traveled. I learned the exact sound Dad's breathing made at 3 a.m. when he was having a bad night, and how to clean feeding tubes, and why you never show alarm when someone can't remember your name. My half-siblings visited. Sort of. Marcus came by every few months, usually when his latest business venture was failing. He'd spend 10 minutes with Dad, then corner me in the kitchen. How's he doing financially? I mean, with the medical bills and all. Always concerned about Dad's financial health, never his actual health. Diane visited twice a year, bringing her kids for exactly 1-hour visits that she documented extensively on social media. Cherishing every moment with Grandpa. #family first #blessed. The kids would get antsy after 20 minutes, and Diane would start hinting about needing to get back to their busy lives. But not before asking if Dad needed help organizing his paperwork. Trevor, the golden child, came for Christmas and birthdays. He'd bring expensive gifts Dad couldn't use, golf accessories when Dad couldn't hold a club, expensive whiskey when Dad couldn't keep liquids down. But Trevor would sit with him for hours, talking about nothing, making Dad laugh. I actually liked Trevor's visits, even if they were rare. Cheryl was present. She lived in the house, managed Dad's appointments, kept up appearances. But she developed a busy social calendar that kept her out most days. I need to maintain some normalcy, she'd explain. This is hard on me too, Sarah. And me? I became the ghost daughter. The one who gave Dad his pills at 6 a.m., 2 p.m., and 10 p.m. Who learned to read his pain levels by the set of his shoulders. Who helped him video call with old business partners when he was having good days, and held his hand through the bad ones. I'm not telling you this for sympathy points. I'm telling you because you need to understand how perfectly they all underestimated me. See, when you're the family member everyone dismisses, you become invisible. And invisible people see everything. I saw Marcus photographing Dad's study when he thought no one was looking, probably getting appraisals for the antique furniture. I saw Diane going through Mom's jewelry box, my biological mother's jewelry box, when she thought Dad was napping. I saw Cheryl on the phone with lawyers, and not the kind that handle medical directives. Most importantly, I saw Dad watching them too. My father built his construction company from nothing. Started with one truck and a borrowed hammer, ended up with government contracts and a reputation for finishing jobs early and under budget. You don't build that kind of business by being stupid about people. They think I'm already dead, he told me one evening about 6 months ago. We were sitting on the back porch, watching the sunset. He'd had a good day, able to eat real food, walk without assistance, think clearly. Dad, that's not, it's fine, sweetheart. It tells me what I need to know. He was quiet for a long time, then asked, do you know what the hardest part of being sick is? I thought about the pain, the treatments, the loss of independence. The uncertainty? He shook his head. Finding out who your children really are when they think there's something to gain from your death. That hit me like a physical blow. Dad. Not you. He patted my hand. Never you. You're here because you love me, not because you're waiting for something. That's the difference, and believe me, I've noticed. I started crying then, which I tried never to do in front of him. I'm sorry I'm not more successful. I'm sorry I can't contribute financially to your care, I'm sorry I'm just. Stop. His voice had that old authority, the tone that used to manage construction crews. You think I don't know what you gave up for me? You think I don't see what this costs you? I wiped my eyes, embarrassed. I've been poor, Sarah. Really poor. I know the difference between having nothing and having no one. My other children will inherit money. You've inherited something more valuable. What's that? He smiled, and for a moment looked like the father from my childhood, before illness carved lines in his face. You'll see. I should have paid more attention to that conversation. But I was tired, bone deep, soul tired from 3 years of caregiving, grief, and being treated like the help by people who should have been my partners in this. The end came faster than expected. Dad had been stable for months, then suddenly wasn't. The last week was a blur of hospice nurses, morphine drips, and family members who suddenly had time to visit. 3 days before he died, Dad asked everyone to leave the room except me. His voice was whisper thin, but his eyes were sharp. Sarah, I need you to listen carefully. I leaned in close. In my desk, bottom drawer, there's an envelope with your name on it. Take it now, while everyone's at dinner. Don't tell anyone about it until after the will reading. Promise me. Dad, what? Promise me? I promise. He pressed a key into my hand, a key I'd never seen before. There's more than one drawer, sweetheart. Bottom drawer, back panel slides away. The envelope is in there with some other things. Take it all, but only tell people about the envelope. Understand? I nodded, though I didn't understand anything. And Sarah, I'm proud of you. Not for taking care of me, anyone can do tasks. I'm proud of who you are. Remember that in the next few days, when things get ugly. That night, after Cheryl, Marcus, Diane, and Trevor went to Carmen's for what they called a family dinner, I wasn't invited, someone needed to stay with Dad. I used the key. The back panel of the bottom drawer slid away like Dad said, revealing a hidden compartment I never knew existed. Inside was an envelope with my darling Sarah written in Dad's careful handwriting, a small wooden box, and several folders thick with papers. I took everything, hid it in my room, but didn't look inside. Dad was dying, and reading mysterious envelopes felt wrong somehow. Like counting chickens, or celebrating before the game was over. Dad died 2 days later, on a Tuesday morning while I was making him tea. Peaceful, the hospice nurse said. I was the only one there. The others arrived within hours, summoned by Cheryl's phone tree. Suddenly the house filled with tears, flowers, and whispered conversations about funeral arrangements and estate planning. Thank God it's finally over, I heard Diane say to Marcus in the hallway. I know that sounds terrible, but it's been so hard on all of us. All of us? Right. The funeral was a production. Cheryl had picked out an expensive casket and planned a service that looked impressive and cost a fortune. She kept talking about how William would have wanted the best while approving charges that made my head spin. Don't worry about the costs, Marcus assured her. Dad was well insured, and the business assets should cover everything. I sat in the front row, wearing the black dress I bought with my last $60, watching strangers and distant relatives tell stories about my father's generosity and success. The pastor, who'd met Dad exactly once, talked about his legacy of love and provision for his family. Cheryl sobbed dramatically. My half-siblings looked appropriately somber. I just felt numb. After the burial, everyone gathered at the house for food and reminiscing. I escaped to my room, Dad's and my old room, really, since I'd been sleeping in the chair next to his bed for months, and finally opened the envelope. Inside was a letter, and a small brass key attached to a piece of paper with numbers written on it. My darling Sarah, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and I hope you've kept your promise not to open this until after the will reading. By now you've probably heard that your siblings have inherited the house, the business, and most of my financial assets. Cheryl gets a comfortable sum in my life insurance. You, according to the will, get a small personal effects allowance and my love. I can imagine how that felt. I can imagine what they said, and how they looked at you, and I'm sorry. But here's what they don't know, and what you need to understand: the construction business has been operating at a loss for 18 months. The house has a second mortgage I took out to pay for medical bills. The assets they inherited are actually liabilities totaling about $3.7 million. I didn't lie to them, exactly. I just let them assume what they wanted to assume. Marcus never asked about debt when he asked about assets. Diane never questioned why I seemed so unconcerned about medical costs. Trevor never wondered why I downsized my life insurance policy last year. I had to stop reading and sit down hard on my bed. $3.7 million in debt? The brass key opens a safety deposit box at First National Bank downtown. The paper has the box number and access codes. Inside that box, you'll find the documents you need and something else. Sarah, I liquidated everything of real value 2 years ago, quietly and carefully. Sold my actual assets, my investments, my collections, everything that mattered. I told everyone I was reorganizing my portfolio. I wasn't reorganizing. I was protecting. The money, all of it, is in an account only you can access. Tax-free bonds, international accounts, investments that don't appear on any documents related to my estate. Clean money, legally yours, that the probate court will never see. I kept enough in the business accounts to maintain appearances and pay final expenses. Everything else, about $12.4 million, is yours. But Sarah, that's not the real gift. I had to read that number 3 times. $12.4 million. The real gift is that you'll never have to wonder whether people love you for yourself or for what you can give them. You've already lived that test. For 3 years, you loved a dying old man who gave you nothing but the chance to be tired, unappreciated, and taken for granted. You did it anyway. That's worth more than money, sweetheart. That's worth everything. Use this gift wisely. Don't tell them about it right away, let them figure out what they've actually inherited first. You'll know when the time is right to reveal the truth. And remember, you didn't just give me care in my final years. You gave me the peace of knowing that at least one of my children loved me for who I was, not what I could provide. That's a gift beyond price. All my love, Dad. P.S. Check the wooden box. I think you'll appreciate the irony. I was shaking so hard I could barely open the wooden box. Inside was a single item, a small key-shaped pendant that had belonged to my biological mother. She'd worn it every day until she died when I was 8. I thought it had been lost years ago. Under the pendant was a tiny note: "She would be proud of who you became." I sat on my childhood bed, holding my mother's pendant, staring at numbers that didn't seem real, and tried to process what I just learned. My father had orchestrated the most elaborate, patient, and perfect revenge I'd ever heard of. He'd let his other children show him exactly who they were for 3 years. He'd watch them circle like vultures, visiting only when they needed money, treating me like hired help, and counting his assets before he was even dead. And then he'd given them exactly what they deserved. The will reading was scheduled for the next morning. I lay awake all night, clutching Mom's pendant, wondering if I was dreaming. I wasn't dreaming. At 10 a.m. sharp, we all gathered in Dad's study with Harold Morrison, Dad's lawyer for 23 years. Harold looked tired and uncomfortable, which should have been my first clue that this wasn't going to be a normal will reading. Cheryl sat in Dad's chair, already making herself at home. Marcus, Diane, and Trevor took the leather chairs near the desk. I sat in the corner chair where I'd spent countless evenings reading to Dad. Before we begin, Harold said, "I want to express my condolences to all of you. William was a good man and a valued client." Murmurs of agreement. "Now, this is an unusual situation," Harold continued, looking at his papers like they might bite him. "William was very specific about how this reading should proceed. First, I'll read the will as written. Then I'm to allow time for questions and reactions. Finally, I'm to read a sealed letter William left for all of you." He cleared his throat and began reading the formal legal language. The summary was exactly what Dad's letter had prepared me for. Marcus inherited the construction business and its assets. Diane inherited Dad's investment portfolio and stock holdings. Trevor inherited the house and 2 rental properties. Cheryl inherited Dad's life insurance policy and retirement accounts. I inherited personal effects of sentimental value not to exceed $10,000 in worth. The reaction was immediate and predictable. "That's it?" Diane said, looking at me with undisguised satisfaction. "$10,000? Well, you weren't exactly a biological child," Cheryl said, not even pretending to soften the blow. "And you haven't contributed financially to his care." Marcus was already pulling out his phone, probably to call his accountant. "Harold, what's the timeline for transferring business ownership? I've got some ideas for modernizing operations." Trevor looked uncomfortable, which was something. "Maybe we should." "Should what?" Diane interrupted. "Dad made his wishes clear. He took care of his real family, and he left Sarah a little something too. It's generous, considering." I said nothing. Just clutched Dad's envelope and waited. Harold was sweating now. "Actually, that brings me to the letter I'm required to read. William insisted this be read only after the initial will reading, and only in the presence of all beneficiaries." He opened a sealed envelope with shaking hands. "From William Chen to my family. If Harold is reading this, then you've just heard how I've distributed my estate, and I imagine some of you are quite pleased with yourselves. Marcus, you've inherited a construction business worth approximately $2.8 million on paper. Diane, you've received an investment portfolio valued at roughly $900,000. Trevor, the house and rental properties are worth about $1.1 million combined. Cheryl, the life insurance and retirement funds total about $400,000. Congratulations. You've inherited approximately $5.2 million in assets. Unfortunately, you've also inherited approximately $3.7 million in business debt, medical debt, and property liens that I've been carefully accumulating over the past 2 years." The room went dead silent. Harold continued reading. "The construction business has been operating at a loss for 18 months. The investment portfolio consists largely of stocks in companies that are about to declare bankruptcy. I have insider information about this, all legally obtained. The house has a second mortgage, and the rental properties have been leveraged to pay medical expenses. The life insurance policy has been borrowed against repeatedly. In short, my dear family, you have inherited my debts. All of them." Marcus, the business you're so excited to modernize owes 1.4 million to contractors and suppliers, with 3 major lawsuits pending. Diane, your portfolio is worth about 60,000 in actual value. Trevor, the house you're inheriting has mortgage payments that exceed the rental income from the properties, and all 3 properties need major structural repairs I've been postponing. Cheryl, the life insurance policy will pay out about 15,000 after loans and interest. You will be starting your inheritances approximately $3.7 million in debt. Diane stood up so fast her chair fell over. That's impossible. Harold, he can't do this. He can't saddle us with debt without telling us. Harold looked miserable. Actually, he can. Debts transfer with assets. It's legal, and it's binding. Marcus was pale. The business contracts are mostly fraudulent, Harold read from the letter. I've been accepting jobs I knew we couldn't complete profitably, just to generate paperwork that made the business look successful. Every contract you inherit comes with penalty clauses for non-completion. Trevor was staring at his hands. Cheryl looked like she was about to faint. But Harold wasn't done reading. Now, you might think this is cruel. You might think I'm a vindictive old man punishing you from beyond the grave. But let me explain what this really is. This is a test you've been taking for 3 years, and these are your results. Marcus, in 3 years, you visited me 11 times. 10 of those visits included requests for money or business advice that would benefit you financially. You never once asked how I felt, what I needed, or how you could help with my care. You treated my illness like a business opportunity and my daughter like unpaid staff. Diane, you visited me twice a year for exactly long enough to take photos for social media and ask about your inheritance. You went through your stepmother's jewelry without permission, you complained about the cost of my care, and you never once offered to help with anything that didn't benefit you directly. Trevor, you visited more often, and I appreciate that you try to keep my spirits up. But you also asked me to co-sign for your student loans, your car loan, and your mortgage in the past 3 years, using my illness as leverage. Before it's too late, Grandpa, you said. I signed them all because I wanted to help. They're now in default, and as co-signer, they're part of my estate's debt. Cheryl, you've lived in my house for 3 years of illness and never once helped with my care. You hired nurses, scheduled appointments, and managed paperwork, all important tasks. But you never once fed me, helped me shower, held my hand through a bad night, or sacrificed anything meaningful for my comfort. You managed my illness like a business operation while planning your comfortable widowhood. And Sarah. Sarah gave up her career, her youth, her social life, and her own dreams to make sure I didn't die alone and afraid. Sarah learned to cook foods I could digest, researched experimental treatments, advocated with doctors, and sat beside my bed for 3 years without asking for anything in return. Sarah loved me. The rest of you loved what you thought I could give you. So congratulations, dear family. You've inherited exactly what you gave me, nothing of real value. The room erupted. He was insane. Diane screamed. Sick and insane, and we can contest this. You can try, Harold said quietly. But William was evaluated by 3 different psychiatrists over the past year, all of whom declared him mentally competent. He was very thorough. Marcus was frantically calculating on his phone. Harold, if we disclaim the inheritances, the debts still transfer to the estate, which means they transfer to the residual beneficiary. Harold looked at me. That would be Sarah. Everyone turned to stare at me. I was still sitting in my corner chair, still holding Dad's envelope, still saying nothing. That's perfect, Cheryl snapped. Let the little princess deal with Daddy's mess since she was so devoted. And that, finally, was when I spoke. Actually, I said, standing up slowly, I think I'll keep my inheritance exactly as Dad planned it. They looked confused. I opened Dad's envelope and pulled out the letter, not the whole letter, just the first page. See, Dad left me something else. A letter explaining where he hid his actual assets. The silence was deafening. Hidden assets? Harold asked. He looked genuinely surprised, which meant Dad had kept this secret even from his lawyer. Turns out Dad spent 2 years quietly liquidating his real wealth and moving it offshore. The $12.4 million you thought he had? It's in an account only I can access. I smiled at their shocked faces. So here's what's going to happen. You can keep your inheritances, the business debt, the fake portfolio, the mortgaged house, and the borrowed against life insurance. Or you can disclaim them and walk away with nothing. Either way, I'm inheriting exactly what Dad intended, enough money to never have to worry about financial security, and the knowledge that I earned it by loving him instead of using him. Diane found her voice first. You're lying. You're just trying to scare us into disclaiming so you can inherit everything. I pulled out my phone and showed them a photo I'd taken at the bank that morning, account statements showing a balance that made their jaws drop. Dad taught me that the best business deals are when everyone gets exactly what they deserve, I said. Congratulations, family. You played yourselves. Marcus lunged toward me, probably intending to grab the papers, but Harold stepped between us. That's enough, the lawyer said firmly. William's estate plan is legal and binding. The inheritors can disclaim or accept, but they cannot contest the basic structure. She manipulated him. Cheryl screamed. She turned a sick old man against his real family. I looked at her calmly. I bathed him, fed him, gave him his medications, and held his hand when he was afraid. If that's manipulation, what do you call visiting only when you need money? Trevor, who'd been silent through the whole explosion, finally spoke up. Sarah. Look, I know we weren't perfect, but we're still family. Maybe we could work something out? Share the inheritance more fairly? And you know what? For just a moment, I almost felt bad for him. Trevor had been the least awful of the bunch, and he looked genuinely upset rather than just greedy. But then I remembered Dad's words, you'll never have to wonder whether people love you for yourself or for what you can give them. Trevor, I said gently, 3 days ago, when you thought I was inheriting $10,000 and you were getting over $1 million, you didn't say anything about fair shares then. He flushed red and looked away. I turned to address all of them. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to accept my inheritance, all of it, exactly as Dad planned. You can accept yours, disclaim yours, or spend your own money fighting it in court. But either way, I'm done being your unpaid caregiver, your ignored sister, and your scapegoat. I picked up my purse and started toward the door. Sarah, wait, Cheryl called. Her voice had changed completely, gone was the dismissive tone, replaced by desperate sweetness. Honey, I know we've had our differences, but you're right. We should have appreciated you more. Maybe we could all sit down and figure out how to handle this as a family? I paused with my hand on the doorknob and looked back at her. Really looked. For 3 years, this woman had treated me like an inconvenience in my own father's house. She'd made snide comments about my lack of employment while I provided free live-in care. She'd excluded me from family dinners, family photos, and family decisions. She'd whispered poison in Dad's ear about my motives and my character. Now she wanted to be family. Cheryl, I said, 2 hours ago you told everyone that Dad was generous to leave me anything, considering I wasn't really his child. 1 hour ago, you said I should deal with his debt since I was so devoted. Now you want to handle this as a family? She opened her mouth, but I kept talking. Here's the thing about family. Real family doesn't wait until there's money involved to start treating each other with respect. Real family doesn't measure love in dollars or inheritance percentages. Real family shows up when it's hard, not just when it's profitable. I opened the door. Dad taught me the difference between having nothing and having no one. You all taught me the difference between being alone and being lonely. I'd rather be alone with Dad's love and respect than rich with people who only want me around when I'm useful. I left them arguing in Dad's study and drove straight to the bank. The safety deposit box contained exactly what Dad had promised: clean documentation of offshore accounts, investment portfolios, and assets that were legally mine and completely hidden from his estate. $12.4 million, transferred over 2 years through careful, legal methods that left no trail back to his other assets. But it also contained something else, a USB drive labeled for Sarah's peace of mind. When I got home, to my apartment, not Dad's house, I plugged in the drive. It was full of audio recordings. Dad had been recording his conversations for months. Not all of them, just the ones with Marcus, Diane, Trevor, and Cheryl when they didn't know I was listening. Every request for money, every dismissive comment about me, every conversation where they calculated his worth and planned their inheritances. There was Marcus on the phone with someone, explaining how he planned to sell the business assets as soon as Dad died and use the money to start a consulting firm. There was Diane talking to her husband about taking jewelry and artwork from the house before the will reading. There was Trevor asking Dad to co-sign loans while explicitly saying he probably wouldn't be able to pay them back. There was Cheryl on the phone with a real estate agent, getting the house appraised for a quick sale. And there was one final recording, labeled Sarah's Lullaby. I almost didn't play it. Something about the name made my chest tight. But I did. It was Dad's voice, weak and tired, recorded just days before he died. Sarah, if you're hearing this, then everything worked exactly as I planned, and you're probably feeling overwhelmed. Maybe guilty. Maybe angry. Maybe all of those things. I want you to know that everything I did out of love. Not revenge, though I won't pretend I didn't enjoy the justice of it. Love. I love you for who you are, not what you can do for me. I love you for the woman you became despite having every reason to become bitter or selfish. I love you for sacrificing your young life to make my old life bearable. But mostly, I love you for proving that real family isn't about blood or law or money. Real family is about showing up when showing up is hard. You did that, sweetheart. Every day for 3 years, you showed up. Now I want you to show up for yourself. Use this gift to build the life you postponed for me. Go back to school. Travel. Find someone who loves you the way you deserve to be loved. Buy a house with a garden and fill it with people who appreciate you. And don't feel guilty about the others. They made their choices long before I made mine. I just gave them exactly what they valued most, the chance to profit from my death without having to earn it through love. The difference is, you actually did earn it. Not the money. Nobody earns $12 million through caregiving. You earned something much more valuable. You earned the right to know, absolutely and forever, that you are capable of real love, and that you were really loved in return. That's a gift that will outlast any inheritance. Sleep well, my darling girl. You've earned your rest. I sat in my quiet apartment, listening to my father's voice for the last time, and finally cried. Not the desperate, exhausted tears I'd cried during his illness, or the numb, shocked tears at his funeral. These were different tears, grief and relief and gratitude all mixed together. I cried for the father I'd lost, for the years I'd given up, and for the family I'd never really had. But I also cried happy tears, because Dad was right. I'd never have to wonder if I was loved for myself or for what I could provide. That question was answered forever. The next morning, my phone started ringing early. Marcus, Diane, Trevor, Cheryl, they all wanted to talk, to negotiate, to work something out. I let them go to voicemail. By afternoon, Trevor showed up at my apartment. He looked terrible, unshaven, exhausted, desperate. Sarah, please. I know I messed up, okay? I know we all messed up. But I'm going to lose everything. The house, the car, my job, everything. Those loans Dad co-signed for, I really can't pay them back. I'll be bankrupt by Christmas. I let him in and made coffee, because whatever else he was still my brother. Trevor, what did you think was going to happen? You asked a dying man to co-sign for loans you knew you couldn't afford. I thought he'd be around longer, you know? I thought I'd have time to get on my feet, maybe get help from the business when Marcus inherited it. He put his head in his hands. I thought there would be enough money for everyone. There was, I said quietly. There was enough money for everyone. But not enough to support people who only showed up when they needed something. That's not fair, Sarah. We visited. We cared. You visited when you needed things. You cared about his money. Trevor was quiet for a long time, then looked up at me with red eyes. What would it take? For you to help me with the loans, I mean. I'm not asking for millions, just enough to not lose everything. And there it was. Even now, even after everything, he was asking me for money. Trevor, do you remember the last conversation we had before Dad got really sick? He looked confused. No, What about it? You told me I was wasting my life. You said I should get a real job, find a husband, stop babying Dad. You said I was pathetic. I didn't mean, you meant it. And you know what? Maybe I was pathetic. Maybe I did waste my 20s. But I'd rather be pathetic and know I loved someone than successful and know I abandoned them. I finished my coffee and set down the cup. Dad left me $12 million, Trevor. Know what I'm going to do with it? He leaned forward hopefully. I'm going to live my life without feeling guilty about other people's choices. I'm going back to school. I'm buying a house. I'm going to travel and learn languages and maybe start a nonprofit for caregiver support. I'm going to build a life that honors the sacrifice Dad and I both made. What about us? He asked. What about family? I looked at him sitting in my living room, asking me to fix the consequences of his own decisions, and felt something shift in my chest. Not anger anymore, just clarity. Trevor, you're 38 years old. For 3 years, you watched me give up everything to care for our father, and you never once offered to help. You never offered to take a shift, contribute money, or even just acknowledge what I was doing. But you did ask Dad to co-sign loans you couldn't afford. I stood up. That's the family you chose to be. These are the consequences of that choice. I'm not responsible for fixing what you broke. He started crying then, and I almost wavered. Almost. But then I heard Dad's voice in my head, don't let them make you feel guilty for their choices. I'm sorry, Trevor. I really am. But the answer is no. He left without saying goodbye. The others tried different approaches over the next few weeks. Diane sent her kids to talk to me, using children as messengers, which told me everything I needed to know about her character. Marcus hired a lawyer to see if there was any way to contest Dad's asset transfers. Cheryl tried the sympathy route, claiming she was just a grieving widow who'd been deceived. None of it worked, because Dad had been too careful and I was too tired to feel guilty anymore. I did exactly what I told Trevor I would do. I went back to school and finished my master's degree. I bought a house with a garden and filled it with rescue dogs who appreciated being fed on schedule. I started a foundation that provides support and respite care for people caring for terminally ill family members. And I learned something important: money doesn't buy happiness, but it does buy choices. For the first time in my adult life, I could choose what to do with my days without worrying about rent, groceries, or student loans. I chose to honor the person Dad had raised me to be. The foundation I started has helped over 300 families in the past year. We provide respite care, financial assistance for medical equipment, and support groups for people who are watching someone they love die slowly. Every person we help reminds me why Dad's gift mattered, not the money, but the validation that love without expectation is worth something. I also chose to forgive, which surprised everyone, including me. Not forgive and forget, I'm not stupid. But forgive and understand. Marcus, Diane, Trevor, and Cheryl weren't evil people. They were just people who'd never learned the difference between loving someone and loving what someone could give them. Dad and I had learned that difference the hard way, through illness and sacrifice and 3 years of discovering what really mattered. They'd learned it too, eventually. Just not the way they expected. 6 months after the will reading, Marcus called me. Not to ask for money, to apologize. I keep thinking about what Dad said, he told me. About the test we'd been taking for 3 years. He was right, Sarah. I failed it completely. Marcus, no, let me say this. I've been seeing a counselor, trying to figure out how I became the kind of person who saw my father's illness as a business opportunity. And I keep coming back to the same thing: I was so afraid of being poor again that I forgot how to be human. That surprised me. Poor again? You don't remember, do you? You were too young. But Dad's business almost failed when you were little. We had to move in with Grandma for 6 months, and Dad worked 3 jobs to keep us fed. I was 15, and I swore I'd never be that scared about money again. I did remember, vaguely. The cramped apartment, the whispered arguments about bills, the way Dad looked when he came home exhausted every night. I spent the next 20 years chasing financial security, Marcus continued. And somewhere along the way, I forgot that Dad had already given me something more valuable than money. He'd shown me how to work hard and take care of people you love. I threw that away because I was afraid of being broke. What are you going to do now? I asked. Start over. Declare bankruptcy, get a job, learn how to be the kind of man Dad was proud of before I became the kind of man who disappointed him. We talked for 2 hours that night. Really talked, for the first time since we were kids. It didn't fix everything, and I didn't offer him money, but it fixed something between us that I hadn't even realized was broken. Diane took longer to come around. A year later, she showed up at my house unannounced, looking older and tireder than I'd ever seen her. I need to tell you something, she said, and I could tell it was hard for her. Dad was right about me. About all of us. I spent 3 years treating you like hired help while planning how to spend his money. I'm ashamed of that person. What changed? She laughed bitterly. Losing everything, mostly. The fake portfolio Dad left me was worthless, like he said it would be. My husband left me when he realized there was no inheritance to pay off his gambling debts. I had to sell the house, move in with my sister, get a job at Target. I'm sorry, Diane. That sounds awful. The weird thing is, it's not. I mean, it was at first. I felt sorry for myself for months. But then I started remembering things. Like how proud I felt when I got my first job out of college. How good it felt to pay my own bills. How happy I was before I started measuring everything in terms of what it cost or what it was worth. She looked around my living room, taking in the comfortable but not ostentatious furniture, the family photos, the dog toys scattered on the floor. You know what I realized? You were the only one of us who never changed. You were always the same Sarah, kind, hardworking, more interested in people than things. The rest of us became different people when we thought there was money involved. But you stayed yourself. I don't know about that, I said. I think I'm different now too. More confident, maybe. Less afraid. Because of the money? Because of knowing I can take care of myself. And because of knowing Dad really saw me for who I was. Diane nodded. That's what I keep thinking about. How he saw all of us for exactly who we were, and he loved you anyway. She stayed for dinner, and we talked about our childhood, our mother, the good memories from before everything got complicated. When she left, she hugged me, really hugged me, not the performative family gathering hugs we'd done for years. I don't deserve your forgiveness, she said. But if you ever want to try being sisters instead of just relatives, I'd like that. We're working on it. It's slow, and there are still awkward moments, but we're working on it. Trevor was the hardest case. He lost everything: house, car, job, wife. The co-signed loans Dad had warned about destroyed his credit and his marriage. For 2 years, he bounced between friends' couches and minimum wage jobs, bitter and angry about the unfairness of his situation. But rock bottom, apparently, was exactly where Trevor needed to land. He called me on a Tuesday night, 2 years after Dad died. I almost didn't answer. His previous calls had all been variations on asking for money or blaming me for his problems. Sarah? It's Trevor. I'm calling from rehab. That got my attention. Rehab? Yeah. Turns out when you lose everything and feel sorry for yourself long enough, you start making even worse decisions. Who knew? His voice was different, clearer, but sadder. I've been here 6 weeks, and they make you do this thing where you have to take responsibility for your part in your problems. How's that going? Terrible. Turns out I had a pretty big part. He was quiet for a moment. Sarah, I need to tell you some things, and I need you to just listen, okay? Don't say anything or try to make me feel better. I just need to say this. Okay. I was jealous of you. For 3 years, I watched Dad light up when you walked in the room, and I was jealous. Not because of any inheritance, I mean that too, but mainly just because he loved you more. He loved you in a way he never loved me. My throat tightened, but I stayed quiet like he'd asked. And the thing is, I knew why. You earned it. You showed up every day and took care of him and never asked for anything. You were the daughter he deserved, and I was just the son who disappointed him. Trevor, you said you'd listen, he reminded me gently. I'm not done. Sorry. I convinced myself that if I could just get some financial help, I could become the kind of person who deserved his respect. Like money would fix my character or something. So I used his illness as leverage to get him to co-sign for things I couldn't afford, telling myself I'd pay him back and make him proud. He took a shaky breath. But really, I was just proving that he was right not to trust me with anything important. I was proving that I would use even his love for me as a tool to get what I wanted. I was crying now, but quietly. The worst part is, I blamed you for his choice. Like you had manipulated him instead of just loved him. It was easier to blame me than to admit that I had failed the most basic test of being a good son. What test is that? I asked softly. Putting someone else's needs before your own wants. You did that every day for 3 years. I couldn't do it for 3 minutes. We were both quiet for a long time. Trevor, you were struggling. Dad knew that. He co-signed those loans because he loved you, not because you manipulated him. Maybe. But I still asked a dying man to take on debt he might not be able to handle. That's not love, Sarah. That's selfishness disguised as family loyalty. What are you going to do now? Get sober. Stay sober. Find a job I can actually do instead of jobs I think I deserve. Learn how to be the kind of person who shows up for people instead of showing up to people. He paused. And stop waiting for you to fix the consequences of my choices. I'm proud of you for going to rehab, I said, and meant it. Don't be proud yet. I've got a long way to go. But Sarah? I want you to know that Dad was right about you. You're the best of all of us, and you always were. I'm sorry it took me this long to say that. That conversation changed things between us two. Not immediately, and not completely, but it was a start. Cheryl never called to apologize. Last I heard, she'd moved to Florida and married someone she met on a cruise. Marcus told me she posts a lot on social media about new beginnings and toxic people and choosing happiness. I hope she's actually happy. I really do. But mostly, I don't think about any of them very much anymore. Not because I'm bitter, but because I've built a life that doesn't revolve around old grievances or family drama. I think Dad would be proud of that life. I finished my master's degree and started teaching again, high school English, which I love. I kept the foundation, but I hired other people to run the day-to-day operations so I could focus on the actual teaching and caregiving support. I bought a house with a big kitchen and a garden, and I fill it with people who appreciate home-cooked meals and don't take kindness for granted. I have dinner parties where we laugh until our sides hurt and nobody talks about money or inheritance or who deserves what. I travel now, something I never thought I'd be able to do. I've seen the northern lights in Iceland and sunrise over Angkor Wat and the lavender fields in Provence. I send postcards to Dad's grave, telling him about the adventures his gift made possible. And I'm dating someone wonderful. David is a social worker who understands about caregiving and sacrifice and the difference between choosing to help someone and being obligated to save them. He knew me for 6 months before he found out about the money, and his reaction was to worry that it would change things between us rather than to start planning how to spend it. That told me everything I needed to know about his character. We're talking about marriage, which feels both thrilling and terrifying. Not because I doubt him, but because I never imagined I'd get to have this, the normal life I postponed, the partnership I thought I'd missed my chance at, the future I put on hold. But Dad was right, the real gift wasn't the money. The real gift was learning that I was capable of real love, and that I was worthy of being really loved in return. The money just made it possible to stop worrying about everything else long enough to figure that out. Sometimes people ask me if I regret the years I spent caring for Dad instead of building a career or starting a family. The question always surprises me, because the answer is so obvious. No. I don't regret a single day. Not because those years were easy or fun or particularly rewarding in the moment. They were hard and exhausting and often lonely. I gave up a lot, and I won't pretend I didn't. But I also gained something that can't be bought or inherited or taken away. I gained the absolute certainty that when someone I loved needed me, I showed up. When showing up was inconvenient, expensive, thankless, and hard, I still showed up. That's not martyrdom or sainthood. That's just love. Real love, the kind that costs something and gives anyway. My half-siblings spent 3 years showing Dad who they were when they thought there was something to gain. I spent 3 years showing him who I was when there was nothing to gain but his comfort. We all got exactly what we deserved. And you know what? I think Dad knew that was how it would end from the very beginning. I think he spent 3 years watching all of us, not just deciding what to leave us, but learning what we had already chosen to become. The will wasn't revenge. It was recognition. He recognized that Marcus, Diane, Trevor, and Cheryl had chosen money over relationship, convenience over sacrifice, expectation over gratitude. So he gave them exactly what they had chosen, a relationship with his money instead of his love, the inconvenience of debt instead of the convenience of wealth, and the expectation of loss instead of the gratitude for gain. And he recognized that I had chosen love over money, sacrifice over convenience, and gratitude over expectation. So he gave me exactly what I had chosen, enough money to never have to choose financial security over love again, the reward for sacrifice freely given, and the deep gratitude of a father who knew he was truly loved. The test wasn't in the will. The test was in how we treated him while he was dying. We all passed exactly the test we chose to take. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Not because it makes me look good, though I suppose it does, but because it's true. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, the truth is also justice. Dad taught me that the best stories are the ones where everyone gets exactly what they deserve, and everyone deserves exactly what they chose. This is one of those stories. The end. Author's note: 3 years later, Sarah Chen Morrison, she hyphenated when she married David, runs the largest caregiver support foundation in the state, teaches English at the local high school, and still sends postcards to her father's grave from her travels around the world. Marcus successfully completed bankruptcy proceedings and now works as a project manager for a nonprofit housing organization. Diane manages a Target and is dating someone who makes her laugh. Trevor has been sober for 18 months and works at the same rehab facility where he got clean. Cheryl's whereabouts and happiness remain unknown, but Sarah wishes her well anyway. The house where Sarah cared for her father was eventually sold to pay estate debts. The new owners turned it into a bed and breakfast called the Second Chance Inn. Sarah thinks Dad would appreciate the irony. Sometimes justice looks like revenge, and sometimes revenge looks like love, and sometimes love looks like letting people live with the consequences of their choices. This was one of those times when all three looked exactly the same.
Story 5.
During my father's wedding ceremony, my 9-year-old son walked down the aisle as ring bearer, only for my new stepsister to trip him, kick him when he fell, and snatch the ring pillow for herself. When my father discovered the ring was missing, he didn't ask what happened, he spat on my sobbing child and screamed, "You ruined everything, just like your mother." My new stepmother grabbed my arm and hissed, "Get that disgusting brat out of here before he ruins any more photos." I just picked up my son and left without a word. 4 months later, yesterday, my father called frantically about the family emergency after his new family ruined his life. So here's something I never thought I'd tell anyone: I destroyed my father's new family, and honestly, I sleep better at night knowing they got exactly what they deserved. Look, I know how that sounds. Trust me, 4 months ago I would have been horrified at the person I've become. But some lines, once crossed, change everything. And what happened at Dad's wedding ceremony? That wasn't just crossing a line, that was obliterating it with a flamethrower while dancing on the ashes. Let me paint you the picture of that perfect spring afternoon that turned into my son's worst nightmare and my father's last chance at redemption, which he spectacularly failed in front of 200 witnesses. The funny thing is, I actually helped plan parts of that wedding. Spent hours on Pinterest with Miranda, picking out centerpieces and discussing color schemes like we were going to be best friends forever. She had this way of making you feel special, like you were the only person in the room who really understood her vision. Classic manipulation, but I fell for it completely. The church was one of those picture-perfect places with stained glass windows casting rainbow shadows across polished pews. Everything looked like a movie set, which should have been my first warning. Dad had spared no expense for his fourth wedding, because apparently the third time wasn't the charm, but maybe wife number 4 would stick around long enough to see his retirement fund disappear entirely. I'd spent weeks coaching 9-year-old Tommy for his role as ring bearer. We practiced in our hallway every night after dinner, walking slowly, holding the pillow steady, not fidgeting with his tie even when it felt scratchy. The kid was so excited he could barely sleep the night before, bouncing on his bed while I tried to braid his cowlick into submission. "Mom, do you think Grandpa will be proud of me?" he'd asked, his gap-toothed grin lighting up his whole face. I'd kissed his forehead and promised that yes, absolutely, Grandpa would be so proud. "You're going to do great, buddy. Just remember what we practiced." I was naive. Stupidly, blindly naive. The morning of the wedding, Tommy stood perfectly still while I adjusted his miniature tuxedo for the dozenth time. He looked like a tiny businessman, all serious concentration and careful posture. I snapped about 50 pictures, because he'd never looked more grown-up or more heartbreakingly young. "I'm ready, Mom," he announced solemnly, like he was reporting for military duty. The ceremony started beautifully. Dad looked distinguished in his tailored tux, beaming like this was his first wedding instead of his fourth attempt at happiness. His bride-to-be, Miranda, was everything his previous wives weren't, 20 years younger, with perfectly straightened blonde hair and the kind of smile that photographers love, but that never quite reached her eyes. She brought along her 13-year-old daughter, Sophia, who'd been nothing but sweet to Tommy during the rehearsals. Or so I thought. Apparently, I'm terrible at reading teenage girls who are basically sociopaths in training. The processional music swelled, and one by one, the wedding party made their way down that endless white runner. Miranda's sister, draped in dusty rose silk. Dad's college buddy, looking uncomfortable in formal wear. The flower girl, Miranda's niece, scattering petals with theatrical precision. Then it was Tommy's turn. I watched from the second pew, my phone ready to capture every moment of his big debut. He started his walk down that aisle with such focus, such determination. The ring pillow was held carefully in his small hands, and he was counting his steps just like we'd practiced. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, don't rush, don't drag your feet. He looked so small against the cathedral ceiling, but so brave. My heart swelled watching him, my anxious little boy who still checked under his bed for monsters, doing something important for his grandfather in front of all these strangers. That's when Sophia struck. She positioned herself perfectly at the end of the front pew, just where the aisle curved slightly. To anyone watching from behind, it looked like she was simply adjusting her dress, maybe smoothing down the purple satin. But I had the perfect angle to see exactly what she did. As Tommy passed, concentrating so hard on his careful steps, she stuck her foot out just far enough. Not obvious to the guests, but devastatingly effective. A textbook trip that would make any middle school bully proud. Tommy went down hard. The ring pillow flew from his hands, bouncing once before sliding under a pew. His knee hit the marble floor with a crack that echoed through the church like a gunshot. The sound was so sharp, so final, that several people gasped audibly. But here's the part that still makes my blood boil. 4 months later, she didn't stop there. While my son was on the ground, confused and starting to cry, while he was trying to figure out what had just happened to his perfect moment, this 13-year-old girl drew back her foot and kicked him. Actually kicked him. In the ribs. Hard enough that I heard the impact from 20 feet away. Then she calmly snatched up the ring pillow and continued walking down the aisle like she'd been the ring bearer all along, like Tommy was just some obstacle that had inconveniently appeared in her path. The congregation was frozen in that horrible moment between shock and action. A few people started to rise from their seats, their faces confused and concerned. The photographer kept clicking away, probably thinking this was some sort of dramatic artistic moment he could sell as authentic emotion. And I? I froze like an idiot, my brain refusing to process what I'd just witnessed. Because surely, this couldn't be happening. Surely my father's new stepdaughter hadn't just assaulted my child in front of everybody. Tommy struggled to his feet, his knee bleeding through his torn dress pants, tears streaming down his face. He looked around desperately for someone, anyone, to help him understand why this was happening. Why his special moment had turned into a nightmare. Why the girl who'd been so nice during rehearsal dinner had just hurt him for no reason at all. His eyes found mine across the church, and the confusion in them broke something fundamental inside my chest. He was looking for his mom to fix this, to make it make sense, to tell him everything would be okay. That's when Dad made his choice. Instead of rushing to comfort his grandson, instead of asking what happened, instead of being the grandfather Tommy had bragged about to his friends at school for weeks, Dad's face went purple with rage. His eyes locked onto Tommy, 9 years old, bleeding, crying, bewildered, and something ugly twisted his features into someone I didn't recognize. He strode over to my sobbing child and, I still can't believe I'm about to type this, he spat on him. Actually spat. On a 9-year-old. His own grandson. In front of 200 people, including his new wife's entire extended family. You ruined everything, just like your mother. The words exploded from him with such venom that several guests physically recoiled. Mrs. Henderson from his book club actually put her hand over her heart like she was having chest pains. The church fell dead silent except for Tommy's heartbroken sobs. Every eye was on us, but not with sympathy, with judgment. Like somehow my son was the problem here. Like a 9-year-old had somehow orchestrated his own humiliation for the fun of it. Miranda appeared at my elbow with supernatural speed, her manicured fingers digging into my arm hard enough to leave bruises that would take 2 weeks to fade. She was still smiling that perfect bridal smile, but her voice was pure poison. Get that disgusting brat out of here before he ruins any more photos, she hissed, her grip tightening when I tried to pull away. And you know what I did? Nothing. Absolutely nothing heroic or dramatic or movie-worthy. I just picked up my shaking son and walked out of that church while 200 people watched in complete silence, like we were some sort of sideshow that had accidentally wandered into their perfect day. The drive home was the longest 20 minutes of my life. Tommy cried the entire way, not just hurt crying, but that deep, confused sobbing that comes when a child's world suddenly makes no sense and all the adults have failed them simultaneously. Why did Sophia hurt me, Mom? Why didn't Grandpa help me? What did I do wrong? He kept asking the same questions over and over, like if he just phrased it right, I'd have an answer that would fix everything. But I had nothing. Nothing that wouldn't destroy what little faith he had left in people being basically good, in family being safe, in doing your best being enough to earn love and protection. So I just kept driving and promising him ice cream and trying not to let him see me crying in the rearview mirror. The weeks that followed were brutal in that quiet, grinding way that trauma usually is. Tommy's knee healed quickly, kids bounce back from physical injuries like rubber balls. But something else had broken that day, something much harder to fix. He started having nightmares, waking up crying about falling down and no one catching him. He'd stand in doorways for long minutes before entering rooms, like he was checking for hidden threats. When other kids at school talked about their grandparents, he'd go quiet and change the subject. The worst part was watching him blame himself. 9-year-olds don't understand adult cruelty, they just assume they must have done something terrible to deserve it. No matter how many times I told him it wasn't his fault, I could see him replaying that moment, trying to figure out what he could have done differently. I tried calling Dad twice in the first week. Both calls went straight to voicemail, and he never called back. I wasn't surprised, but the silence hurt more than I'd expected. 28 years of being his daughter, and I got dismissed without even a conversation. Like Tommy and I were just collateral damage in his pursuit of happiness. Meanwhile, social media exploded with photos from the perfect wedding. Dad and Miranda looked radiant in every shot, all smiles and elegant poses. Sophia beamed beside them holding the ring pillow like she'd earned it through good behavior and careful preparation. There were albums and albums of professional photos, and nowhere, absolutely nowhere, was there any evidence that Tommy had ever existed. It was like they'd edited him out of reality entirely. Like his part in their special day had been so shameful, so inconvenient, that it needed to be scrubbed from the official record. But here's where the story gets interesting, because while Dad was busy pretending his grandson didn't exist, I was busy doing what any mother would do when someone hurts her child. I started digging. See, I work in financial investigations for an insurance company. It's boring most of the time, lots of spreadsheets and phone calls and people lying about fender benders. But I know how to find information people don't want found. I know which databases to search, which public records tell the real story, which red flags mean someone is hiding something big. And Miranda Hayes? She had secrets. Oh boy, did she have secrets. It started innocent enough, just basic background checks, you know? The kind any responsible daughter might run on her father's new wife. I told myself I was just being thorough, just making sure the woman my father married wasn't completely awful. What I found was so much worse than awful. It was like finding out you've been swimming with sharks while thinking they were dolphins. Miranda Hayes wasn't her real name. It was Jennifer Louise Caldwell, and she had quite the colorful history. 3 previous marriages, all ending in messy divorces with allegations of financial manipulation, emotional abuse, and in one case, suspected fraud. Her daughter wasn't named Sophia either, her real name was Emma, and she'd been expelled from 2 different schools for bullying incidents that sounded frighteningly familiar. But the real treasure was Miranda's current situation. She was drowning in debt, credit cards maxed out at limits I didn't even know existed, student loans in default, a car repossession from 6 months ago, and an outstanding warrant in Nevada for check fraud that she'd apparently thought would just disappear if she moved and changed her name. My dear father, in his romantic haze, had married a professional con artist. A woman who specialized in finding lonely widowers with assets and bleeding them dry before moving on to the next mark. I printed out everything I found and spread it across my kitchen table like some sort of deranged vision board. Bank records, court documents, police reports, school disciplinary files. A complete picture of 2 people who made a living out of hurting others and had now set their sights on my family. I sat there for hours, staring at the evidence, telling myself I was better than revenge. That justice would handle things eventually. That being the bigger person was what mattered, what would make Tommy proud of me someday. Then Tommy came downstairs for breakfast, still walking carefully because his knee was stiff in the mornings, and asked if we could skip Thanksgiving because he didn't want to see Grandpa. That's when I decided being the bigger person was overrated. My plan wasn't born from rage, it was born from that cold, calculating part of my brain that usually helps me catch insurance fraudsters. I approached it like any other investigation, methodically, thoroughly, and with complete attention to detail. The beautiful thing about marrying someone for money is that it only works if they actually have money to steal. And if that someone suddenly found themselves unable to access their assets, unable to maintain the lifestyle they promised, well, things could get complicated very quickly. I started small. Just a few phone calls to the right people, armed with the right information. An anonymous tip to the IRS about Dad's consulting business, the one that existed primarily on paper and seemed to operate suspiciously like tax evasion. I'd been wondering about that for years, actually. Dad claimed to make 6 figures doing business consulting, but I'd never seen him actually consult with anyone about anything. Another tip to his country club about the membership dues he was claiming as business expenses. Funny how golf suddenly becomes networking when tax season rolls around. A quiet word with his longtime accountant about some irregularities I'd noticed in his financial statements during my professional review. Nothing specific, just enough to plant seeds of concern in a man who'd been doing Dad's books for 20 years and probably had his own suspicions. None of it was illegal. All of it was true. I just helped the right people connect the dots they'd been missing. Within a month, Dad was drowning in audits and investigations. His bank accounts were frozen pending review. His credit cards were suspended. The country club membership was revoked with a sternly worded letter about ethical violations and financial impropriety. Miranda, who'd been busy redecorating their house with expensive furniture and planning elaborate vacations to Europe, suddenly found herself married to a man who couldn't afford groceries, let alone the luxury lifestyle she'd been promised. But I wasn't done. Not even close. You see, I'd also been busy establishing some new relationships. A few carefully placed calls to law enforcement contacts, some strategic information sharing with people who specialized in tracking down individuals with outstanding warrants. Remember that little legal issue Miranda had been running from in Nevada? Well, it turned out that Jennifer/Miranda had never actually resolved it. She just moved states and changed her name, hoping it would eventually go away. But warrants don't expire just because you ignore them, and check fraud is taken quite seriously in Nevada. A simple phone call to the right office in Las Vegas, along with Miranda's current address and her real name, and suddenly my new stepmother had some very pressing legal issues to address. The divorce papers were filed 2 weeks later. Miranda claimed irreconcilable differences, but I knew the truth. She discovered there was no money left to steal, and sticking around to face criminal charges wasn't part of her business model. But Emma, that little monster who destroyed my son's faith in humanity? She deserved special attention. See, bullies rely on anonymity and adult ignorance. They count on flying under the radar, on adults dismissing their behavior as kids being kids or normal social dynamics. They're used to facing no real consequences because most adults either don't see what they're doing or don't want to get involved. I made sure Emma lost those advantages. I enrolled her in the same private school where several of my friends taught. Nothing sinister, just made sure the right people knew about her history of aggressive behavior and her pattern of targeting smaller, younger children. Amazing how quickly bullies lose their power when adults are actually watching for their specific tactics. I also arranged for Tommy to start attending the same martial arts classes as Emma. Not for revenge, for confidence. My son needed to know he could defend himself, needed to feel strong and capable again. But it was deeply satisfying watching my boy, who'd spent months thinking he was weak and worthless, discover he was actually pretty tough when he put his mind to it. The look on Emma's face when she realized the kid she'd humiliated could now block her punches and wasn't afraid of her anymore? Absolutely priceless. Within 3 months, Emma was struggling in her new school environment. Turns out, when teachers know what to watch for and actually hold kids accountable for their behavior, bullying becomes a lot less fun and a lot more consequences heavy. 3 months into my little campaign of justice, Dad called me for the first time since the wedding. "Sarah, we need to talk," he said, his voice rough and tired in a way I'd never heard before. "About what?" I kept my tone neutral, professional. The same voice I used with insurance claimants who were probably lying. "You know darn well about what. Miranda's gone. She cleaned out what little I had left and disappeared with that daughter of hers in the middle of the night. The IRS is threatening to seize the house. My accountant says I might face criminal charges. Everything's falling apart, and I can't figure out how it all went wrong so fast." I let the silence stretch between us, let him feel the weight of what he'd done to Tommy, what he'd chosen that day in the church. "I'm sorry to hear that, Dad. I didn't call to get sympathy," he said quickly. "I need help. You work with financial stuff, right? Maybe you could look into Miranda, see if there's a way to get some of my money back? I know you have connections with law enforcement and investigators." The audacity was breathtaking. After spitting on my son and allowing his wife to call Tommy disgusting, after choosing strangers over his own blood, he wanted my professional help cleaning up his mess. He wanted me to fix what he'd broken while he took no responsibility for how it got broken in the first place. "I'm pretty busy with my own cases right now, Dad." "Come on, don't be like this. We're family." Family. The word tasted like acid in my mouth. "You know what family is, Dad? Family is protecting a 9-year-old boy when some bully attacks him unprovoked. Family is asking what happened instead of assuming the worst. Family is not spitting on your grandson because your new wife told you to." Look, I was stressed that day, there was a lot of pressure. No. My voice came out harder than I'd intended, carrying 4 months of suppressed rage. You weren't stressed. You made a choice. You chose to believe that a 9-year-old child somehow orchestrated his own humiliation. You chose to side with people you'd known for 6 months over the grandson you'd known his entire life. You chose cruelty over compassion, and now you get to live with that choice. He was quiet for a long moment. "I lost everything, kiddo. The house, the money, my wife. Everything." "No, Dad. You didn't lose everything. You threw everything away. There's a difference." "What do you want me to say? That I was wrong? Fine, I was wrong. I made a mistake. But punishing me isn't going to change what happened." "You think I'm punishing you?" I actually laughed, though it came out bitter and sharp. "Dad, I haven't done anything to you. I just helped some government agencies enforce laws that were already being broken. Miranda was always a con artist, I just made sure the right people found out about it before she could steal everything you'd worked for. You investigated my wife?" "I investigated a woman who hurt my son and then stood by while you abused him. And everything I found was already a matter of public record. I just helped connect the dots." The silence stretched longer this time. When he spoke again, his voice was smaller, older. "Tommy. How is he?" "He's healing. No thanks to you." Could I maybe talk to him? Apologize?" I looked across the room where Tommy was building an elaborate castle out of blocks, his tongue poking out in concentration. He'd grown 2 inches in the past 4 months and had developed that confident posture that comes from martial arts training. The nightmares had mostly stopped. He'd made new friends at school. He was learning to trust again. "I don't think that's a good idea right now. Sarah, please. I know I messed up, but he's my grandson. I love him." Funny way of showing it. That conversation was 3 months ago. Since then, Dad's situation has gone from bad to catastrophic, and honestly, I sleep better at night knowing exactly how catastrophic it's become. The house was sold at auction to pay back taxes and legal fees. Dad had been claiming it as his business headquarters for years, taking massive deductions he was never entitled to. When the IRS finally untangled his creative accounting, the penalties were devastating. He's living in a studio apartment now, the kind of place with thin walls and a hot plate instead of a real kitchen. His retirement fund was decimated paying lawyers and accountants. His Social Security barely covers rent. Miranda, meanwhile, was arrested in Arizona trying to run the exact same scam on some other lonely widower she'd met on a dating website. She'd given him the same sob story about needing a fresh start, the same promises about building a beautiful life together. The only difference was this guy's daughter was a prosecutor who ran background checks on everyone who got close to her father. Miranda, Jennifer, whatever her real name actually is, will be going to prison for a long time. Fraud, identity theft, check kiting, violation of parole conditions she'd somehow managed to hide from Dad during their whirlwind romance. The Nevada warrant was just the tip of the iceberg. Emma is in foster care, which honestly might be the best thing that's ever happened to her. Maybe someone will finally teach her that actions have consequences, that you can't just hurt people and walk away. Though at 13, with her particular brand of casual cruelty, she might be too far gone for redemption. Yesterday, Dad called again. This time, he was crying. I can't stop thinking about that day, he sobbed into the phone. I see Tommy's face when I close my eyes, and I hate myself for what I did. I know I was wrong about everything. I know I threw away the most important things in my life for people who were just using me. I listened to him cry for several minutes, feeling strangely detached from his pain. 4 months ago, this would have broken my heart. Now it just felt like watching a stranger's drama unfold on television. I know I don't deserve forgiveness, he continued. I know I hurt Tommy in a way that can't be taken back. But I'm asking anyway. Is there any chance? Any possibility that someday you might let me try to make this right? I considered his question carefully. This was my father, after all. The man who'd taught me to ride a bike, who'd walked me down the aisle at my own wedding, who'd cried when Tommy was born and claimed he was the most beautiful baby he'd ever seen. But I also remembered the look in his eyes that day in the church. The pure hatred directed at a 9-year-old child. The spit landing on my son's tear-stained cheek. I'll think about it, I told him. But honestly? I probably won't. But the story doesn't end there. Because life, unlike revenge fantasies, keeps going long after you think you've tied up all the loose ends. 2 weeks after that last phone call with Dad, Tommy came home from school with a black eye and split lip. My heart dropped into my stomach, all those months of martial arts training, all that confidence building, and someone had still managed to hurt my boy. What happened? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm while I examined his face. There's this new kid, Marcus, Tommy said, wincing as I dabbed antiseptic on his lip. He kept saying mean stuff about how I don't have a dad, how my grandpa probably hates me because I'm a loser. So I told him my grandpa doesn't hate me, he just made a mistake. But Marcus said his older brother told him all about what happened at the wedding, how I ruined everything and got spit on because I'm pathetic. My blood turned to ice. His older brother? Yeah, he goes to the high school. I think his name is Jake something. Marcus said Jake was there, saw the whole thing happen. I closed my eyes, remembering the church full of people, all those faces watching us leave. Of course someone would have talked. Of course the story would have spread, gotten twisted, turned into gossip that would follow Tommy for years. So what did you do? Tommy straightened up, and I saw something new in his expression, not the cowering fear from before, but anger. Clean, righteous anger. I hit him. Really hard. In the nose. Sensei Mike always says you should try to walk away first, but Marcus grabbed my backpack and said I was too scared to fight back, just like I was too scared to stand up to a girl. His voice got quieter. So I showed him I wasn't scared. Did you get in trouble? Suspended for 3 days. But Marcus got suspended for a week because Mrs. Patterson saw him start it. And he cried when I hit him, Mom. Like, really cried. In front of everyone. I should have been upset about the suspension, about my son solving problems with violence. Instead, I felt fiercely proud. Tommy had defended himself, had refused to let someone else's version of his trauma define him. I'm not mad about the fighting, I told him. But next time, maybe try words first? I did try words. I told him the truth, that Grandpa made a bad choice, but that doesn't make me a bad kid. But some people don't want to hear the truth, Mom. Some people just want to be mean because it makes them feel bigger. Out of the mouths of babes, indeed. That night, I did something I hadn't done in months. I researched Jake Morrison, Marcus's older brother. Turned out he was friends with Emma on social media, had been following her dramatic posts about her terrible foster placement and how unfair her life had become. Emma, it seemed, had been spreading her own version of the wedding story. In her telling, Tommy had deliberately tripped himself to get attention, had ruined the whole ceremony with his fake crying, and had turned everyone against her and her mom through manipulation and lies. The post had 17 likes and dozens of comments from teenagers who thought they understood the situation based on Emma's carefully crafted victimhood narrative. Jake Morrison had shared it with the comment, "Some kids are just trash like their parents." I screenshot everything before Emma's social media mysteriously started experiencing technical difficulties. Amazing how quickly online bullying stops when the accounts involved keep getting reported for harassment and somehow can't stay active for more than a few days at a time. But this incident made me realize something important: my war wasn't over. It might never be over. Every few months, Tommy would encounter someone who'd heard some version of the story, who decided he was fair game based on someone else's lies. I couldn't protect him from all of it, but I could make sure he was strong enough to handle it. 6 months later, Dad called with news that changed everything. "Sarah, I need to tell you something," he said, his voice shaky in a way that made my stomach clench. "I went to the doctor last week. The tests came back today." I knew before he said it. "You always know. It's pancreatic cancer. Stage 4. They're saying maybe 6 months, probably less." The phone felt heavy in my hand. All those months of carefully maintained distance, of protecting myself from caring too much, and suddenly none of it mattered. He was still my dad. He was still the man who'd taught me to drive stick shift and held my hair when I had food poisoning and cried harder than I did when my first marriage fell apart. "Dad, I'm so sorry. I know this is awkward, calling you like this. I know I don't have the right to ask for anything after what I did. But I'm scared, kiddo. I'm really scared, and I don't have anyone else." Miranda was in prison. His friends from the country club had evaporated along with his money. His siblings lived across the country and hadn't spoken to him in years after some family drama I'd never fully understood. "What do you need?" I asked. "I don't know. Maybe someone to talk to sometimes? Someone who remembers me before I became this bitter old man who hurt everyone he was supposed to love?" I closed my eyes, feeling the weight of a decision I wasn't ready to make. "I'll think about it, Dad." But this time, I really meant it. That night, I sat Tommy down for the hardest conversation we'd ever had. "Your grandpa is very sick," I told him. "He's probably going to die soon." Tommy was quiet for a long time, processing this information with that serious expression he got when thinking through complicated problems. "Is he sorry for what he did to me?" he finally asked. "Yes. Very sorry." "Does being sorry make it okay?" "No, buddy. Being sorry doesn't erase what happened or how it made you feel. But sometimes people do terrible things and then realize how wrong they were. The question is whether you want to give someone a chance to try to make things better, even if they can't make it perfect." Tommy nodded thoughtfully. "Like when I accidentally broke Maria's art project and I felt really bad and tried to help her fix it, but it was still broken even after we glued it back together?" "Exactly like that." "Can I think about it?" "Of course. And whatever you decide is okay with me. If you never want to see him again, that's your choice and I'll support it. If you want to try talking to him, I'll be right there with you." 3 days later, Tommy announced he was ready to see his grandfather. Not to forgive him, he was very clear about that, but to hear what he had to say. "But if he's mean to me again, we leave right away, okay, Mom?" "Deal." The first visit was awkward in the way that all attempted reconciliations are. Dad looked terrible, gaunt and gray in a way that had nothing to do with his recent financial troubles and everything to do with cancer eating him alive from the inside. He prepared what was clearly a speech, full of apologies and explanations and promises he couldn't keep about making everything right. Tommy listened politely, but I could see him evaluating every word, weighing sincerity against self-interest. When Dad finished talking, Tommy was quiet for several minutes. "I don't forgive you yet," he said finally. "But I don't want you to die thinking I hate you, because I don't. I just don't trust you anymore." Dad started crying then, ugly, silent tears that he tried to hide by looking out the window of his depressing studio apartment. "That's fair," he whispered. "That's more than I deserve. Mom says you're scared about dying." "Yeah, buddy. I am. I was scared that day in the church too. I was scared and hurt and I didn't understand why everyone was being mean to me." The parallel hit Dad like a physical blow. His whole body seemed to crumple inward. "I'm so sorry, Tommy. I'm so sorry I was one of the people being mean to you when I should have been protecting you." "I know," Tommy said simply. Mom explained that sometimes adults make bad choices when they're upset or confused. But knowing why doesn't make it hurt less. Over the following weeks, we established a routine. Twice-a-week visits, always with me present, always with the understanding that Tommy could end them whenever he wanted. Slowly, carefully, they began to rebuild something. Not the relationship they'd had before, that was gone forever, but something new. Something based on honesty instead of blind trust, on earned respect instead of automatic love. Dad told Tommy stories about his own childhood, about growing up poor and angry and determined to give his family a better life. About how losing my mother had broken something in him that he'd never learned to fix properly. About how his desperation to not be alone had made him stupid and cruel. Tommy listened to all of it with the serious attention he gave to everything important. Sometimes he asked questions. Sometimes he just nodded. And sometimes he shared his own stories, about the nightmares, about the bullying at school, about learning to fight back and stand up for himself. "I'm proud of you," Dad told him one afternoon after Tommy described his encounter with Marcus. "I'm proud that you're braver than I was, that you didn't let what happened make you weak or mean." "I had a good mom," Tommy replied, glancing at me. "She made sure I knew it wasn't my fault, and she helped me get strong again." Dad looked at me then with an expression I couldn't quite read. "You raised a good boy, Sarah. Better than I deserved." As Dad got sicker, the visits became less frequent but more meaningful. He was on heavy pain medication that made him drowsy and confused, but in his lucid moments, he seemed determined to use whatever time he had left wisely. He started writing letters, to Tommy, to me, to people he'd wronged over the years. Long, rambling apologies that tried to explain without excusing, to take responsibility without making excuses. The letter he wrote to Tommy was heartbreaking in its honesty. "Tommy, I want you to know that hurting you was the worst thing I've ever done in my entire life. I was supposed to protect you and love you, and instead I became the thing you needed protection from. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I hope someday you'll understand that my cruelty had nothing to do with you and everything to do with my own broken heart. You are a wonderful boy, kind and brave and smart. Everything good about you came from your mom, who is the strongest person I know. I'm sorry I couldn't be the grandfather you deserved, but I'm grateful you're turning into the kind of man who would never hurt a child the way I hurt you. Love always, Grandpa." Tommy read it 3 times before carefully folding it and putting it in his memory box, the special place where he kept his most important treasures. "Are you going to write him back?" I asked. "Maybe. I'm still thinking about what I want to say." In the end, Tommy's letter was shorter but no less powerful. "Grandpa, thank you for saying sorry and meaning it. I'm still sad about what happened, but I don't want to be angry anymore because being angry makes my stomach hurt. I hope heaven is nice and not scary. I hope you get to see Grandma again and tell her you're sorry too. Love, Tommy." Dad cried when I read it to him in the hospice room where he spent his final weeks. By then, he was too weak to hold a pen, too confused to maintain conversations for very long. But he understood Tommy's letter. He understood what a gift it was to receive forgiveness from someone who had every right to withhold it. Dad died on a Tuesday morning in March, with me holding one hand and Tommy holding the other. It was peaceful. As deaths go, no dramatic final words or movie moments, just a slow fade into whatever comes after. Tommy cried at the funeral, but they weren't the broken sobs from the church. They were sad but clean tears, the kind that come from genuine grief rather than trauma and confusion. "I'm glad we got to talk to him before he died," Tommy told me as we watched them lower the casket. "I'm glad he knew I didn't hate him." "Me too, buddy." "Do you think he's okay now? Like, not sick anymore?" "I hope so." "Do you think Grandma forgave him too?" I thought about my mother, who'd loved Dad despite his flaws, who'd seen the good in him even when he couldn't see it in himself. Yeah, I think she did. We stood there for a while, watching the cemetery workers fill in the grave, neither of us in any hurry to leave. Finally, Tommy tugged on my hand. "Can we go home now? I have homework." And just like that, we moved forward. Because that's what you do when someone dies: you grieve, you remember, and then you keep living. Here's what I've learned about revenge over these past 2 years: it's not the dramatic, satisfying experience movies make it out to be. There's no moment of triumphant music, no scene where the villain gets their comeuppance while you stand victorious in the background. It's methodical and cold and ultimately hollow. When Dad's world finally collapsed completely, I didn't feel triumphant. I felt tired. But I also felt something else: peace. The years that followed taught me things about forgiveness I never expected to learn. Not the Hallmark card version where everyone hugs and everything goes back to normal, but the complicated, messy reality where people can be genuinely sorry and still not worthy of complete trust. Tommy is 15 now, and he's become the kind of young man who stands up for kids getting bullied, who doesn't tolerate cruelty in any form, who understands that being hurt doesn't give you the right to hurt others. The wedding incident shaped him, but it didn't break him. If anything, it gave him a strength and compassion that I'm not sure he would have developed otherwise. He keeps Dad's letter in his memory box, along with photos from their final months together. Sometimes I catch him looking at them with an expression that's part sadness, part relief, part something I can't quite name. "Do you ever regret forgiving him?" I asked him recently. Tommy considered this seriously, the way he considers all important questions. "I don't think I really forgave him completely. I just decided I didn't want to carry around all that anger anymore. It was too heavy." Smart kid. Smarter than his mother, who carried that anger for much longer than she should have. The interesting thing about destruction is how it clears space for new growth. Dad's death left a grandfather-shaped hole in Tommy's life, but it also made room for other people to fill supportive roles. My neighbor Mr. Chen started teaching Tommy woodworking in his garage. My brother Jake, who lives 3 states away, began calling every week to check in. Tommy's martial arts instructor became not just a teacher but a mentor. Sometimes the family you need isn't the family you're born with. Sometimes you have to build it from scratch, piece by careful piece. As for Emma, last I heard she was doing better in a group home for troubled teens. Not rehabilitated exactly, but learning to channel her aggression into more productive outlets. She'll never apologize for what she did to Tommy, sociopaths rarely do, but at least she's someone else's problem now. Miranda got 7 years for her various fraud charges. She'll be eligible for parole in 4, assuming she doesn't find new ways to make enemies in prison. Part of me hopes she gets the help she needs to stop hurting people. A bigger part of me hopes she stays locked up where she can't destroy any more families. I still work in financial investigations, still help insurance companies catch people who lie and cheat and think they're smarter than the system. The irony isn't lost on me that I spent months being exactly the kind of person I usually investigate, someone who uses their specialized knowledge to manipulate outcomes in their favor. The difference, I tell myself, is that I was protecting my child rather than enriching myself. But late at night, when I can't sleep, I sometimes wonder if that distinction matters as much as I want it to. Would I do it all again, knowing what I know now? Absolutely. In a heartbeat. Without hesitation. Because Tommy is safe, healthy, and happy. He knows his mom will fight for him, no matter what. He knows that when adults fail him, when family betrays him, when the world proves to be crueler than any child should have to understand, I will be there to pick up the pieces and make sure the people who hurt him face consequences. And that's worth more than all the moral complexity in the world. Sometimes people ask me if I learned anything from the whole experience, if there's some wisdom I can share about forgiveness and family and moving on from trauma. Here's what I learned: some actions are unforgivable, but that doesn't mean you have to spend your life hating the people who commit them. Some people change, but only after facing real consequences for their behavior. And sometimes protecting the people you love means being willing to become someone you're not entirely proud of. I'm not the same person I was 2 years ago. I'm harder, more calculating, less trusting. I see potential threats everywhere and have contingency plans for problems that will probably never materialize. Tommy likes to joke that I've become like a character in one of those spy movies where the mom turns out to be secretly dangerous. He's not entirely wrong. But I'm also more present, more grateful, more aware of what really matters. Every ordinary day with my son feels like a gift, every laugh and conversation and shared moment something precious that could be taken away without warning. Dad's death taught me that life is shorter and more fragile than we pretend it is. That grudges can be laid down without forgetting the lessons they taught us. That forgiveness isn't the same as trust, and redemption isn't guaranteed just because someone is sorry. Most importantly, it taught me that the only story that really matters is the one my son will tell about his childhood someday. And in that story, I want to be the mother who chose him, always and without question. Who put his safety and happiness above every other consideration. Who showed him that actions have consequences, but also that people can change if they're willing to do the hard work of becoming better, even if they don't have very long to do it. Tommy graduates from high school in 3 years. He's talking about studying social work, maybe becoming a counselor for kids who've experienced trauma. When I ask him why, he says he wants to help other kids understand that bad things happening to them doesn't mean they're bad kids. Plus, he adds with a grin that reminds me so much of his father it takes my breath away, I'm pretty good at spotting adults who shouldn't be trusted. Might as well put that skill to good use. My son, the survivor. My son, the thriver. My son, who took the worst thing that ever happened to him and decided to use it to help other people. I couldn't be prouder. And I couldn't sleep better at night, knowing that in the end, despite everything that went wrong, everything that was broken and complicated and messy, the most important thing went right. Tommy is okay. More than okay, he's extraordinary. And that, more than any revenge I could have planned, is the best possible ending to this story.
Story 6.
Christmas is only for real family this year, my in-laws announced, uninviting me after my husband died serving in the army. I simply said, understood. What they didn't know was that I'd already rented a luxury ski lodge and secretly invited the entire extended family to celebrate with me. While they sat around their tiny apartment with store-bought turkey slices, we were skiing, laughing, and opening presents by a roaring fire. When Grandma posted the group photo with best Christmas ever, my in-laws' phones started buzzing nonstop, asking why they weren't there. I just smiled and replied, here's the thing about grief, it makes people show their true colors faster than you'd expect. And let me tell you, the colors my in-laws showed after Marcus died weren't pretty. Christmas is only for real family this year, Linda announced over the phone, her voice dripping with a kind of fake sweetness that makes your teeth ache. We just think it would be awkward having you there without Marcus. I sat there in my kitchen, still wearing his army t-shirt that smelled faintly of his cologne even 3 months later, and felt something cold settle in my chest. Not sadness, I cried all those tears already. This was something sharper. Something that tasted like metal. Understood, I said, my voice so calm it surprised even me. Oh good, I'm so glad you're being reasonable about this, Sarah. We just want to keep things simple, you know? Just blood family. Blood family. As if the 5 years I'd spent loving their son, supporting him through 2 deployments, holding his hand through nightmares, and being there when the chaplain knocked on our door somehow didn't count because we didn't share DNA. Of course, I replied. Simple is best. What Linda didn't know, what none of them knew, was that I'd already been planning something. See, Marcus had this life insurance policy, and between that and his savings, I suddenly found myself with more money than I knew what to do with. Money that was burning a hole in my pocket like a lit cigarette. After I hung up, I stared out my window at the December snow and smiled for the first time in months. Not a nice smile. The kind of smile that would have made Marcus nervous and excited at the same time. I opened my laptop. Luxury Mountain Retreat, Sleeps 20, available December 23rd to 26th. The photos were obscene. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking pristine slopes. A kitchen bigger than my entire first apartment. Hot tub on the deck. Fireplace you could roast a whole pig in. The kind of place where movie stars went to pretend they were normal people. The price tag made me wince, but only for a second. Marcus always said I was too practical, too worried about money. Live a little, babe, he'd tease when I'd calculate restaurant tips twice. Well, Marcus. I'm about to live a lot. I clicked book now before I could change my mind. Then I started making calls. Aunt Helen? Hi, it's Sarah. I know this is crazy short notice, but would you and Uncle Pete want to spend Christmas at a ski lodge in Vermont? My treat. The pause was so long I thought the call had dropped. A ski lodge? Sarah, honey, are you feeling all right? I laughed, and it felt rusty in my throat. I'm feeling like family should be together for Christmas. And since Linda and Richard decided to keep things simple this year, I let the sentence hang. Another pause. Helen had never liked Linda much. None of the extended family did, actually. Linda had a talent for making every family gathering about her, her diet, her opinions, her son's accomplishments. Even at Marcus's funeral, she'd somehow managed to make it about how hard this was for her. What did Linda do now? Helen's voice had gone sharp. Oh, just decided that since Marcus is gone, I'm not really family anymore. No big deal. The silence that followed was the kind that precedes thunder. That which, Helen breathed. That absolute. Send me the details. Pete and I will be there. By the end of the week, I'd filled every bedroom in that lodge. Aunt Helen and Uncle Pete. Marcus's favorite cousin Jake with his wife and 3 kids. Great-aunt Dorothy, who was 83 and had never seen a mountain that wasn't in a postcard. Even Marcus's college roommate Tom, who I tracked down through Facebook and who burst into tears when I called. Marcus would have loved this, Tom kept saying. He would have absolutely loved this. The only family members not invited were Linda, Richard, and their daughter Ashley. The ruler of superiority who'd spent years making subtle bigs about my job, my clothes, my cooking, my everything, but who'd been sweet as pie to my face because their precious Marcus loved me. Well, Marcus wasn't here to protect me anymore. And I was done being sweet. The morning of December 23rd, I loaded my car with enough presents to make Santa jealous and drove north through snow that looked like something from a Christmas movie. The lodge was even more beautiful in person, all natural wood and stone, nestled into the mountainside like it had grown there. Jake's family arrived first, the kids exploding out of the minivan like confetti. 8-year-old Emma immediately started planning snow angels while her twin brother Ethan eyed the sledding hill with the focused intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. Aunt Sarah, this place is insane, Jake said, pulling me into a hug that smelled like coffee and car air freshener. You didn't have to do all this. Yes, I did, I said, and meant it. Helen and Pete showed up next, followed by a parade of relatives I hadn't seen since the wedding. The lodge filled with voices and laughter and the kind of chaos that happens when you put 20 people under one roof. It was loud and messy and perfect. Great-aunt Dorothy claimed the best chair by the fire and held court like a benevolent queen, telling stories about Christmas during the war while the kids sat cross-legged at her feet. Tom set up a playlist of all Marcus's favorite songs, and we sang along badly while Uncle Pete attempted to teach everyone how to make proper eggnog. For the first time since the funeral, I felt like I could breathe all the way. Christmas Eve morning, I was making pancakes for what felt like a small army when my phone buzzed. Linda's name flashed on the screen, and my stomach did this weird flip thing. I let it ring. It buzzed again. Text message this time. Hope you're doing okay today. Thinking of you. The hypocrisy was so thick I could have cut it with a spatula. I showed the message to Helen, who was helping me flip pancakes and muttering about people who didn't know how to mind their own business. Don't you dare feel guilty, Helen said, reading over my shoulder. That woman made her bed. I'm not feeling guilty, I said, and was surprised to realize it was true. I'm feeling vindicated. Helen raised an eyebrow. That's a dangerous feeling for a woman to have. Good thing I'm dangerous. We both laughed, but there was something wild in the sound. Something that would have worried Marcus, probably. He always said I had a ruthless streak I kept hidden, like a knife tucked into a boot. Guess he was right. The skiing was incredible. Even Great Aunt Dorothy suited up, with about 40 layers of clothing, and managed the bunny slope, whooping like a teenager every time she successfully stopped without falling. The kids were fearless, racing down slopes that made the adults dizzy just watching. I found myself on the intermediate slope with Tom, both of us rusty but determined. Halfway down, I caught an edge and went sprawling, face first into powder that was somehow both soft and shockingly cold. Tom helped me up, both of us laughing so hard we could barely stand. Marcus would be filming this, he gasped. He'd never let you live it down. For a second, the grief hit me like a physical blow. But then Emma came zooming past, shrieking with joy, and the moment transformed into something lighter. Marcus wasn't here, but his laughter was. His love for chaos and family and moments exactly like this one. Yeah, I said, brushing snow off my jacket. He really would. Christmas Eve dinner was a production. 20 people around a table that groaned under the weight of prime rib and lobster tails, sides that could have fed a small village, and enough wine to make everyone's cheeks pink and their stories louder. Great Aunt Dorothy regaled us with tales of her 3 husbands, buried 2, divorced 1, and I'm not telling you which was which, while the kids built architectural marvels out of dinner rolls. As we were clearing plates, my phone started buzzing. Not calls this time, notifications. Instagram, Facebook, text messages. I glanced at the screen and felt that cold, sharp feeling return to my chest. Someone had been busy. Helen had posted pictures. Lots of pictures. The lodge. The family. The dinner. The kids playing in the snow. All of them tagged with Marcus's extended family, captioned with things like missing Marcus but celebrating his memory with the family he loved and Christmas magic in Vermont. The responses were rolling in fast. OMG, where is this? Why wasn't I invited? This looks amazing. Where are Linda and Richard? And then, the one that made my smile turn predatory. Linda, how come you're not with everyone? I watched the notifications multiply, each one a tiny explosion in Linda's carefully curated social media world. By the time dessert was served, my phone was buzzing nonstop. Finally, Linda called. I let it ring 3 times before answering, making sure my voice carried just the right amount of concerned confusion. Linda? Is everything okay? Sarah. Her voice was tight. I'm seeing pictures of a family gathering. In Vermont. Oh, those. Yes, isn't Helen's photography wonderful? She really captured the spirit of the weekend. The weekend? The words came out strangled. Sarah, what weekend? I paused, letting the silence stretch just long enough to be uncomfortable. The Christmas celebration, of course. I thought it would be nice to get everyone together to remember Marcus. You know how much he loved having family around during the holidays. You invited everyone? Well, not everyone, I said, my voice light and innocent. You made it clear that Christmas was for real family only. I completely understood and respected that boundary. The silence that followed was deafening. I could practically hear her brain working, trying to figure out how she'd been outmaneuvered without being able to accuse me of anything. Sarah, I think there was a misunderstanding. Oh no, I interrupted gently. No misunderstanding at all. You were very clear about wanting to keep things simple. Just blood family. I thought it was actually quite wise of you. But we would have. Of course you would have, I said, injecting just the right amount of warmth into my voice. You're wonderful people. But boundaries are important, don't you think? Especially during grief. I've learned so much about boundaries lately. Another long pause. When Linda spoke again, Her voice had gone dangerously sweet. Well, perhaps next year we can all. Oh, Linda, I said, and now my voice carried just the faintest edge. I think this arrangement works perfectly. Don't you worry about us at all. We're having the most wonderful time. I hung up before she could respond. The rest of Christmas Eve passed in a blur of hot chocolate and Christmas movies and kids eventually crashing in sleeping bags around the fireplace. The adults stayed up late, sharing Marcus stories and laughing until our sides hurt. Tom pulled out his guitar around midnight and we sang carols that were probably disturbing wildlife for miles. Great Aunt Dorothy fell asleep in her chair, snoring softly while Christmas lights reflected in her reading glasses. It was perfect. It was exactly what Marcus would have wanted. But the best part? My phone kept buzzing. More comments, more questions, more relatives asking why they hadn't heard about the gathering. Linda's carefully controlled narrative about simple family Christmas was unraveling in real time, and she couldn't say anything without looking petty or admitting she'd excluded me. I'd painted her into a corner with nothing but kindness and family togetherness. Marcus would have been so proud. Christmas morning was chaos in the best possible way. 20 people trying to navigate present opening while 3 kids operated at maximum sugar and excitement levels. Great Aunt Dorothy had somehow acquired a Santa hat and was directing traffic like a tiny, festive general. I'd gone slightly overboard with gifts. Okay, massively overboard. Ski equipment for Tom, a cashmere scarf for Helen that probably cost more than her car payment, tablets for all the kids loaded with educational games that would probably be ignored in favor of YouTube videos. But the gift that mattered most was a small box I saved for last. Inside was Marcus's wedding ring, which I'd had resized to fit my right hand. He would have wanted to be here, I said to the room full of his favorite people. This way, he is. There wasn't a dry eye in the place. Even the kids went quiet for a moment, understanding instinctively that something important had happened. Then Ethan broke the silence by announcing he needed to pee, and the moment dissolved into laughter and normal Christmas morning chaos. Around noon, Helen was posting more pictures when she paused, frowning at her phone. Sarah, come look at this. She showed me Linda's latest post, a sad-looking Christmas tree in what was clearly a small apartment, with a caption about intimate family Christmas and appreciating the simple things. The comments section was brutal. Where's everyone else? Why aren't you with Sarah and the family? This looks lonely. Linda had tried to respond to a few comments, making vague references to different celebrations and respecting boundaries, but it was clear she was drowning. You did that, Helen said, and there was something like awe in her voice. I didn't do anything, I said innocently. I just celebrated Christmas with family. Real family. Helen's laugh was sharp and delighted. Remind me to never get on your bad side. Too late for Linda to learn that lesson. The rest of Christmas Day blurred together in the best way. More skiing, more food, more laughter. The kids built a snowman that looked like it had been designed by committee, and the adults attempted snowball fights that were more falling down than actual combat. As evening approached and families started packing up to leave, I felt that familiar grief settling back in. Not the sharp, angry kind from before, but something softer. More bittersweet. Marcus should have been here. He should have been the one organizing snowball fights and sneaking extra cookies to the kids and making everyone laugh until their sides hurt. But he wasn't. And that wasn't Linda's fault, or Richard's, or anyone's. What was their fault was trying to take away the one thing I had left, his family's love. Jake was the last to leave, loading sleeping kids into car seats while his wife Sarah, yes, we had the same name, which had led to endless confusion over the years, hugged me goodbye. This was incredible, she said. The kids are going to remember this forever. Good, I said. That was the point. Jake pulled me aside as he was getting into the driver's seat. You know Linda's going to make trouble over this, right? She's not the type to let something like this go. I shrugged. Let her try. What's she going to do? Uninvite me from Christmas? Already did that. I'm serious, Sarah. She's vindictive. And she's got Richard wrapped around her finger. So? Jake studied my face for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted. You're not the same person you were a year ago. No, I agreed. I'm not. Is that good or bad? I thought about it for a moment, watching his taillights disappear down the mountain road. I don't know yet, I said honestly. But it's honest. That night, I sat alone in the massive lodge, surrounded by the detritus of a perfect Christmas. Wrapping paper and empty wine glasses and the lingering smell of pine and cinnamon. The silence was so complete I could hear my own heartbeat. My phone had finally stopped buzzing. The social media storm had died down to a few scattered comments and likes. Linda's last post had been 6 hours ago, a generic Merry Christmas to all that fooled nobody. I poured myself a glass of the expensive wine Tom had brought and sat by the fireplace, watching flames dance behind the glass. Mission accomplished, I supposed. I'd shown Linda exactly what she'd given up when she decided I wasn't family anymore. I'd surrounded myself with people who actually loved me, not just tolerated me for Marcus's sake. I created new memories in a place where grief couldn't ambush me around every corner. So why did I feel so empty? Maybe it was the anticlimax of revenge served cold. Maybe it was the wine. Or maybe it was just that at the end of the day, no amount of luxury lodges or perfect Christmas celebrations could bring back the person I actually wanted to spend the holidays with. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to Marcus's contact, still saved in my favorites. His last text was from 3 months ago. See you soon, beautiful. Love you. He'd been coming home on leave. We were going to spend 2 weeks doing absolutely nothing but sleeping late and ordering takeout and watching terrible movies. Instead, I'd gotten a knock on the door and 2 men in uniform who were very sorry for my loss. I typed out a message I'd never send. Had the best Christmas, baby. Your family is amazing. I miss you so much it feels like drowning. Then I deleted it and put my phone away. The drive home the next morning was quiet. The mountain roads were clear, and the morning sun turned everything golden and pristine. Like a postcard of how the world should look. I made it about 50 miles before I had to pull over. The crying came out of nowhere, violent and messy and completely unlike the controlled grief I'd been managing for months. I sat in my car on the side of a highway in Vermont and sobbed until my chest ached. Not for Linda, or the family politics, or even the money I'd spent on elaborate revenge. But for Marcus. For the Christmas morning we'd never have, the presents we'd never exchange, the terrible Christmas cookies he'd never burn again. For the woman I'd been before grief and anger had carved out pieces of me and filled the empty spaces with something harder. When the tears finally stopped, I felt scraped clean. Raw, but lighter somehow. I drove the rest of the way home with the radio off, thinking about the choices we make when we're hurting. About the difference between justice and revenge. About whether becoming someone your dead husband wouldn't recognize was worth it if it meant surviving. I got home to find a package on my doorstep. No return address, but I recognized Helen's handwriting on the label. Inside was a photo album. Pictures from the weekend, but not just the ones that had ended up on social media. Candid shots of Great-Aunt Dorothy teaching Emma to knit. Tom air guitaring to Marcus's favorite song. Uncle Pete attempting to build a snowman with architectural precision. On the last page was a picture I didn't remember being taken. Me, sitting by the fireplace Christmas morning with Marcus's ring catching the light on my right hand. I was smiling, but my eyes looked sad. It was the face of a woman learning to carry her grief without letting it destroy her. Helen had written a note on the back, "Real family doesn't end with death. Love you, kid." I put the album on my coffee table, right where I could see it every morning. 2 days later, Linda called. I almost didn't answer. The high of Christmas revenge had worn off, leaving me feeling vaguely ashamed of how much I'd enjoyed watching her squirm on social media. The old me, the one Marcus had fallen in love with, wouldn't have been so calculating. But I wasn't the old me anymore. Grief had changed me in ways both subtle and profound, and pretending otherwise wouldn't bring Marcus back or make Linda treat me better. "Hello, Linda." "Sarah." Her voice was different. Smaller, somehow. I was wondering if we could talk. "We're talking now. In person, I mean. Could I come over?" I was quiet for so long she said my name again, uncertain. "Why?" I asked finally. "Because I think I made a mistake." She showed up an hour later with a bottle of wine and red eyes that suggested she'd been crying. This was a Linda I'd never seen before, uncertain, almost fragile. It was unsettling. We sat in my living room, the same room where I'd taken that call about Christmas being for real family. The photo album was still on the coffee table, and Linda kept glancing at it like it might bite her. "I saw the pictures," she said finally. "I figured. Everyone looked so happy." I didn't respond to that. What was there to say? Linda twisted her hands in her lap. "I got a lot of phone calls this week. From family. They were upset that they hadn't heard about the gathering from me. I imagine they were. Dorothy called me yesterday. She said." Linda's voice cracked. "She said I was dishonoring Marcus's memory by pushing you away." That hit harder than I'd expected. Great Aunt Dorothy didn't mince words, but she also didn't throw them around carelessly. "Sarah, I'm sorry." The words hung in the air between us. I'd imagined this moment dozens of times over the past week, but I'd never pictured Linda looking so broken. "For what?" I asked quietly. "For being scared." She looked up at me, and her eyes were bright with unshed tears. "When Marcus died, I was so scared of losing him completely that I pushed away the person who loved him most. Because if you moved on, if you found someone else, if you stopped being his widow, what would be left of my son?" The honesty of it was like a slap. I'd been so focused on my own grief, my own anger, that I'd never considered Linda might be drowning too. I thought if I could make his death mean something different, something more controlled, I could. I don't know. Keep him alive somehow. By erasing me from the story? Linda flinched. By making sure you stayed frozen in place as his grieving wife. Which was horrible and selfish, and I'm sorry. We sat in silence for a long moment. Outside, snow was starting to fall again, the kind of gentle snow that makes everything look peaceful. "I can't be frozen in place, Linda," I said finally. "It'll kill me." "I know." She wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Dorothy made that very clear. Despite everything, I smiled. She has a way with words. She called me a grief-addled fool who was too stupid to recognize family when it was staring me in the face. That sounded exactly like something Great Aunt Dorothy would say. "She wasn't wrong," I said. Linda laughed, a watery sound. "No, she wasn't. We talked for 2 more hours. Not about Christmas or revenge or family politics, but about Marcus. About the way he'd hum off-key while making coffee, and how he'd never learned to load a dishwasher properly, and how he'd cry at commercials but pretend he had allergies. Linda told me stories I'd never heard, about Marcus as a little boy, always bringing home stray animals and injured birds, convinced he could fix anything that was broken. "He thought he could fix me too," I said. "After my dad died. I was such a mess, but Marcus just stayed. Through all of it. He was good at that," Linda said softly. "Staying. Until he couldn't. That wasn't his choice, Sarah." "I know." I picked up the photo album, running my fingers over the cover. But knowing doesn't always help. Linda left with a promise to call the extended family and apologize. Not just to me, but to everyone who'd been confused and hurt by her behavior over the holidays. "Will you forgive me?" she asked at the door. "Eventually," I said. "But it's going to take time." She nodded. "I understand." After she left, I sat with the silence for a while, thinking about forgiveness and family and the different ways people process loss. Linda's grief had made her smaller, more controlling. Mine had made me harder, more calculating. Neither response was wrong, exactly. But neither was particularly healthy either. I spent New Year's Eve alone, which felt appropriate somehow. As midnight approached, I poured myself a glass of champagne and stepped out onto my back porch. The neighborhood was quiet except for distant fireworks and the occasional car full of partygoers heading home. The snow from earlier in the week had melted and refrozen, turning everything into a glittering landscape that looked almost magical in the streetlights. When the clock struck 12, I raised my glass to the sky. "Happy New Year, Marcus," I said quietly. "I hope I did okay." The wind picked up, making the bare tree branches scratch against each other like whispered conversations. For just a moment, it almost sounded like laughter. Spring came early that year, and with it, a kind of thaw in my relationship with Linda. She kept her word about apologizing to the family, and slowly, carefully, we began building something new. Not the polite tolerance we'd maintained when Marcus was alive, but an actual relationship based on shared loss and genuine affection. She started calling every Sunday, just to check in. I started inviting her to lunch occasionally, sharing stories about Marcus that made us both laugh and cry in equal measure. It wasn't perfect. There were still moments when I caught her treating me like a museum exhibit of her son's life, and moments when I felt the old anger rise up like acid in my throat. But we were trying, which was more than either of us had done before. The first anniversary of Marcus's death fell on a Tuesday. I took the day off work and drove to Arlington National Cemetery, where he was buried among thousands of other service members who'd given their lives for people they'd never meet. Linda was already there when I arrived, sitting on a small folding chair beside his headstone. She brought fresh flowers, white roses, his favorites. "I hope you don't mind," she said when she saw me. "I wanted to be here, but I didn't want to intrude." "You're not intruding," I said, and meant it. We sat together in comfortable silence, two women who'd loved the same man in different ways and were learning to love each other through the hole his absence had left behind. As the sun began to set, Linda reached over and squeezed my hand. "He would have been proud of us," she said, "for finding our way back to each other." I squeezed back. "Yeah. He would have." That night, I went through the photo album Helen had made one more time. The pictures looked different now, not like evidence of a perfect revenge, but like proof that love survives even when the person you're loving is gone. The last picture was still my favorite, me by the fireplace, wearing Marcus's ring and learning to carry joy and sorrow in the same heart. I wasn't the same woman I'd been before grief carved pieces out of me. I was sharper now, more aware of how quickly love could turn to loss and how easily family could become strangers. But I was also more aware of how powerful forgiveness could be, and how much strength it took to choose love over anger, hope over bitterness, growth over stagnation. Linda had been right about one thing: I couldn't stay frozen in place as Marcus's grieving widow. But that didn't mean I had to stop being his wife. Death ended our marriage, but it didn't end our love story. It just meant I had to learn to write the next chapters on my own. 2 years later, I hosted Christmas again. Not at a luxury ski lodge this time, but at my house, which I'd finally redecorated to feel less like a shrine and more like a home where memories lived alongside new experiences. The entire extended family came, including Linda and Richard and even Ashley, who'd apologize for her part in the Christmas exclusion with the awkward sincerity of someone who'd never had to make a real apology before. Great-Aunt Dorothy held court from her usual chair by the fireplace, now 85 and even more outspoken than before. Tom brought his new girlfriend, who was lovely and made everyone laugh and didn't mind hearing stories about Marcus all evening. After dinner, as we were cleaning up, Linda found me in the kitchen loading the dishwasher. "This is nice," she said, drying wine glasses with the careful attention she gave to everything these days. "It is," I agreed. "Marcus would have loved it." "He would have loved that you're here," I said. "He always worried about us getting along." Linda smiled. "Smart man. The smartest." We worked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the sounds of family laughter drifting in from the living room. "Sarah?" Linda said finally. "Yeah? Thank you for not giving up on us." I looked at her, really looked, and saw not the woman who'd tried to erase me from her son's story, but a mother who'd been drowning in her own grief and had nearly taken us both down with her. "Thank you for coming back," I said. Later that night, after everyone had gone home and the house was quiet again, I sat in the same spot by the fireplace where that Christmas photo had been taken. I was wearing Marcus's ring again, but this time it caught the light from new Christmas decorations that reflected both our old traditions and some new ones I'd created. The grief was still there, it always would be. But it had changed shape over the years, becoming less sharp, more integrated into the fabric of who I was becoming. Not Marcus's widow, frozen in time, but Sarah, who had been loved completely and was learning to live fully in honor of that love. I raised my wine glass to the photo of Marcus on the mantel, a candid shot from our last Christmas together, where he was laughing at something just out of frame. "Merry Christmas, baby," I whispered. "I think we all did okay this year." Outside, snow was beginning to fall again, and somewhere in the distance, church bells were ringing in another Christmas morning. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound, feeling grateful for the strange and difficult journey that had brought me here, to this moment, this peace, this hard-won understanding that family isn't just about blood or marriage certificates or shared DNA. It's about showing up. It's about forgiveness. It's about choosing love even when love feels impossible. And sometimes, if you're very lucky, it's about ski lodges and revenge plots that teach everyone involved what really matters. Marcus would have laughed at that last part. He always said I had a flair for the dramatic. He wasn't wrong. 3 years after that first Christmas revenge, I was standing in the produce section of the grocery store, debating between organic and regular carrots like it was a life or death decision, when I felt someone watching me. I turned around and nearly dropped my basket. "Sarah?" The voice was familiar, but older. Rougher around the edges. It took me a moment to place the face, broader now, with lines around the eyes that hadn't been there before. "David?" I blinked, certain I was hallucinating. "David Chen?" Marcus's army buddy stepped closer, and suddenly I was transported back 8 years to barbecues in base housing and late-night phone calls when the guys were deployed together. David had been Marcus's closest friend in the unit, the one who'd taught him to play poker and lose spectacularly every Friday night. "I can't believe it's you," he said, and his smile was exactly the same as I remembered. "I heard. I mean, Marcus. His face fell. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I should have called, should have been at the funeral, but I was deployed and couldn't get leave, and then time just. Hey. I reached out and touched his arm without thinking. It's okay. Marcus knew you cared. David's shoulders sagged with relief. He was the best of us, you know? Always talking about you, showing pictures. We used to tease him about being whipped, but honestly, we were all jealous. The familiar ache settled in my chest, but gentler now than it used to be. What are you doing here? Please don't tell me you moved to this exciting metropolis of suburban Connecticut. He laughed, and the sound brought back a flood of memories. Actually, yeah. Got out of the army last year and took a job with a defense contractor about 20 minutes from here. Been meaning to look you up, but it's weird reaching out to your dead friend's wife? Something like that. David shifted his weight, looking uncomfortable. Are you? I mean, how are you doing? Really? I considered the question seriously. How was I doing? 3 years of therapy, 2 years of rebuilding relationships with Marcus's family, 1 year of dating disasters that had convinced me I wasn't ready for that particular adventure yet. I'm good, I said, and was surprised to realize I meant it. Different than I was, but good. Different how? I gestured around us, at the grocery store, at my basket full of ingredients for dinner with Linda, our weekly tradition now, at myself in jeans and a sweater that Marcus had never seen. I don't know how to explain it. I'm still me, but more me, I guess? Like grief burned away all the parts of myself I was only keeping because I thought I should. David nodded slowly. Marcus used to say you were tougher than you thought you were. He was right about that too. We stood there for a moment, two people connected by someone who wasn't there anymore, trying to figure out how to navigate the conversation. Coffee? David asked suddenly. I mean, if you have time. I'd love to hear about everything. If you want to talk about it. We ended up at a little cafe downtown, the kind of place with mismatched chairs and coffee that actually tasted like coffee instead of burnt water. David ordered black, which made me smile because Marcus had always done the same thing. So, he said after we'd settled into a corner table. Tell me about this new you. I laughed. That makes it sound like I had some kind of dramatic makeover. Didn't you? I mean, losing someone like Marcus. That changes everything, doesn't it? He was right, of course. I thought about how to explain the journey from that woman who'd sat in her kitchen, being uninvited from Christmas, to the one sitting here now. You remember Marcus's mom, Linda? David's expression darkened. Unfortunately. She decided after Marcus died that I wasn't really family anymore. Uninvited me from Christmas about 3 months after the funeral. She what? David's voice carried the same outrage I'd felt that day. That's unbelievable. Oh, it gets better. I told him the whole story, the ski lodge, the family gathering, Linda's social media meltdown, the eventual reconciliation. David listened with the focused attention of someone who'd spent years hearing briefings, occasionally shaking his head or making small sounds of disbelief. You rented a luxury ski lodge, he said when I finished. And invited everyone except her. Yep. He paused, considering. That's absolutely diabolical. Thank you. And brilliant. Also thank you. David leaned back in his chair, studying me with something like admiration. Marcus always said you had a ruthless streak, but I never really believed him. You seem so sweet. I'm sweet, I protested. I'm also vindictive when people try to erase me from my own life. Fair point. David grinned. So you and Linda are good now? We're getting there. Sunday dinners, phone calls, the occasional shared cry over Marcus's favorite movies. It's weird, but it works. And you? Are you seeing anyone? The question hung in the air between us, loaded with implications I wasn't sure either of us was ready to unpack. I tried dating, I said finally. About a year ago. It was a disaster of epic proportions. Bad dates? The worst. There was the guy who spent the entire evening talking about his ex-wife's cooking. The one who asked me to split the bill and then ordered the most expensive thing on the menu. Oh, and my personal favorite, the one who told me I was damaged goods because I was a widow but that he was willing to work with it. David's jaw tightened. Please tell me you threw a drink in his face. I did something worse. I smiled very sweetly and said, that's so generous of you, considering you're unemployed, live with your mother, and have the personality of wet cardboard. Then I paid for my own dinner and left. Remind me never to make you angry. Too late for that lesson, apparently. We both laughed, and I felt something I hadn't experienced in years, the easy comfort of talking to someone who'd known Marcus, who understood the weight of his absence without needing explanation. "What about you?" I asked. "Wife? Kids? Secret double life as an international spy?" "Divorced," David said simply. "No kids." The army life didn't agree with marriage, apparently. And I'm definitely not spy material. I can barely keep my own secrets, let alone government ones. "I'm sorry about the divorce." "Don't be. It was the right call for both of us. Lisa deserved someone who could be present, and I was always somewhere else, either physically or mentally." There was something in his tone that made me look at him more carefully. "You got out because of Marcus, didn't you?" David was quiet for a long moment, turning his coffee cup in slow circles on the table. "The day he died," he said finally, "I was supposed to be on that patrol with him. But I had food poisoning from some questionable local cuisine and couldn't go. So Marcus took my place." My breath caught. "David, I know it's not rational. I know it's not my fault. I've been to therapy, I've done the work, I understand survivor's guilt intellectually." He looked up at me, and his eyes were bright with unshed tears. "But I can't shake the feeling that he died because I ate bad chicken. Marcus died because he was brave and selfless and always volunteered for the dangerous assignments," I said firmly. "He died because he believed in protecting people who couldn't protect themselves. That's who he was, David. Food poisoning didn't kill him. Being Marcus killed him." David nodded, but I could see he wasn't entirely convinced. "Some wounds, I'd learned, never fully heal, they just become part of the landscape of who you are." "Is that why you left the army?" "Partly. I couldn't stop seeing him in everything, every briefing, every mission, every mess hall meal. And I started taking stupid risks, trying to, I don't know, balance the scales somehow. That's not what Marcus would have wanted." "No, it's not." David's smile was sad but genuine. "That's why I'm here, making twice as much money pushing paper for defense contractors and trying to figure out how to be a civilian." We talked for another hour, sharing stories and catching up on the weird, wonderful, terrible business of rebuilding your life after loss. David told me about his struggles with civilian employment. Apparently I was really good at military stuff doesn't translate well on a resume, and his attempts to date. Turns out my best friend died in combat isn't great first date conversation. I told him about therapy, about Linda's transformation from enemy to family, about the strange pride I developed in my own resilience. "You know what's funny?" I said as we were getting ready to leave. "I used to think Marcus was the strong one in our relationship. He was the soldier, the protector, the one who faced down danger for a living. I was just support staff. And now? Now I know we were both strong. Just in different ways." I gathered my purse, thinking about the woman who'd sat in that kitchen 3 years ago, shocked and hurt by Linda's rejection. He was brave in obvious ways: combat, service, sacrifice. But I was brave too. I was brave enough to love someone whose job might kill him. Brave enough to build a life knowing it could disappear in an instant. Brave enough to rent a ski lodge and execute perfect revenge on difficult in-laws. That too. David walked me to my car, and we stood in the parking lot for a moment, neither quite ready to end the conversation. "Sarah?" he said finally. "Would it be weird if I asked to see you again? Not as a... I mean, not like a date or anything. Just... It's nice talking to someone who knew him. Who understands." I studied his face, the familiar features changed by time and grief and experience, but fundamentally the same David who'd made Marcus laugh until he cried during those long deployment phone calls. "It wouldn't be weird," I said. "It would be nice." We exchanged phone numbers, and as I drove home, I found myself smiling for reasons I couldn't quite articulate. Not because I was ready for whatever David might represent, but because for the first time in years, I felt curious about my own future. That night, I called Linda to tell her about running into David. It had become our tradition, sharing the small moments and big realizations that made up the ongoing process of grief and healing. "Marcus always liked him," Linda said when I finished the story. "He was a good influence. Steadied Marcus when he got too intense about things. They were good friends. Are you going to see him again?" There was something carefully neutral in Linda's tone that made me smile. She'd been gently encouraging me to put yourself out there for months now, with all the subtlety of a concerned mother-in-law. "Probably," I said. "As friends." "Of course. Friends." "Linda. I'm just saying, it's been 3 years, sweetheart. Marcus wouldn't want you to be alone forever. I'm not alone. I have you, and the family, and my work, and Great Aunt Dorothy's weekly phone calls where she updates me on her dating life. Linda laughed. How is Dorothy's dating life? Apparently, she's got 3 gentlemen callers competing for her attention at the senior center. She's loving every minute of it. Good for her. We talked for a few more minutes about family gossip and weekend plans, and as always, I felt grateful for the relationship we'd built from the ashes of that terrible Christmas phone call. Linda had become not just Marcus's mother who tolerated me, but genuinely one of my closest friends. After we hung up, I sat in my living room, looking at the photos on my mantle. Marcus and me on our wedding day, both of us impossibly young and certain the world was full of happy endings. Marcus in his dress blues, serious and proud and heartbreakingly handsome. A more recent photo from last Christmas, me and Linda and the entire extended family, all of us laughing at something Great Aunt Dorothy had said. The grief was still there, woven through everything like background music you don't notice until it stops. But it wasn't the sharp, consuming thing it had been. It was just part of the symphony now. One instrument among many, adding depth and complexity to the overall song. I thought about David, about the surprise of running into someone who carried their own piece of Marcus's memory. About the possibility of friendship, or maybe something more, with someone who understood that loving me meant accepting that part of my heart would always belong to someone else. Marcus and I used to joke about what we'd want for each other if something happened. Hypothetical conversations that felt safe because we were young and in love and certain we had forever. I'd want you to be happy, he'd always say. But not too happy. I'd want you to miss me a little. Just a little? Okay, a lot. But I'd still want you to live, babe. Really live, not just survive. I'd always promised I would, never really believing I'd have to keep that promise. But here I was, 3 years later, discovering that really living looked different than I'd imagined. It looked like forgiveness and revenge and ski lodges. It looked like Sunday dinners with former enemies and therapy sessions and terrible first dates. It looked like unexpected encounters in grocery stores and the tentative possibility of new connections built on shared loss. It looked like becoming someone Marcus would recognize but be proud to see, not his grieving widow frozen in time, but his wife who'd learned to carry his love forward into whatever came next. Outside, snow was beginning to fall again. I watched it through the window, thinking about Christmas approaching and all the strange, beautiful, difficult ways we learn to honor the people we've lost. This year, I decided I'd make it even better.